A Letter Before Dawn. Chapter 1. The Letter at Dawn. The debt notice arrived with the breakfast tray. I knew it before I broke the seal. Men who came with invitations did not send them by a servant who stood too straight in the doorway and kept his eyes fixed somewhere above my shoulder, as if good breeding might spare him the shame of carrying bad news. The silver cover had only just been lifted from the kedgeree. Steam still curled from the coffee urn. Morning light lay pale across the white cloth and made every spoon, every plate, every cracked line in our gentility look mercilessly clear. "From Morton and Hale, Miss?" the footman said. No one in England ever wrote from Morton and Hale for a happy reason. I took the folded paper before my mother could reach for it. That was habit now. So was the quiet way she set down her cup and folded her hands together, as though composure were not merely a virtue, but a form of prayer. Across from us, my sister looked from her plate to my face, and then quickly away again. She was too young to pretend not to understand, and old enough to know that speaking would not soften anything. The seal broke beneath my thumb with a dry little sound that seemed far too loud in the room. I read the first 2 lines and felt the blood leave my hands. Well, it was kind of them, in a way, to be brief. The outstanding sum, long deferred on account of prior respect for my late father, would now be demanded in full. Failing prompt settlement, further steps would be taken. The phrase itself was ordinary, but the sort of ordinary that had ruined families long before ours. Further steps. A gentleman need not say public embarrassment when private terror would do the work. My mother asked, "How much?" I looked up. Her voice was even. That frightened me more than if she had trembled. I told her. My sister made a small sound, almost not a sound at all. My mother closed her eyes for 1 second only. When she opened them, she looked not older, exactly, but more tired than the morning had any right to make her. "There must be some mistake," my sister said. "There is not?" I answered, more sharply than I meant to. I softened it at once. "I am sorry. There is not." A silence settled over the table. Outside, in the square, a carriage rolled past over damp stones. Somewhere below stairs, a maid laughed at something and then caught herself short. The house continued as houses do, untroubled by the knowledge that the people at its center may be about to lose the right to remain in it. My mother turned her gaze toward the window. "Your father always said the matter was in hand." My father had said many things were in hand. He had said it with such easy confidence that for years I had believed him simply because I wanted to. It is a humiliating thing to discover that trust can be another kind of laziness. "The matter may have been in hand," I said. "Only not his." My mother flinched, though whether at the truth or at my tone, I could not tell. I set the letter beside my plate and forced myself to breathe once, slowly, before I touched my coffee. It had already gone lukewarm. I drank it anyway. A foolish detail, perhaps, but there is something intolerable about disaster arriving before breakfast and expecting one to meet it on an empty stomach. "We have time," my sister said. "Nope," I said. I ought not to have sounded so certain. Hope is a delicate creature, and once crushed, it does not revive because one wishes to be kinder. Yet I had seen enough of solicitors' language over the past year to know when patience had ended. This was not a warning written in the hope of avoiding unpleasantness. It was the polite knock before the door gave way. My mother drew in a breath. "There may still be papers in your father's study." At that, something cold and unwelcome stirred in me. We had already been through his study twice after the mourning period ended. We had sorted recips, invitations, dull notes from men whose names meant nothing, and memoranda on tenants and horses and repairs that no longer mattered. We had found no hidden account, no miraculous investment, no benevolent uncle disguised as arithmetic. What remained had been tied, boxed, and put away precisely because we could no longer endure the false hope of searching. "There are no papers that can conjure £10,000, I said. She replied, "No," quietly. "But there may be papers that explain why we have not been ruined sooner." That was different, and she knew it. I looked at her properly then. Her hand rested beside the butter dish, still and fine, boned and faintly blue at the knuckles. She had not touched her breakfast. Neither had I realized. The room smelled of coffee, toast, and the bitter ash of something unseen burning through the floorboards of our lives. "What did he tell you?" I asked. My mother lowered her eyes. "Not enough, that meant. Or too much in fragments, which is almost worse," he said. She began and stopped. Then she tried again. "He said there was an obligation between families, and that if ever matters became strained, there were documents that must be handled with care." "Between what families?" Her silence answered before she did. I heard my own voice change. "Mother." She rose then, not in haste, but with the careful control of someone who knows haste will look too much like fear. She said, "In the escritoire. The lower drawer sticks. Your father kept the private packets there." I stood at once. My sister half rose too. "Shall I come?" "No." It came out more gently than my earlier answer, but it was still a refusal. I did not want her with me among my father's remains, among secrets that seemed already to carry the odor of disgrace. She sat back down, her mouth pressed thin. As I crossed the breakfast room, my mother said my name. I turned. She said, "If there is anything sealed, do not break it until I have seen it." That, more than the debt notice, tightened something hard beneath my ribs. The morning room beside the front parlor had once been my father's preferred place for correspondence, because the light there was good and the windows overlooked the square. I had always hated the room. Even as a child I thought it too neat, too full of hidden drawers and private locks. The sort of place where decisions were made and then presented to the family as though Providence itself had signed them. Dust had settled along the edge of the escritoire despite the maid's efforts. I knelt, pulled at the lower drawer, and felt it catch exactly as my mother had said. The second tug brought it open with a groan of old wood. Inside lay 3 bundles of paper tied with faded ribbon, a leather case of receipts, and one long packet pushed flat against the back, as if someone had meant to hide it from immediate view, and then never returned to do better. It was wrapped in cream paper gone yellow at the folds. I knew the significance of it before I touched it. Some papers seemed merely old. This one seemed watchful. I drew it out and sat back on my heels. No direction appeared on the outer wrapping. Only wax, dark red, unbroken, and pressed into the center, neat as a threat, was a signet seal. For a moment I did not understand what I was seeing. The mark was not perfectly clear where time had softened the edge, but the crest was still there, a shield, a crown, and beneath them the suggestion of a wing or branch. Never ours. Ashford. I had seen it once on a calling card at a musicale and once on the door of a black carriage in Hyde Park. Lord Ashford's family was old enough, rich enough, and distant enough from our own affairs that the sight of his crest in my father's hidden drawer made no earthly sense. Yet there it was. My fingers went cold around the packet. I turned it over. Nothing. No name written outside. No explanatory line. Only the seal and the crushing knowledge that my mother had known enough to fear it. Behind me, the floorboard near the door gave a small creak. I looked up to see my mother standing in the threshold. She did not ask what I had found. Her eyes fell at once to the packet in my hands, and I watched all the discipline of her face alter by a single degree. It was not a dramatic collapse. That would have been easier to bear. It was simply that she looked, for one bare instant, exactly like a woman who had spent years pretending a storm had passed when in truth it had only moved out of sight. She said, "So." One word, softly spoken, more hopeless than a cry. "You knew? You?" I said. "I knew enough to dread this day." I rose and crossed to her. "What is it?" She did not take the packet. Her hands remained clasped before her, locked so tightly that the knuckles showed white. "It is connected to Lord Ashford." Connected how? Her gaze lifted to mine. In the worst way possible for a family already in debt. That answer would have enraged me under ordinary circumstances. Under these, it merely deepened the chill creeping through my chest. "Then tell me plainly," she said. "I cannot tell you plainly," and for the first time her voice broke. Not loudly, not enough that anyone in the hall would hear, but enough. "Not until I know whether he has returned to town." I stared at her. What has his being in town to do with anything? Before she could answer, a knock sounded below, then the murmur of voices in the front hall. A moment later our butler appeared at the open door with a salver in his hand and discomfort written across every line of his face. He said, "A card for Miss Vale, madam." He carried it toward me. I set the sealed packet on the escritoire and took the card. The paper was thick, the engraving elegant, the name brief enough to strike like a blow. Lord Ashford. There was a note written beneath in a hand I did not know. Returned to London last evening. Request the honor of calling tomorrow morning on matter of urgency. My mother made a sound under her breath that might have been prayer or defeat. I looked from the card to the sealed packet, and then to her face. Lord Ashford's name had entered our house before breakfast, and with it came debt, secrecy, and the clear, dreadful sense that whatever my father had buried had not stayed buried at all. I did not sleep well, which in my case meant that I slept in brief, insulting intervals, and woke each time with the firm conviction that the house was burning, only to discover that the true fire remained lodged in my own mind. By morning I had arranged myself into calm. It was not real calm, of course. Real calm belongs to women with secure incomes and uncomplicated fathers. Mine was the sort made of posture, cold water, and the determined refusal to let one's hands tremble while fastening a cuff. My mother took chocolate in her room. My sister was told that Lord Ashford's call concerned an old matter of my father's and was therefore not suitable for youthful ears, which made her look wounded and curious in equal measure. I could not blame her. Nothing sharpens interest like being excluded in the name of delicacy. At 11:30 I was shown into the small blue drawing-room, where the morning light fell more kindly than in the front parlor. I had chosen that room on purpose. It was less grand, less suited to performance. If Lord Ashford had come intending to overwhelm me with rank or gravity, I preferred that he do it among furniture that still remembered ordinary conversation. The sealed packet lay inside the escritoire in the next room. I had not opened it. I had not let my mother open it either. That, perhaps, was childish. It was also the only power that still felt like mine. When the door opened and the butler announced him, I rose. Lord Ashford entered with the composed ease of a man long accustomed to doors opening at his approach. He was taller than I remembered from crowded rooms, where one notices only impressions, dark coat, controlled bearing, a face one hears mentioned more often than one studies. In daylight he was less handsome than precise. Not cold, exactly. Yet nothing in him appeared accidental. Even his courtesy seemed chosen rather than effortless. He bowed. Miss Vale. Lord Ashford. His gaze rested on me for one measured second longer than politeness required, as if confirming something. Fatigue, perhaps, or resemblance. Then he took the chair I indicated, and we sat facing one another with a small table between us, civilized as diplomats negotiating a minor border dispute. He said, "I am obliged to you for receiving me so promptly. I was given to understand the matter was urgent. It is." He did not begin at once. That, more than if he had launched into solemnity, made me wary. Men delay only when what follows is either delicate or unpleasant, and in my experience they rarely distinguish much between the two. He said, "I will speak as plainly as I can. At last. A demand has been made upon your household." So, he knew already. I kept my expression still. "Wes. The gentlemen who made it are unlikely to wait long. You appear well informed regarding my difficulties. I make it my business to be informed when a matter may affect more than one family." There it was, the first careful line drawn around the truth. I folded my hands in my lap so he would not see how tightly I wanted to clasp them. "You refer to my father's papers." His eyes changed then. Only slightly, a flicker of sharpened attention quickly mastered. He said, "I refer to documents that may be mishandled if events are allowed to turn public." I almost laughed. Not because anything was amusing, but because men with grave voices and excellent tailoring are forever describing catastrophe as if it were a matter of poor filing. Mishandled, I repeated. How fortunate that ruin can be prevented by vocabulary. That ought to have offended him. Instead I saw, to my irritation, the faintest suggestion that he understood precisely why I was sharp. He said, "Miss Vale, I do not come to provoke you." "No. You come, I think, because you know more than you mean to say." He held my gaze. "Yes." The honesty of that answer unsettled me more than evasion would have done. I had prepared myself for delicately phrased ignorance, for assurances wrapped in vagueness, for the entire male pageant of knowing everything while pretending to know only what is convenient. I had not prepared for direct admission, especially not from a man whose every manner implied control. "Then say it," I replied. He did not. Of course he did not. Instead he said, "Your father was party to an understanding with mine." An understanding is a pretty word for something hidden in a locked drawer. His jaw tightened by the slightest degree. "You are not wrong." That startled me enough that I forgot, for an instant, to be angry. He looked toward the window, not avoiding me so much as selecting his next words with care. "I do not yet know what, precisely, remains among your father's effects. I know only that if certain papers were to reach the wrong hands, the consequences would not end with debt collection." "Bah." "For whom?" he said. "For you first. And then, depending upon the contents, for others." The room seemed very quiet. Outside, somewhere in the square, a peddler cried roses in a long, melancholy call. A carriage passed. The clock on the mantel marked each second as if time had become newly interested in us. I said, "You speak of consequences. Do you mean scandal?" "I mean exposure," he answered. "That is not better." "No." His refusal to soften anything irritated me and steadied me at once. At least he was not attempting kindness by deception. I was beginning to suspect he did not know how. I leaned back slightly. "Then let us dispense with ceremony. Why does my father's hidden packet bear your family seal?" He looked at me fully. And in that single instant I knew he had not expected me to speak so plainly either. His eyes dropped, just once, to my left, not to my hands, not to the door, but to the escritoire beyond the open inner threshold. It was the smallest movement imaginable. Another person might have missed it. I did not. He knew where the packet was. Or at the very least, he knew enough to recognize that it was near. I followed the direction of his glance only long enough to confirm my own suspicion, then returned my gaze to his face. He had recovered already. He said, "You have found something sealed." It was not a question. I felt a strange little chill of triumph, though there was nothing victorious in it. "You notice a good deal, Lord Ashford." It would be difficult not to. There are many things gentlemen fail to notice when it suits them. "That is true." Again that infuriating habit of agreeing where another man would have denied. I rose then, crossed into the adjoining room, and opened the escritoire. I did not bring the packet to him. I merely took it out and returned it in my hands. Even before I sat, I saw the change in his face. Not alarm. He was too disciplined for that. Recognition. It came and went so quickly that I could almost have thought I imagined it, were I not by then entirely certain that imagination had nothing to do with it. I set the packet on the table between us. The dark red wax caught the light. His gaze fixed on the seal and remained there one measured moment too long. He did not touch it. He did not name it. That omission felt more powerful than speech. My mother asked that it remain unopened until she understood what she was looking at. I said, "At present she understands very little. I understand less. You, however, appear to understand enough to arrive within 12 hours of returning to town." His eyes lifted to mine. "I came as soon as I learned the demand had been made." "Oui, because delay may leave you with fewer choices." "That still does not answer me," he said. "No, it does not. I ought to have hated him in that moment. Perhaps a simpler woman would have. Instead, I found myself studying him with a kind of unwilling concentration. There was strain in him now, though tightly held. Not fear for himself alone, I thought. Something heavier than mere inconvenience. Responsibility, perhaps. Or old anger. It sat beneath his composure like iron beneath velvet. "Do you intend to ask for it?" I said. His gaze shifted once more to the packet. "No, that surprised me," he said. "I intend." to ask that you do nothing rash with it. I could not help it. I laughed then, quietly and without warmth. You must forgive me. I had not realized my chief temptation would be rashness. Here I was, thinking it poverty. For the first time, something like impatience crossed his face. Not at me, at the situation, perhaps at himself. Miss Vale, this is not a game of guarded phrases to me. It is not a game to me either, he said. No, and his voice changed. Lower, more human, though no less controlled. I do not suppose it is. That should have soothed me. Instead it opened anew. More dangerous irritation, because if he pitied us, I could bear it. If he respected the severity of our position, I was not certain what to do with that. I straightened. If you have come to offer assistance, let me spare you the effort. We may be in difficulty, but I do not accept charity from strangers. His expression stilled. He asked, Do you think me a stranger? At present, yes. It was the wrong answer in one sense, because something in it seemed to strike deeper than I intended. Yet it was the right answer in every other sense, and I would not soften it merely because a powerful man had eyes capable of registering hurt. He sat very still for a moment. Then he inclined his head once. Then let us say I did not come to offer charity. What did you come to offer? Information where I can, time if I am able to secure it, and a warning. I waited. The men pressing your household will not be satisfied with discreet reminders for much longer. If they sense weakness, they will move harder and more publicly. If others learn that documents exist which connect your father's liabilities to older arrangements, pressure will come from more than one direction. I looked at the packet. You make it sound as though paper is more dangerous than debt. Sometimes it is. I believed him. That was the worst of it. Against my better judgment, against my pride, against the very sensible instinct that tells a woman to distrust a man who knows too much and says too little, I believed him. I hated that. What would you have me do? I asked. His answer came without delay. Keep it sealed. Speak of it to no one beyond your mother. And if any person, solicitor, creditor, relative, or family friend makes inquiry regarding your father's private papers, send word to me before replying. The audacity of it nearly took my breath. You ask a great deal. Yes. Own no proof? His gaze did not waver. On my word, I rose so abruptly that the packet shifted on the table. Your word, I said. Do you know, my lord, how often women are expected to trust in that excellent currency while every legal and financial power remains elsewhere? If the remark shocked him, he did not show it. He rose too, though more slowly. He said, I know that you have been put in a position where trust feels like surrender. Then you know enough to understand why I refuse it. But for the first time since he entered the room, something quite unguarded appeared in his face, not offense, not superiority, but a hard kind of respect. He said, I understand why you refuse pity, and I do not offer it. The words landed cleanly between us, not soft, not flattering, clean. He drew a card case from his coat, removed a card, and placed it on the table beside the packet. If circumstances worsen, send for me directly, day or night. I almost told him that circumstances had already worsened quite sufficiently. Instead, I said, You presume a great deal upon a very brief acquaintance, Da. Yes, that would have been unbearable in another man. In him, because he seemed to know exactly how presumptuous he sounded, it became merely difficult. He bowed. I ought to have let him go with equal ceremony and no more. Instead, as he turned, I heard myself say, Lord Ashford. He stopped. What happens? I asked. If I open it. He looked back at me. For one suspended second the room held only the two of us, the packet, and the knowledge that whatever answer he gave would matter. Then he said, very quietly, the truth, and likely too many witnesses. He left before I could ask anything more. I stood where I was until I heard the front door close below. Then I looked down at the packet and the card he had left beside it. His word, he had said. Men always valued their word most highly when asking women to stake everything on it. And yet the look on his face when he saw the seal had not been theater. Whatever lay hidden inside the paper wrapping, it had not drawn Lord Ashford to my mother's door out of politeness, or guilt alone, or idle concern for a family only loosely connected to his own. It had drawn him because he was afraid of what would happen next. And now, despite every instinct I possessed, so was I. By evening, all of London seemed determined to prove that private terror and public polish are not merely compatible, but often married. We went to Lady Cresswell's assembly because not going would have been remarked upon, and being remarked upon by absence is even more dangerous than being remarked upon in person. My mother said as much while fastening the pearl clasp at her throat with fingers that remained admirably steady. My sister, who still believed that charm could soften most things, declared that perhaps the evening would do us good. I did not tell her that an evening of music, cards, and decorative cruelty had never once improved my opinion of mankind. The Cresswells' house in Grosvenor Square blazed with light. Carriages lined the street in a glittering procession of rank and upholstery. Footmen moved briskly through the cold. Inside, the air was warm with candle wax, perfume, damp wool, and the faint, sweet fatigue of flowers asked to look beautiful beyond their natural endurance. I had dressed carefully, which is to say defensively. My gown was ivory silk with silver trimming, elegant enough to pass scrutiny and plain enough not to invite too much notice. Under ordinary circumstances, I might have wished to disappear in it. Tonight I wanted something else. I wanted to appear so perfectly composed that anyone watching would be forced to doubt the existence of disaster altogether. It is astonishing how much effort women expend to make panic look graceful. At first, the evening seemed willing to indulge my performance. Lady Cresswell received us with the exact measure of welcome proper to our position. Not warm enough to imply intimacy. Not cool enough to suggest withdrawal. A baroness with good sense can conduct half the politics of a room with the angle of head alone. We moved through the first half hour without incident. My mother took a seat near Lady Darnley and spoke of a cousin's roses. My sister was absorbed into a cluster of girls near the pianoforte. I exchanged the usual civilities and endured the usual inventory of faces. Those who looked directly, those who looked and looked away, and those who looked only after turning their bodies elsewhere, as though gossip improved when observed from the side. I had just accepted a glass of lemonade from a passing servant when I heard my own name spoken behind a fan. A woman does not need to hear every word to know when she is the subject. Tone is enough. Tone tells one everything. I kept my place beside a marble table piled with hothouse lilies and stared at the arrangement as though it possessed depths worthy of study. Such a pity, one voice murmured. Her father left matters sadly entangled, I am told. Told by whom? The answer came with a soft little laugh. My dear, by London. Another voice joined them, lower and more avid. And I hear there is some connection to Ashford. At that my grip tightened around the glass. Ashford. So the name had already begun its work. I should have turned and put an end to it with one glance. But there is a kind of dignity in refusing to dance to the tune of other people's malice. Or perhaps I simply feared what I might reveal if I moved too quickly. I placed the untouched lemonade on the table and began to cross toward the card room, where I might find my mother and extract her before some well-meaning acquaintance said something ruinous in the name of concern. I did not reach the doorway. Miss Vale. I stopped. Mr. Pembroke, who had inherited a tolerable income, an unfortunate moustache, and the conviction that both entitled him to intimacy, stood blocking my path with the smile of a man who believed himself harmless. He had paid me a great many trivial attentions last spring and had never fully accepted that my indifference was not shyness. Mr. Pembroke, I said, you look severe tonight. I should have thought Lady Cresswell's company would inspire a softer expression. It inspires endurance. He laughed as though I had meant to please him. I was just saying to Lady Henrietta, he went on, angling his body in such a way that retreat would have looked pointed, that your family has shown admirable courage in remaining in town amid so much uncertainty. There are moments when one wishes society permitted murder in measured doses. How kind of you to discuss our courage where we might hear of it second-hand, I said. He blinked. A lesser man might have retreated. Mr. Pembroke, unfortunately, possessed the persistence of a gnat, he said. You mistake me? Everyone wishes you well. That must be why they speak so softly. Color rose in his face. Good. Let him feel it. He lowered his voice. I hope you will forgive frankness, Miss Vale, but there are rumors. Then you may hope in comfort, I said, because I have no intention of helping them improve. He gave a little shrug intended to suggest injured sincerity. I mean only that friends may advise caution. A lady's position can shift very quickly if certain alliances are no longer. Mr. Pembroke. The voice came from behind him, calm, deep, unmistakable. Pembroke turned. So did I. Lord Ashford stood a few paces away, one hand resting lightly behind his back, as though he had simply appeared from the air in order to improve the room by existing in it. He was dressed in black evening clothes, severe enough to flatter nobody, and somehow flattering him all the same. Candlelight cut a pale line across his cheek and caught in the dark gloss of his hair. His expression was perfectly courteous, which meant he was dangerous. Pembroke said, Lord Ashford, with the instant stiffness of a man who has just discovered his prey has attracted a larger predator. I believe Lady Cresswell was seeking partners for the next set. Lord Ashford said, You would do well to present yourself before she gives your place to another gentleman. The words were mild. The dismissal in them was not. Pembroke glanced from him to me and made a show of bowing. Of course, Miss Vale. He was gone in under 3 seconds. A considerable achievement. I had not thought him capable of speed. Lord Ashford turned his attention to me. For one moment neither of us spoke. The noise of the assembly flowed around us louder, music being tested at the far end of the room, the murmur of conversation, the clink of glass against glass. Yet the space between us felt oddly self-contained, as if all that glitter had taken one respectful step back. I did not require rescuing, I said. He replied, No. You appeared on the verge of administering justice without witnesses. I intervened for Mr. Pembroke's safety. It was the first thing he had said to me that bordered on wit. I looked at him in surprise. There was no smile on his face, but there was the faintest light in his eyes, quickly gone. I see London improves you, my lord. Rarely. His gaze moved briefly beyond me. Not rudely, but with awareness. I did not need to follow it to know what he had seen. The little cluster of women pretending not to notice us. The men at the card-room entrance measuring the scene without seeming to. The social animal scenting fresh significance. Wherever two people stood too still together. He said, You should not remain here alone. I had not planned to. May I walk you to your mother? The request was formal. The reason for it was not. He meant to place himself visibly beside me. Perhaps to shield me. Perhaps to signal something. Perhaps both. Every sensible instinct told me to refuse, to accept the arm of a man whose name had already attached itself to my family's difficulties was to invite 10 new speculations before supper. On the other hand, refusing him in the middle of a room already primed for curiosity might do exactly the same. Society is often described as a game. That gives it too much innocence. Games are meant to be won. Society is meant to leave marks. I inclined my head. If you wish. He offered his arm. I placed my fingers lightly upon his sleeve, aware at once of the solidity beneath the cloth and annoyed with myself for noticing. As we crossed the room, conversation did not cease. Exactly. It altered. The way air alters before rain. My mother saw us coming and rose half an inch from her chair before mastering herself. Lady Darnley, seated beside her, brightened with the expression of a woman who believes proximity to significance is as good as significance itself. Lord Ashford, my mother said. He bowed over her hand with correct elegance. Mrs. Vale. There was nothing in his manner to indicate intimacy, conspiracy, or any history beyond ordinary civility. Yet I saw my mother searching his face with the same strained attention I had seen that morning when the card was brought in. She was looking for danger, or relief, or permission to breathe. I could not tell which, and that frightened me anew. He said, Miss Vale was so kind as to spare a moment for conversation. I hope I have not stolen her from you too long. Not at all, Lady Darnley put in, before either my mother or I could reply. We are all delighted to see old acquaintances renewed. Lord Ashford is too little seen in town. You create a sensation whenever you return. This was addressed to him, but intended for everyone within listening distance. He received it without vanity. Then London is more easily entertained than I remembered. Lady Darnley laughed much too warmly. A new set was forming in the adjoining room. The musicians had begun. Names were being called. Partners claimed. Movement stirred around us. Lord Ashford looked at me. Miss Vale, would you honor me with this dance? There are moments in life when the world narrows to one simple answer and all the complicated consequences standing behind it. I knew at once what accepting would mean. I knew just as well what refusing would mean. If I refused, I might preserve some tattered appearance of distance, but I would also confirm that something existed to distance. If I accepted, the room would feast upon it. My pride wanted one thing. My reason, annoyingly, wanted another, and beneath both was something more private and far less manageable. The memory of his face that morning when he saw the sealed packet. The clean weight of his voice when he said he offered no pity, and the unsettling certainty that if I danced with him, I would learn something not from his words but from the way he held silence. I would be pleased to, my lord, I said. Lady Darnley nearly glowed. My mother's expression did not change at all, which was the clearest sign possible that she was deeply alarmed. He led me into the long drawing-room set aside for dancing. The floor shone under candlelight. The couples arranged themselves in pairs and lines. White gloves, silk slippers, dark coats, jewels at throats and wrists, everyone bright and civilized and one overheard sentence away from destruction. We took our place opposite one another. For the first measures we spoke only what the dance required in silence approach, turn, separate, return. It ought to have felt absurdly formal. Instead it felt dangerous in a new and wholly unreasonable way. Not because he touched me improperly. He did not. Lord Ashford danced with faultless restraint. His hand at mine, later at my waist for the brief permitted figure, was steady, respectful, exact. Yet that very exactness sharpened awareness. Nothing careless existed in him, which meant nothing accidental did either. You have made me the evening's occupation, I said as we turned again. He replied, no, the evening had chosen that already. You merely improved its view. A flicker crossed his face, perhaps annoyance, perhaps admiration. I was beginning to discover they sat oddly close together in him. He said, I would have preferred another method. Would you? You do not seem a man much troubled by attention. I am troubled by unnecessary attention. How fortunate, it is only mine at issue. His gaze met mine and held. He said, no, quietly. It is not only yours. The figure carried us apart before I could answer. When we came together again, I said, then perhaps you should not ask me to dance. Perhaps. You speak as though you regret it. He said, I speak as though I regret that the room sees too little and imagines too much. That, unfortunately, was a sensible thing to say. I disliked him most when he made sense. Around us the set moved on. Lady Henrietta missed a turn and laughed. Someone at the far end began too soon and had to retreat with apologies. A dowager near the musicians watched everything with the devout concentration of a cat at a window. Lord Ashford said, without looking toward the crowd, Pembroke has spoken to at least 3 people in the last quarter hour. So he is not subtle enough to invent rumors and too vain not to repeat them. I nearly smiled. You know him well. I know his type. And what is your type, my lord? The question escaped before I could decide whether it was wise. He looked at me directly then, and for one brief measure of music I had the odd impression that every polished defense in him had drawn inward to some narrower, truer point. He said, 8 present. A man trying not to make matters worse. There was nothing flirtatious in it. That was why it reached me. The dance carried us through another turn. My skirts brushed the floor in a whisper. His gloved hand closed around mine and released it again. The movement of bodies and music made a shield around us. Thin but real, I lowered my voice. Then tell me something useful. Am I already ruined or merely disgust? His expression changed at once. He said, Nither. You are watched. That is not comfort. It is intended as warning, not comfort. I had gathered you were not liberal with comfort. He said, No, I am not. There was no vanity in that either. He spoke it like a fault long recognized and never corrected. Something in me softened before I could stop it. Not trust. Not forgiveness. Merely the first dangerous loosening of certainty. The dance ended to polite applause and a shift of movement as couples separated. He bowed. I curtsied. We should have parted there. Instead he said, in a voice pitched for me alone, I need to speak with you tomorrow. I looked up sharply. Elune, he added. The room, naturally, chose that moment to feel louder. I kept my expression still. You appear fond of difficult requests. I would not make it if it were not necessary. Everything is necessary with you. For the first time all evening, I saw unmistakable strain in him. He said, Miss Val, there are developments I cannot explain here. Then perhaps you should explain more quickly elsewhere. A pause. Then very quietly, Yes. I ought to have refused him. A lady does not meet a gentleman privately on urgency and instinct. A sensible woman certainly does not meet Lord Ashford, whose name seemed now attached to every threat darkening my life. Yet the room around us, the listening faces, the curious glances, Lady Darnley's little triumph at seeing us speak beyond the dance. Pembroke already leaning toward another man with what I was certain was an embellished version of events, made one thing plain. We had moved beyond the stage where avoidance might preserve anything. One, I asked. Tomorrow, 11 of the clock, at your house. If you prefer the safety of it, the safety of it. I thought of the sealed packet in the escritoire, of my mother's face, of Morton and Hale, of the way London had already begun to pronounce judgment without evidence, simply because judgment is one of society's cheaper entertainments. Very well, I said. He inclined his head, but the look in his eyes did not ease. He meant what he had said. Something had changed since morning. My mother appeared at my side before he could say more. My sister followed half a step behind, bright-eyed and entirely too perceptive. Lord Ashford withdrew at once into formal courtesies and took his leave of us with perfect propriety. It was beautifully done, and not one person in the room believed it for a moment. As I stood beside my mother and watched him disappear into the crowd, I felt the first real certainty of the evening settle coldly into place. Whatever private danger had entered our lives with that sealed packet, it was no longer content to remain private. London had seen us, and London, once given a glimpse of a flame, never rested until it knew what might burn. The following morning was bright in the manner peculiar to English weather, as if the sky itself had decided that human distress ought never to interfere with decent light. I hated it at once. Sunshine on a day of anxiety feels almost insulting. Rain, and at least has the grace to sympathize. By 10 of the clock I had walked the length of the morning room 3 times, sat down twice, risen again 4 times, and lost all patience with my own restlessness. The sealed packet remained on the escritoire where I had placed it after Lady Cresswell's assembly. I had not touched it since. More accurately, I had touched it 3 separate times, and each time withdrawn my hand before breaking the wax. I told myself restraint was wisdom. In truth, it was fear. My mother had said little over breakfast. My sister had said far too much. She had wished to know why Lord Ashford had danced with me. Whether he had seemed grave because he was naturally grave, or because the matter between our families was serious. Whether I thought him handsome, and whether men of title were as tiresome in private as they were in public. I answered almost none of it. My mother, after one long look at me, declared that this was not a morning for romance or speculation. The word lingered in the air after she spoke it. Romance. There are moments when a word becomes so absurd that one nearly laughs to hear it. A ruined breakfast, a hidden packet, a debt notice, and a gentleman with too much information did not seem to me the proper ingredients for romance. They seemed the ingredients for legal disaster with decorative side tables. At 10:30 my mother came into the morning room and shut the door behind her. she said, before he arrives. You must let me speak first if the discussion turns to your father. I turned from the window. Why? Because there are things I understand imperfectly but better than you do. That is not a comfort. She said, No, it is not. She crossed toward the escritoire and rested her hand on the polished wood without opening it. She said, When your father first spoke of the Ashfords, slowly, he did so as a man speaks of a problem he believes he can manage if only no one forces him to speak plainly. That alone should have warned me. I waited. He said the late Lord Ashford had left certain matters untidily arranged. Not illegal, perhaps, in the strictest sense, but capable of becoming ugly if examined by the wrong people. What matters? My mother gave me a look almost wary in its sadness. Eleanor, if I knew enough to answer that, do you imagine I should have slept this little? I softened at once. That was the curse of fear within a household. One lashes where one should lean. She continued, Your father believed he held protection against being pressed too hard by certain obligations. He also believed that so long as the Ashford family preferred silence, our own difficulties would be permitted to remain private. Or difficulties. Her mouth tightened. Your father had pride without discipline. It is not a combination that serves a family well. No, I thought. It serves only the man who possesses it. Before I could reply, sound of wheels on gravel reached us from the square below, followed by the measured activity of servants in the hall. My mother and I both went still. A moment later, the butler announced Lord Ashford. He entered as he had done the day before, impeccably composed, dark coat faultless, expression grave without performance. Yet something in him had altered, not his posture, not his voice when he greeted my mother and bowed to me. It was something less visible than that. A decision, perhaps, the look of a man who had stopped hoping matters might be solved delicately and resigned himself to what must be said. My mother invited him to sit. He declined tea. I noticed at once that he had come for truth, not civility. He said, I am grateful you agreed to see me again. My mother answered before I could. Gratitude may depend upon what follows, Lord Ashford. For the first time since I had met him, I saw the faintest sign that he respected her more for sharpness than he would have for softness. He said, As it should. That was well said, annoyingly so. I remained standing for another moment, then sat opposite him while my mother took the chair beside the hearth. The arrangement formed a small triangle of propriety and tension. The door to the hall remained slightly ajar. That too was deliberate. Private enough for difficulty, open enough for decency. Lord Ashford's gaze moved once to the escritoire. You still have it sealed. It was not accusation, merely recognition. Wes, I said. He inclined his head once, as if some inward calculation had been confirmed. Good. My mother said, Before we speak further, you must tell us whether the packet concerns debt alone or scandal. His eyes moved to her. Both, I think, though not in the way society would most readily imagine. That answer chilled me more than if he had said the word scandal directly. You spoke yesterday, I said, of consequences reaching beyond my father's liabilities. You have now had a night to decide how much you mean to tell us. I hope the result is an improvement. His gaze came back to me and stayed there. It is. No apology, no softening, only that. He drew a breath, then spoke with the same careful precision he seemed to apply to everything. My late father maintained certain private financial arrangements that were never meant to withstand open scrutiny. Some were merely unwise. Some were morally indefensible. A few taken together could invite legal or social inquiry of a kind neither house would welcome. My mother went very still. I said, And my father knew this. Yes, and profited from it. A pause. Then I believe he used it. That landed harder. Not because it was unexpected, but because hearing another person say it made the ugliness more solid. My mother closed her eyes briefly, then opened them. Used it how? Lord Ashford folded his gloved hands loosely behind his back where they rested against the chair. To delay pressure from creditors. To secure indulgence where a less connected debtor might have had none. Possibly to obtain funds that should never have been advanced without formal security. I felt heat rise beneath my skin. So there it was. Not merely debt, then, but debt suspended upon the rotten scaffolding of another man's secrets. My father, who had sat at our table and spoken of stewardship and family honor while the candles burned low. My father, who had always despised vulgar fortune, hunters in public, and had apparently trusted himself with scandal in private. What precisely? I said, each word clipped clean. Did the late Lord Ashford do? Lord Ashford's expression did not change, but something guarded in it drew closer. I will tell you what I can without naming persons whose lives would be injured by careless repetition. That was infuriatingly noble. It was also, I suspected, genuine. Entered into private obligations, Lord Ashford said, that were concealed from parts of his household and handled through intermediaries. Your father became connected to one branch of those dealings. Whether by accident or design, he came into possession of correspondence that gave him leverage. I looked toward the escritoire, the packet. Almost certainly. But my mother asked, very quietly, does it concern a lady? For the first time, Lord Ashford did not answer at once. He said, Wes, at last. Least in part. The room seemed to tighten. I understood then why my mother had dreaded the seal before she ever saw it. In our world, almost every private disaster that begins with a gentleman's secrecy ends by falling most heavily upon a woman's name. Even if the woman is dead. Even if the rumor is incomplete. Even if the truth is not hers to carry. I said, if the packet is opened and its contents become known, people will assume my father trafficked in another woman's reputation. Yes. And your family will be dragged into it. Yes. That is why you came, partly. I stared at him. Partly. His eyes held mine without evasion. I came because if this becomes public through creditors, solicitors, or any gentleman who thinks documents may be converted into advantage, your household will suffer first. Mine will suffer second. That order matters to me. The words struck me with such force that I forgot, for a moment, how to answer. That order matters to me. Not because they were tender. They were not. But because they were so entirely unlike the excuses I had expected. No vague talk of mutual inconvenience. No superior assurances that all would be managed. Only the blunt statement that he knew exactly who would be hurt first, and cared. I distrusted the effect those two facts had on me. My mother said, then tell us whether silence alone is enough. Lord Ashford's jaw tightened. No, but my heart sank, though I had not realized until then that some part of me had still been hoping for an easier answer. He continued, Morton and Hale have grown bolder because they believe your household stands alone. They may not know what papers exist, but they know weakness when they smell it. If they press harder publicly, aggressively, through others, they may stir inquiries from people who remember more of my father's affairs than I would prefer. Have you stopped them? I asked. For a day, perhaps two. I looked at him sharply. How? I remind him that certain debts become difficult to recover when larger houses take an interest in the method. I almost laughed from sheer incredulity. That sounds very like power. It is power. You use the word without embarrassment. One, it would be dishonest to pretend otherwise. I could not decide whether that made him better or merely more dangerous. My mother said, You bought us 2 days. He said, I purchased time. Not safety. A silence followed. The mantel clock ticked with infuriating steadiness. Somewhere in the square below, a child shouted and was hushed at once. Morning carried on, indifferent to the fact that 3 people in a respectable London drawing-room were attempting to decide whether reputation could be saved from the dead. At last I said, You keep circling the same point without landing on it. If silence is not enough, what do you propose? He looked at me then with the full weight of whatever decision he had brought into the room. The truth must be contained within a stronger public story. I felt my whole body stiffen. My mother said nothing, but I heard her breath catch. A stronger public story. I repeated. You speak as though human lives were pamphlets. He said, Often they are treated as such, especially in London. That is not an answer. He said, No. It is only the beginning of one. He rose then and moved, not toward me, but toward the window. He did not pace. He was not a man who paced. He simply stood with one hand resting lightly upon the back of the nearest chair, and looked for a moment into the square before turning back. He said, "If I intervene openly on behalf of your household now, without explanation, it invites speculation I cannot control. If I remain distant, pressure grows. If the packet is open at the wrong time, everything worsens. You speak as though all roads are bad. Ain't present? They are. Then why come at all?" His gaze met mine. "Because one road is less bad than the others." That was such a bleakly practical answer that I almost admired it despite myself. My mother rose from her chair. I thought at first that agitation had driven her to movement. But when she spoke, her voice was steady. "You believe there is some form of alliance that will make your concern for us appear natural rather than suspicious?" "Yes. Yes." She looked at him for a long moment. "And you came here to suggest it, but yes." I stood to. The room seemed suddenly smaller, the air more difficult. I knew, before he said another word, what shape his meaning had begun to take. Not the exact language, not the terms, but the shape. I hated that I knew it. I hated more that it made a kind of sense. "No," I said at once. Neither of them looked surprised enough. Lord Ashford said quietly, "Miss Vale, I have not yet made the proposal. You have made enough of it. Then hear the rest before you refuse." "Why?" "So that I may be handled more completely." Something changed in his face then, not anger, precisely. Something more controlled and more dangerous than anger. The look of a man who had been accused of the very thing he feared becoming. He said, "I do not wish to handle you. I wish to prevent you from being cornered by men with fewer scruples than I possess. That is a low, encouraging standard." He said, "Wes." And there it was again, that maddening refusal to defend himself where another man would have wrapped vanity around injury. It is. My mother moved between us by no more than a step, though the gesture altered the room at once. She said, "Eleanor," not sharply, but with enough force to steady me. Then to him, "Speak plainly, my lord." He bowed his head once in acknowledgment. "Very well. Society has already seen Miss Vale and me together. It will see more if matters continue as they have begun. That reality may be used, if we choose, before rumor chooses for us. A formal understanding between us would explain my involvement, shield your household from the appearance of isolated distress, and give me lawful, visible ground upon which to act." I heard the words. I understood them. Still, for a moment, they refused to arrange themselves into sense. Then they did. A formal understanding, not charity, not secret assistance, something public, something binding enough to make intervention respectable. My mother sank slowly back into her chair. I said, "You propose to tie yourself to a family in debt and danger because it is convenient." "No, because it is honorable." "Partly." The bluntness of that answer struck like flint. "Then because of guilt over your father's conduct." His expression hardened by a single degree. "Partly." I laughed once, without mirth. How romantic! At that, something warmer and rougher entered his voice. Not softness, never softness, but truth without the polish. "I did not come here to insult you with romance." The words hung between us. I felt them more than I wanted to. He took one step forward, then stopped, keeping the exact distance propriety required. "Miss Vale, I know how this sounds. I know what it asks of you. I know that if I were in your place, I would suspect pride, management guilt, and calculation long before I suspected anything kinder." My pulse beat hard in my throat. "Do you?" I asked. "Yes." There was no flourish in it, no attempt to soothe, merely conviction. He went on, "But whatever else you think of me, do not think I would place this before you lightly. I am not asking for gratitude. I am not offering rescue draped in sentiment. I am offering the strongest protection I can place between your household and what may come." Protection. There it was again. Not love, not courtship. Protection, a degrading word in some mouths. In his, it sounded almost severe enough to trust. Almost. My mother asked, "Do you speak of an engagement?" He looked at her, then back to me. "Yes." The room went silent enough that I heard the coal settle in the grate. An engagement. not marriage yet. Worse, in certain ways. An engagement is promise made public before private certainty exists. It is hope placed on display. It is speculation invited to tea. I thought of Lady Darnley's face the night before, of Pembroke, of the little cluster of women by the lilies, of Morton and Hale, of the sealed packet in the escritoire, of my father's cleverness, now rotting in our hands like fruit kept too long. And beneath all that, I thought of Lord Ashford himself, grave, infuriating, unsparing, controlled to the point of coldness, yet the only person in 2 days who had spoken to me as though my intelligence were equal to my danger. I said, if I agreed even to consider this, the room would not believe it sprang from mutual regard. He said, no, but the room rarely believes anything worth believing. It was such an unexpectedly bleak, almost bitter remark that I looked at him anew. He had not escaped society untouched then. He simply wore the marks more neatly than most. What terms? I asked. My mother turned toward me in surprise. Lord Ashford did not move. Yet I felt, rather than saw, the tension in him shift. He said, that, carefully, is what I would ask permission to discuss. I folded my arms. You come very near arrogance. I know. You know a great deal. He said. Not enough. It was the first time he had sounded tired. That more than anything broke the rigid edge of my resistance. Not because it made him weak, because it made him real. I looked at my mother. She looked back at me with fear, hope, shame, and helplessness, all so tightly governed that for one terrible second I saw how much she wanted me to save what my father had endangered. No mother should ever have to look at her daughter in that way. No daughter should ever be asked to understand it. When I turned back to Lord Ashford, I made myself stand straighter. I do not accept charity, I said. I know. I will not be bought. I know. I will not be rushed into gratitude, dependence, or a performance of softness because men have made a ruin and wish women to tidy it. For the first time, unmistakably, something like respect moved through his expression. He said, I know that too. A long silence followed. Then, because the world had already changed and because pretending otherwise would not restore it, I said the only honest thing left to say. I have not agreed. I told him. But I will hear your terms. He inclined his head once. Not triumph, not relief, something quieter and far more dangerous than either. Understanding. And all at once I knew that whatever came next would not be a matter of debt alone. It would be a matter of choice. Chapter 2, Terms Under Candlelight. I have discovered that the worst moments of life are rarely the loudest. They are often very quiet. A drawing room. A sealed packet in an escritoire. A gentleman standing 3 steps away with his hands perfectly still, while the future changes shape between one breath and the next. After I said I would hear his terms, none of us spoke at once. My mother sat motionless beside the hearth, her back straight, her hands folded too neatly in her lap. Lord Ashford remained where he was, neither advancing nor retreating, as though he understood that any movement now might feel like pressure. I stood between them and hated, with a force almost childish in its simplicity, that the room was so calm. Calm is unbearable when one's life has begun to tilt. At last Lord Ashford said, Miss Vale, I think it best that nothing about this discussion leave the room until we are certain we can proceed. My mother gave a short, humorless breath that might almost have been a laugh. My lord, nothing about any of this has given me the impression it belongs in public. He said, no. And yet public appearance will determine whether private danger can be contained. There was no use objecting to the truth merely because I disliked hearing it. I moved to the chair I had abandoned earlier and sat. Less because I wished to than because standing had begun to feel theatrical, and I was in no mood to perform my own crisis. Lord Ashford resumed his seat opposite me. The table between us suddenly looked absurdly small. Very well, I said. Since you prefer plain speech, begin plainly. He inclined his head once, he said. If an engagement is announced quickly, my visible concern for your household becomes natural. Calls, conversations, legal consultation, financial intervention, and the management of rumor all cease to appear irregular. That is the first advantage. Advantage. I repeat it. You have the soul of a solicitor. I hope not. Why? They are rarely liked. I had not expected him to answer in kind. The faint dryness of it caught me off guard. It did not make him charming. Lord Ashford would have found a way to be uncharming in paradise. But it made him less impossible. My mother, who was in no mood to appreciate this small development, said, You spoke of first advantage. What is the second? He turned to her at once. The pressure from Morton and Hale weakens if they believe Miss Vale's future is about to be secured by a house in a stronger position than their own. They need not be told details. They only need to suspect that pressing too rudely may close doors they would rather keep open. My mother absorbed that in silence. I said, So my engagement becomes a warning to creditors? In part, and to gossips, yes, and to any gentleman who thinks private papers may be turned into public leverage. A pause. Then, Wes. The steadiness of his answers infuriated me because it prevented me from dismissing him. There is comfort in rejecting an obviously foolish plan. There is no comfort in facing one that is both unpleasant and sound. I looked toward the escritoire and the packet. His eyes followed mine. Though he did not turn fully, he said, If matters are stabilized quickly, one may avoid opening it at all until there is time to do so safely. My mother's fingers tightened together. Yes. I turned back to him. You ask for an engagement without promising certainty. I ask for an engagement because certainty no longer exists. That landed too cleanly to answer at once. He continued, I will promise what is within my power. Protection of your household from immediate public pressure. Legal review through men I trust. No attempt to remove the packet from your possession without your consent. No public announcement until the essential terms are agreed between us. And no demand that Miss Vale present false sentiment before there is reason for it. The last sentence changed the air in the room. I had expected conditions about timing, propriety, appearance. I had not expected him to name performance so directly. My mother, too, seemed startled. She said, You are content, carefully, to proceed without insisting upon visible romance. He looked at her with the grave patience of a man explaining weather. Mrs. Vale, visible romance convinces nobody over the age of 16. I nearly smiled. Nearly, my mother did not. Society often prefers pretty lies. He said, Wes. But it prefers coherent lies. We need only provide coherence. I leaned back in my chair and regarded him. You make engagement sound like military positioning. In difficult circumstances, it often is. Do you improve everything by making it less enchanting? He said, No, only the important things. There was something profoundly annoying about a man who could say such things without irony and somehow make them sound reasonable. I folded my hands in my lap. Very well. You have spoken of what you offer. What do you expect in return? At that, his expression altered by a degree so slight another person might not have seen it. I had already begun to learn the language of his restraint. This meant care. He said, Honesty. I stared at him. That was not the answer I had anticipated. You may choose a more fashionable demand, I said. Beauty, obedience, silence, gratitude. Men have had success with all four. His gaze held mine. I have no use for gratitude offered under pressure. Beauty is visible without negotiation. Obedience is a poor foundation for any alliance meant to survive scrutiny. And silence is what produced this situation. A very dangerous thing happened then. I believed him. Worse, I believed that he believed himself. My mother said, You speak as though this engagement would be practical in structure. It must be. And what of the marriage to follow? The question struck harder than it should have. Marriage. Of course, marriage. Engagement is merely the polished edge of the blade. One is not publicly promised forever in order to linger indefinitely in possibility. If this began, it would move, swiftly, I suspected, swiftly enough to outrun gossip, swiftly enough to catch me before I could decide whether terror and clarity were always cousins. Lord Ashford answered without hesitation. If we proceed, I would prefer the engagement not be prolonged. I gave a short laugh. How comforting. It is not meant to comfort. Ah, no, I said. I had noticed. My mother rose and moved a few steps toward the mantel, more to think than from agitation. She looked older when viewed in profile, not weak. My mother would have considered weakness a form of vanity, but warned by realities she had never chosen. She said, "If this becomes known, slowly, some will assume my daughter has made an excellent match despite present difficulties. Others will assume the present difficulties explain the match." "Thee will," Lord Ashford said. "And you can bear that." For the first time since he entered, something like steel showed openly in him. Yes. No elaboration. No noble speech. Only yes. It should not have mattered. Yet it did. Because men of his rank often like generosity best when it costs them nothing visible. To accept malicious interpretation without flinching, that was something else. Pride of another sort, perhaps. But not a cheap sort. I said, "Let us speak of my family. If I enter such an arrangement, my mother and sister do not become inconvenient appendages to be tolerated in return for my silence." They would not. "I want more than that." He waited. "My mother must be secure," I said. "Genuinely secure, not dependent upon whims, nor left in a position where every expenditure feels like humiliation dressed in silk. My sister must have a proper season when the time comes, or what remains of one if gossip damages us before then. No whispers in your house that they are an encumbrance. No treating them as the price of me." I had not meant the last sentence to sound so raw. It did anyway. For one moment he said nothing. Not because he objected, I thought, but because he recognized the wound inside the demand. At length he said, "Those are reasonable conditions." I blinked. Reasonable. Yes. Only reasonable. A faint line appeared between his brows. "Would you prefer theatrical admiration?" "No." "Then we are agreed." I hated, quite sincerely, that part of me wanted to laugh. My mother turned from the mantel. "What form of security?" Lord Ashford answered her as though the matter had already occupied thought. "A settled income for Mrs. Vale, established formally. Arrangements for Miss Clara's presentation and wardrobe when appropriate. Existing debts of the household reviewed, and, where possible, absorbed or restructured without public spectacle." My mother looked at him with sharp attention. "Without public spectacle." "That is the aim," I said. "And what is the price hidden inside that elegant phrase?" He said, "No hidden price? There is always a price." Then call it this discretion while the matter is being untangled, and no action taken regarding the packet without my knowledge." Your knowledge?" I repeated. "Yes." "Not your permission." A pause. Then, "No, not my permission." That mattered more than I cared to show. I rose and crossed to the window, because sitting still had become impossible. Outside, a hansom moved through the square. A nursemaid shepherded 2 children past the railings. Ordinary life continued with offensive confidence. I pressed my fingertips lightly to the glass. Behind me, Lord Ashford said, "Miss Vale." I turned. "If you believe I seek control for its own sake, say so now." Such a question from such a man ought to have sounded absurd. Men like Lord Ashford were born into forms of control, so total they seldom needed to name them. Yet he asked it without defensiveness, almost as if the answer mattered. I said, "I believe you are accustomed to deciding quickly and being obeyed because you are often right." Something changed in his face. Not offense. Recognition, perhaps unwelcome, he said. That, after a moment, is fair. And dangerous. Yes, it is an unsettling thing when one warns a man about his power and he does not deny possessing it. My mother returned to her chair, though she remained perched at its edge rather than settled in it. She said, "If this arrangement is to be considered, I must know one more thing. Why my daughter?" The room went still. I looked at her sharply. She had asked the question I had refused to ask, perhaps because I feared the answer. Lord Ashford did not immediately reply. My mother continued, "You have spoken of practicality, timing, public coherence, and legal advantage. All of that may be true. Yet you are a man with rank, property, and every freedom to form another alliance if you wished. Why choose this one? I did not move. Even breathing seemed suddenly too loud. His gaze came to me, then away again, not evasive but careful. A man choosing which truth could be spoken without breaking more than it repaired. He said, "Because Miss Vale is not weak enough to be grateful for the wrong reasons, at last. Because she sees danger clearly. Because I would trust her silence more than the sweetness of many other women. Because the room has already begun to place our names together, and I would rather move toward that reality with intention than leave it in the hands of fools. And because—" He stopped. No one spoke. The unfinished sentence seemed to deepen the quiet. My mother asked, very softly, "Because—" He looked at me fully then. For one suspended moment I had the strange, disorienting sense that if he chose honesty now, the room itself might alter. Then he said, "Because I do not think Miss Vale would mistake truth for gallantry, and I have no wish to build anything on gallantry." It was not a declaration. It was, in its way, more dangerous than one. My face felt suddenly warm. I despised that. There was nothing in his words fit to make a woman blush like a girl in a circulating library. Yet I understood what lay beneath them. Respect. Not tenderness. Not yet. But respect edged with something harder to classify and therefore harder to resist. I said, "Because I needed the ground to feel firm again." "You speak of building, a practical term for a proposal," he said. "It is not yet a proposal. It is a negotiation. There is a great deal of romance in you after all." Something like a shadow of amusement passed through his eyes. "You will find it safer when absent." My mother closed her eyes for the briefest second, perhaps asking heaven for patience with both of us. Then she said, "If this goes forward, timing will matter." He said, "Wes, how soon?" His answer came without flourish. "Within days, not weeks." The words seemed to strike the room physically. Days. Not time enough for second thoughts to grow comfortable. Not time enough for London to invent a better story than ours. Not time enough, perhaps, for me to understand what I was agreeing to before the agreement began to acquire a life of its own. I said, "You waste no time." He looked at me. Time is already being wasted by others. That was true. Worse, it was useful. I moved back toward my chair but did not sit. "Let me understand you exactly," I said. "You propose a rapid engagement because scandal moves faster than dignity. You offer security for my mother and sister, visible support against creditors, and involvement strong enough to keep other hands away from the packet. In return, you ask honesty, discretion, and my willingness to stand beside a man half of London will assume I have trapped." His mouth changed by a fraction. "Not think half of London will assume that." The uncharitable half, then. London has no charitable half. I should not have enjoyed that. I did. I looked at my mother. She looked back at me with the terrible, helpless hope of someone watching a door close and another open before either has revealed what lies beyond. Then I looked again at Lord Ashford. He had not once told me to trust him. He had once asked for softness. He had not once pretended that what he offered was courtship in any ordinary sense. Strange that those omissions should weigh in his favor. "Very well," I said at last. "We are speaking seriously now. Then I will be serious also." Neither of them interrupted. "I require one more thing." His expression sharpened. "Name it aught. If I agree to continue this negotiation, I am not to be treated as an ornament attached to a useful story. I will know what concerns my future. I will be told as much truth as can be told without causing fresh harm. If I am expected to stand in danger with you, I will not do it blind." The silence that followed was brief but absolute. Then Lord Ashford rose. He did not move toward me immediately. He only stood, grave and still, as though recognizing the shape of the moment before entering it. He said, "That who's a just condition," and for the first time, since this began, I felt that we had stepped out of mere desperation and into something even more perilous. Terms. Real ones. The kind from which lives are made or broken. By the following afternoon, my life had acquired the peculiar quality of a play whose ending the audience seems to know, before the heroine has finished reading the second act. Nothing was formally announced. That, I discovered, did not prevent London from arranging itself into expectation with astonishing speed. Lord Ashford sent a note at 10 of the clock, brief enough to suggest urgency and controlled enough to suggest nothing else. Miss Vale, if you remain willing. My aunt Lady Westmore will call at 1. My solicitor will come at 2. I think it best that the first outward movement proceed through family rather than rumor. Ashford. No protestation. No charm. No flowers. Not even the polite lie that he hoped I had slept well. I ought to have been offended. Instead, I found his restraint more unsettling than flourish would have been. A man who chooses economy over performance usually either feels nothing or means far more than he says. I had not yet decided which kind Lord Ashford was, and that uncertainty had begun to occupy too much of my thought. My mother read the note, then handed it back to me without comment. My sister, who had become entirely too interested in every closed door in the house, said, "If his aunt is coming, that means it is real." "It means his aunt is coming," I replied. Clara folded her arms. "You always answer as though words have no meaning beyond themselves." "They often do not," I said. My mother looked up from the tea table. "That is a defense, Eleanor." "Not a philosophy." I gave her a look intended to suggest that mothers who expose their daughters so precisely ought to be prohibited by law. She did not appear impressed. At 1 of the clock, Lady Westmore arrived in a dark green carriage with discreet panels and excellent springs, which told me at once that she was the kind of woman who preferred comfort to pageantry, and possessed enough rank that no one dared mistake the preference for economy. She entered the morning room with a rustle of silk and a gaze that missed absolutely nothing. She was perhaps in her late 50s, handsome in the way certain intelligent women become when youth has ceased to matter and expression has replaced prettiness altogether. Her eyes were very like Lord Ashford's, though warmer at first glance and possibly more dangerous at second. "Mrs. Vale. Miss Vale. Miss Clara." She bowed to each of us in turn, then sat only when invited. Julian asked me to call before men and papers begin making a nuisance of themselves. It was so precisely unlike any lady's opening I had expected that my opinion of her improved at once. My mother said carefully, "You are kind to come." "No," Lady Westmore replied. "Only practical. Kindness arrives later if deserved." Clara nearly choked on her tea. I lowered my eyes to hide the smile threatening treason. Lady Westmore turned to me. "My nephew informs me that you prefer honesty to embroidery. Ah. My preference is sometimes ignored," she said. "That is the fate of women in most drawing-rooms. We must gather our pleasures where we can. There was no point pretending ignorance with a woman like that. She would only despise the attempt. "You know what Lord Ashford proposes?" I asked. "I know what he intends to try, yes." "And you approve?" She lifted one shoulder the smallest degree. "A proval is too decorative a word. I understand it." My mother asked, "Then you do not consider it unwise?" Lady Westmore looked at her for a moment, not coldly but with great exactness. "I consider the current circumstances already unwise. The question before us is whether they may now be made survivable." There are people who soothe. Lady Westmore was plainly not one of them. Oddly enough, I found the absence of soothing restful. She accepted tea, declined cakes, and said very little for the next quarter hour that might have been taken for ordinary conversation by an eavesdropper. She asked after my mother's health, Clara's music, my late father's library, the season's crush, the inferiority of current milliners, and whether Lady Darnley had yet learned that speaking softly over a fan does not make a remark private. The last of these nearly made me laugh aloud. Only once the servant had withdrawn and the door settled fully shut did she place her cup aside and say, "Julian does not move quickly when indifference would serve him better." The statement landed in the room like a carefully placed chess piece. My mother said nothing. I said, "That may be meant as a recommendation. It sounds rather like a diagnosis." Lady Westmore's mouth changed by a fraction. "It may be both." She leaned back in her chair. He has his father's name and none of his father's appetite for carelessness. That distinction matters to me, and it ought to matter to you. I had already gathered that his father's appetites have become our common inconvenience. Ah, she said. Yes. And I do not enjoy common inconveniences. Ah, she looked directly at me then, and I had the distinct impression that I was being weighed not for pretness, not even for propriety, but for spine, she said. He will not flatter you into consent. He may, however, a present necessity so cleanly that refusal begins to look like vanity. Be on guard against that. I stared at her. It is very disconcerting to receive warning about a man from his own aunt in language that makes one trust him more rather than less. You advise me to distrust him, I said. I advise you to understand him, Lady Westmore replied. Distrust follows naturally where required. At 2 o'clock the solicitor arrived. His name was Mr. Fenwick, and he had the air of a man who had been born already 38, with respectable whiskers and a conscience arranged in neat legal columns. He spoke with careful clarity, produced no unnecessary rustling, and placed before my mother a draft outline of settlements, so precise that even I, who had no great love for paper unless it contained something genuinely destructive, felt the first unwelcome stirring of relief. A settled income for my mother. Funds secured for Clara's future presentation and portion. Household debts to be reviewed discreetly and consolidated where possible. No removal from our present house until alternative arrangements were made with dignity and forewarning. No public description of any family embarrassment in the course of restructuring. I read each line twice. Then a third time. Mr. Fenwick watched me over folded hands and said, If any provision appears insufficiently exact, Miss Vale, I should be grateful to amend it, but it was the first time in my life a man in legal black had sounded grateful for a woman's scrutiny. I looked up. This clause, I said, touching the line concerning my mother's income. The wording allows for revision in the event of altered household structure. Lord Ashford, who had entered shortly before Mr. Fenwick and remained standing near the fireplace as though unwilling to crowd the table, said, You prefer it fixed beyond dispute. Yes. He crossed to the table, bent slightly to see the page, and said to Fenwick, Strike the flexibility. Make it fixed. Mr. Fenwick took up his pencil at once. I do not know what I had expected. Argument, perhaps, or the wary masculine explanation that finances must remain elastic, 'cause life itself is uncertain. Instead, the change was made in under 10 seconds. I looked at Lord Ashford. He seemed unaware that he had done anything remarkable. That, I thought, may be his most disarming habit of all. When the papers were at last collected and Mr. Fenwick had withdrawn to prepare a fair draft, Lady Westmore rose and said, Then I believe we have advanced from scandal toward logistics. London will be disappointed. Clara, who had been exiled to the far side of the room for the legal portion and had obeyed only in body, said, Will people know soon? Lady Westmore looked at her with surprising gentleness. My dear, people already know soon. After she departed, silence lingered. My mother took up the draft once more as if to assure herself the words remained on the page. Clara, at last dismissed, kissed my cheek and whispered, He is very grave, but I begin to think that may be useful. Before slipping out, I was left alone with Lord Ashford. That fact altered the room immediately. He did not advance. He did not attempt intimacy merely because privacy offered it. He remained where he was, one hand resting lightly on the mantel, his face grave in the afternoon light. He said, You read the terms with appropriate suspicion. I was not aware suspicion could ever be inappropriate. In some people it becomes decorative, and in me, functional. I ought not to have liked that answer. I did. I moved to the table and touched the draft with one finger. You expected me to object to more. I expected you to object where objection was needed. That is not the same thing, he said. Nope. It is better. The words might almost have been praise. In another man I should have dismissed them as strategy. In him, precisely because he seemed incapable of sweetening his own meaning, they landed more deeply than they ought. He said, If you are willing, it would be useful for us to be seen tomorrow. I looked up sharply. Useful, da. Yes. There are mornings when I think you were weaned on that word. If so, it has sustained me well. A laugh nearly escaped me before I could stop it. He saw it, too. Not the sound, perhaps, but the movement at the edge of my mouth. Something in his expression eased by degree. "We're?" I asked. "Hyde Park in the late afternoon. Lady Westmore will accompany us for the first half hour. After that, I will see you home." The plan was so proper that refusing it would have been almost theatrical. Yet agreeing made everything feel perilously near the surface. "Very well," I said. The next day London received us exactly as London receives anything half expected and wholly delicious with intense attention disguised as boredom. Lady Westmere accompanied us in her open carriage along the fashionable drive, spoke of weather and parliamentary stupidity with equal impatience, and after 20 minutes declared that she had an errand too dull to inflict upon youth. This, I gathered, was the family version of privacy. Once she was gone, Lord Ashford and I continued at a measured pace beneath a sky the color of pale tin. Carriages rolled past in both directions. Riders nodded. Ladies looked through quizzing glasses. Men turned their heads and then remembered themselves too late. No one openly stared, which is to say everyone did. "It appears," I said, keeping my gaze on the line of chestnut trees ahead, "that coherence has begun." Yes, you do not seem gratified. I did not seek gratification. No, only effect. He glanced at me. You dislike me most when I sound correct? I dislike you often. That has at least the comfort of consistency. There it was again. That dry undercurrent I had not expected and now found increasingly difficult to ignore. A phaeton passed containing Lady Darnley and 2 daughters decorative enough to deserve better guidance. Lady Darnley inclined her head to me with a warmth at least 3 degrees too large to be sincere, then smiled at Lord Ashford with the bright curiosity of a woman who intends to know everything by dinner. "You see," I murmured, "we shall be engaged in 6 houses by evening. Only 6. Do not mock my modesty." "I would not dare." I turned to him then. "You do dare a great many things, my lord." "Only the necessary ones. That is what ambitious men always say." He did not answer at once. For a moment I thought I had pushed too near some hidden edge. Then he said, "Perhaps," though ambition is rarely improved by inheriting other men's damage. The quietness of that sentence checked every lighter reply I had prepared. I looked away again. "No," I said after a moment. "I suppose not." We had nearly reached the end of the drive, when a servant from a passing barouche leaned down to hand me a small wrapped parcel from my modist, who had apparently thought the public road an acceptable site for commerce provided the client looked respectable enough. I took it in surprise. Lord Ashford glanced at the package and said, "Allow me. It is paper, not artillery. It is still awkward in open carriage. I can manage awkwardness." I do not doubt it. Yet he held out his hand. I gave him the parcel because continuing to argue over hat ribbons in Hyde Park would have improved Lady Darnley's week too much. A minute later, perhaps out of instinct more than thought, he also reached toward the reticule lying beside me. I put my hand over it at once. "No." He paused. "Not offended, merely still," he said. "It is heavy. It is mine." For one brief second I saw comprehension move through him, not of the reticule itself, but of what lay beneath the refusal. A woman in my position may surrender many things without ceremony. One grows protective of the smaller objects because they remain blessedly, indisputably one's own. He withdrew his hand at once. "Of course." The simplicity of it shamed me more than argument would have done. Most men, I think, would have laughed, insisted, or made a tenderness of my resistance. He did none of those. He merely accepted the line and did not cross it again. By the time he delivered me home, 3 separate ladies had called within the hour, each, under a different pretext, and with the identical expression of polite hunger. One wished to return a music book to Clara. One desired my mother's recipe for quince preserves despite having once announced in my presence that preserves were middle class. One simply happened to be passing and remembered, suddenly, that she had meant to ask whether we preferred Bath to Tunbridge Wells in autumn. I met them all with my best face. Lord Ashford remained for exactly 13 minutes, spoke mostly to my mother, did not once take liberties with tone or posture, and left before the calls became impossible to distinguish from a siege. When the last lady had gone, and the front door closed behind her, I went into the morning room and found him there still, standing beside the window, as though he had been waiting not for privacy, but for quiet. "The city moves quickly," I said. He turned. "Wes, you have exposed yourself to a great deal of speculation, Da." "So have you." I had fewer alternatives. His expression altered, very slightly. "Enough?" he said. "Miss Vale, do not mistake this for generosity. I know exactly what I have asked of you." I should have thanked him for that. Instead I said, "Then do not mistake my agreement for gratitude." A strange stillness entered his face. He said, "I do not. I will not play the rescued woman. No, I will not look at you as though you descended from heaven carrying settlements in one hand and salvation in the other." At that, to my astonishment, something close to actual amusement touched his eyes. He said, "That would be a profound mischaracterization." I stared at him. Then, against all propriety, intention, and sensible resistance, I laughed, only once. Only briefly. But it was enough to change the air between us. He did not move toward me. He did not claim the moment. He simply watched me as if the sound had told him something important. And perhaps it had. For the first time since this absurd, dangerous arrangement began, I understood that Lord Ashford did not want adoration from me. He wanted something harder, an equal witness. And the truly unsettling part was that he had begun to understand exactly what I would never become for him. Not grateful, not dependent, not easy. An engagement, once set in motion, appears to generate objects at an alarming rate. Calls? Lists. Fabrics. Invitations. Opinions. A woman may consent to one gentleman and find herself immediately besieged by 37 other matters, most of them involving ribbon and all of them presented as if civilization itself would collapse should she choose the wrong shade of blue. By the end of the week, my life had become a procession of agreeable imprisonments. The engagement was not yet announced in the dramatic fashion circulating libraries prefer, with tears, astonishment, and a roomful of relations clutching scented handkerchiefs. It arrived instead through the respectable machinery of society. Lady Westmore called where she ought. My mother received notes she was meant to receive. Lord Ashford's name began appearing beside mine with increasing confidence in the conversations of people who pretended not to have noticed how often he had already been seen at our door. By Friday, the thing had become inevitable enough to be spoken of as nearly done. Which is to say, London had married us twice, criticized the match 3 times, and decided my gowns needed improvement before noon. My modesty, Madame Vautrin, received the news with tears of professional delight and the immediate conviction that my entire wardrobe had until now been an offense against opportunity. Engaged, she cried, pressing one hand to her formidable bosom while the other seized a length of dove, grey silk, as if it were evidence in a case. To Lord Ashford. "Mon Dieu, mademoiselle, you have kept secrets from me." "I assure you," I said, standing on her fitting platform, while pins flashed around my person like weapons in a well-run war. "The secrecy was not designed to wound you." She ignored this. "Your sleeves must be altered, your evening bodices improved. The line here is too innocent. Not childish, no, never childish, but innocent in a way that suggests you have no title in view. Now you do." This was the sort of logic that only fashion can utter with a straight face. My mother, seated nearby with the strained patience of a woman determined not to faint in French, said, "Madam, we wish for elegance, not display." Madame Vautrin looked personally injured by the distinction. "Madame, elegance is display with education." At that moment the bell above the outer shop door sounded, followed by a murmur, a pause, and the unmistakable shift in tone that occurs whenever someone wealthy enough to disrupt ordinary behavior enters a room. Madame's assistant appeared at the curtain and whispered something. Madame Vautrin's face altered at once into the expression of one greeting either a duke or the resurrection. She vanished. My mother looked at me. I looked back, she said. Surely not. Under her breath. A moment later the curtain opened again, and Lord Ashford entered the fitting room with precisely the same grave composure he might have worn while walking into Parliament, a funeral, or a battlefield. It was almost insulting how little the setting disturbed him. One would think gentlemen grew up stepping over discarded silk and half-dressed terror. Lord Ashford, my mother said. He bowed to her. Then to me. His gaze took in the platform, the draped fabric, the pins, and the expression on my face, which I have no doubt suggested that murder might briefly become fashionable. He said, I beg your pardon. I was informed the fitting would conclude within minutes. Madame Vautrin appears to have a looser relationship with time. She has a passionate relationship with torment. I replied. Something flickered in his eyes, not a smile. Lord Ashford did not smile as lesser men do, by moving too many features at once. With him, humor appeared in small, controlled lights, as if even amusement preferred discipline in his company. He said, I have brought papers for Mrs. Vale to review, and a note from Fenwick concerning the settlements. My mother rose at once, grateful, I think, for a practical reason to leave the room. Then I shall look at them in the front parlor. Madame Vautrin returned at that exact moment, saw Lord Ashford standing beside a wall of silk, and nearly curtsied herself into collapse. My lord, she breathed. He said, Madame. It with such calm that I began to suspect no absurdity in life could surprise him for more than half a second. Madame turned on me with professional ecstasy. Mademoiselle, if his lordship is present, we may settle the silver trimming question immediately. I said, Surely his lordship has no wish to be consulted regarding silver trimming. Lord Ashford said, If the matter has become strategic, I should be honored. Madame took this for wit and adored him on sight. My mother, traitorously, said she would leave us to it and departed with the papers. I was abandoned to fashion and aristocracy at once, which I would not recommend to any woman without strong nerves and excellent balance. Madame held up 2 lengths of trimming. She said, This for distinction, lifting one, she said, This for softness, lifting the other. Which does my lord prefer? I prefer, I said before he could answer, that gentlemen be spared responsibility for surfaces they do not understand. He looked at the fabric anyway. He said, The second. Madame clasped it to her heart. Exactly. I stared at him. You guessed, you cannot possibly know. No, he agreed, but I know what the first would suggest in a crowded room, and I suspect you would dislike the effect. That checked me. I looked at the 2 trimmings. The first was brighter, colder, more dazzling. The second quieter, finer, less eager to announce itself. He was right. I disliked that he was right while I stood trapped on a platform in my stockings. Madame went on pinning with renewed energy. Lord Ashford remained near the door, not intruding, not pretending absence, simply there in a way that made the whole ridiculous scene feel oddly steadier. He did not offer opinions unless asked. He did not make conversation merely because silence existed, and yet his presence altered everything. Madame worked faster. Her assistants ceased fluttering. Even my irritation acquired better posture. When at last the fitting ended and I stepped down, Madame retired to calculate costs with the expression of a woman converting romance into invoices. My mother had not yet returned. Lord Ashford waited in the outer room beside the bolts of fabric, one gloved hand resting lightly on the back of a chair. I did not expect to find you in a dressmaker's rooms, I said. I did not expect to be in one. And yet you endured it with extraordinary fortitude. I have survived colder places. How comforting for the silk. That almost light came back to his eyes. He said, You are displeased. Only with the general conspiracy of events. Not with me. I adjusted a glove finger that did not need adjusting. You assume a good deal. I inferred, There is very little difference. There is when one hopes to avoid offense. The answer was so dry that I looked at him properly. You hope to avoid offense. Yes. Then today has not entirely succeeded. He inclined his head. No, but it may yet improve. My mother reappeared then. and we left together, stepping into the bright light of afternoon where Lord Ashford's carriage waited at the curb. A lady passing in her own carriage very nearly twisted her neck observing us. I recognized her instantly as a friend of Lady Darnley's, and took a grim sort of satisfaction in being able to ruin her composure before luncheon. Lord Ashford handed my mother in first, then me. The movement was exact, restrained, and so entirely proper that it irritated me more than flirtation would have done. A woman cannot object to respect without seeming unwell. The carriage set off toward Bond Street, and then westward through streets glossy from an earlier rain. For the first few minutes my mother occupied herself with Fenwick's papers, and I pretended equal absorption in the passing shops. Lord Ashford said little. It is remarkable how much space silence can take when occupied by someone whose attention one feels even in its absence. At length my mother, who had a talent for seeing when two people needed room and resenting them for it only afterward, said she must stop at a stationer's to answer 3 notes and 1 insult disguised as felicitation. Lord Ashford handed her down before the shop and asked whether she wished the carriage to wait. She said, "No," looking from him to me with the expression of a woman surrendering her daughter not to romance, but to negotiations. "I shall be some time. Eleanor will be safe with you, I trust." "You need not make it sound experimental," I murmured. My mother ignored me and disappeared into the stationer's. Lord Ashford resumed his seat opposite mine. The carriage rolled on. There are few arrangements in life more intimate than a closed carriage, and a silence neither person is willing to waste on triviality. At last he said, "Madame Vautrin was correct about the second trimming." I looked at him in disbelief. "You begin there. It seemed less likely to provoke you than the settlements." "Thin. You are learning." Slowly, rain tracked faint silver lines down the window glass. Outside, London moved in blurred shape and polished wheels. Inside, the air held the clean scent of wool, leather, and the faintest trace of starch from his cuffs. "You have acquired a reputation among ladies," I said. "That sounds ominous." "It is. Madame Vautrin believes you possess taste, Daw." "I am sorry to hear it." I nearly smiled. "You should be. It means she may expect opinions again. I shall withdraw from society entirely." "It would be too late. She would find you." The carriage turned. He steadied the parcel of papers beside him with one hand. He said, "You have had 3 calls this morning." 4. "Bah! From whom?" "Lady Darnley, Mrs. Fenton, Mrs. Bell, and a woman I am almost certain exists only to carry tidings between drawing rooms under Christian cover." "I see." "No, you do not. You have never been a woman seated on a sofa while another woman asks whether you favor orange blossoms for sentimental reasons, or because they suit your complexion and means the entire question as an inquiry into whether your engagement is genuine." He watched me for a moment. "Did you answer her?" "Yes." "How?" I said I favored flowers that survived handling. That unmistakable, almost amusement touched his eyes again. "He will remember that." "Good." The carriage slowed as we entered the square near my aunt's house, where we were expected later for an early dinner. My aunt had not been told every detail, only enough to understand that Lord Ashford's attentions were not accidental, and that civility would now be rewarded by relevance. She had responded with suspicious warmth and an invitation too prompt to refuse. I disliked going, which was exactly why I went. Social life, I have found, is often the art of placing oneself where one least wishes to be in order to prevent worse places from opening. My aunt's house was all polished mahogany and inherited certainty. The dining room gleamed with silver. My cousin Arabella wore peach silk and an expression of such refined curiosity that I knew she had already questioned 2 servants and failed to obtain satisfaction. My aunt kissed my cheek, welcomed Lord Ashford as though she had always considered him practically family, and nearly wept with pleasure at her own talent for adaptation. Dinner began tolerably. That should have warned me. Tolerable dinners are like quiet ponds. One ought always to suspect depth. My aunt, determined to appear both delighted and discreet, spoke too often of weather and not nearly enough of anything else. Arabella asked Lord Ashford whether he hunted. My uncle asked after tenants' grain and the inferiority of current ministers. I answered what I was required to answer and avoided looking too often at the man seated across from me beneath the candlelight, whose face, in that warm shifting glow, appeared less severe than usual and therefore more dangerous. It was during the fish course that the insult arrived. Not loudly, not crudely. Society almost never wounds in ways that can be named at once. It wounds elegantly, so that the injured party must either bleed in silence or look vulgar pointing out the knife. Mrs. Fairchild, a neighbor of my aunt's who had been invited, no doubt, because my aunt overestimates both loyalty and digestion, set down her fork and said to no one in particular, "One does hear the most extraordinary stories during a season. Fortunes vanish, alliances blossom, and somehow the timing always appears so poetic." The table went very still. Arabella looked at her plate. My aunt turned pale with anger and gratification combined, as hostesses often do when scandal visits but chooses the wrong door. My uncle cleared his throat in the helpless manner of men who dislike female aggression chiefly, because it leaves them no heroic role. I could have answered. Indeed, I felt the answer rise in me at once, something bright, sharp, and likely to please everyone except the people whose good opinion mattered least. But before I spoke, Lord Ashford set down his wine-glass with a soft click and said, in the most level tone imaginable, "Wes, poetry is often blamed when calculation has done all the work." Mrs. Fairchild blinked. He continued, still calmly, still almost courteous. "Fortunately, some of us know the difference." Nothing in his voice was raised. Nothing in his face was altered. And yet the rebuke was so clean, so public, and so impossible to misread that color climbed at once into Mrs. Fairchild's cheeks. She said, "I meant no offense." He replied, "No. You only approached it with confidence." There are moments when justice arrives so unexpectedly that one's first instinct is not gratitude but astonishment. My aunt made a small choking sound and converted it into a demand for more sauce. Arabella stared into her wine. My uncle became fascinated by the soul. Mrs. Fairchild said nothing further for the remainder of dinner. I ought to have felt triumphant. Instead, I felt something more disorienting. Seen, not rescued. I would not grant the word. But seen in the exact shape of the injury and answered before I was forced either to parry it or endure it. There is an intimacy in that, too, though I had not known it until then. When the ladies withdrew, my aunt caught my arm before the others reached the drawing-room. "My dear," she whispered, eyes bright with alarm and excitement, "he is either deeply serious or extremely dangerous. I am aware those are not mutually exclusive." She looked almost proud. "You are improving." The drawing-room filled with the rustle and scent of women resuming separate warfare. Tea appeared. Arabella attempted music. Mrs. Fairchild discovered a headache severe enough to require departure before the gentlemen joined us. I wished her a gentle recovery with all the warmth of a closed window. When the gentlemen entered half an hour later, Lord Ashford came not to my side but to my aunt first, bowed, endured 2 minutes of familial gratitude disguised as common civility, and only then crossed to where I stood near the mantel. He did not speak immediately. Neither did I. The fire made gold of one edge of his coat. Candlelight moved across the planes of his face and softened nothing essential. At last I said, "You silenced her very thoroughly." "She required it, Ba. You did not need to involve yourself." He said, "Wes." "I did." There was no emphasis in it. That was what unsettled me. I looked at him more closely, because we are meant to look coherent. His gaze held mine. Partly. There was that word again. Partly. It had begun to acquire a life of its own between us, like a door neither of us had yet agreed to open fully. I lowered my voice. "You dislike unfinished answers." "Yes, and yet you keep giving them, only where finished ones would do more harm. To whom?" A pause. Then, quietly, potentially to both of us. The room around us blurred at the edges. Not literally, of course. I am not a foolish heroine in a sentimental novel. Yet it felt for a moment as though the conversation had narrowed to a point too fine for anyone else to hear. I said, "Mrs. Fairchild is not dangerous, Da." "No." Then why answer her as if she mattered? Something changed in his face then. Not softness. Something rarer in him than softness, perhaps candor without armor. He said, "Because I knew precisely what she intended, and because I did not wish you to stand alone beneath it." The words reached me before I was ready for them. I ought to have answered with wit, with caution, with some elegant phrase that restored distance and kept the room inside its proper lines. Instead, I said nothing at all. His voice was lower when he spoke again. "Miss Vale." I looked up. He said, "If this arrangement gives you nothing else, let it at least spare you from that sort of thing where I can." There it was again, not gallantry, not performance, not even tenderness in any form society would recognize. Something harder, something chosen. I became aware all at once of how quiet he stood, how careful he always was not to crowd a space, how exact with every boundary I had marked, how quick to accept refusal without punishing it. I thought of the reticule in the carriage, of the clause he had changed without argument, of Madame Vautrin's trimming, of the dinner table just now, and the almost frightening precision with which he had cut through another person's malice on my behalf. A very dangerous thought entered my mind. This is not only duty for him. I did not know what else it was. Respect, certainly. Regard of some severe kind. Perhaps the beginning of attachment. Perhaps merely guilt become gentler in use. But it was not nothing, and it was not solely convenience. That knowledge made him at once less safe and less easy to resist. My aunt called my name from across the room, demanding that I admire some monstrous arrangement of wax flowers a cousin had sent from Bath. I was absurdly grateful for the interruption. "Must go," I said. "Yes." Still he did not move. Neither did I, then, 'cause standing there had become impossible. I inclined my head and crossed the room toward my aunt and her wax garden of horrors. I could feel, though he gave no sign of it, that his attention followed me only long enough to assure itself I had gone willingly and untroubled. No man should have that effect on my thoughts merely by knowing when not to reach. And yet by the time I left my aunt's house that evening, one fact had settled with uncomfortable clarity. The bargain between us was still practical, but Lord Ashford no longer felt practical to me at all. The rumor arrived on a Sunday afternoon, which was typical of society and its conscience. People like to sin decorously. They prefer their malice well dressed and, if possible, delivered between church and supper. I was in the small morning room with my mother and Clara, pretending to read a volume of sermons I had opened chiefly because no one can object to a woman appearing virtuous while privately wishing half of London would choke on its own civility. Rain pressed softly against the windows. The coals burned low. The house had the false hush of a day that wants to look peaceful. Then the card tray came in. Not with a visitor, with a note. The footman handed it to my mother, who broke the seal, read 3 lines, and went so still that the room itself seemed to draw breath. "What is it?" I asked. She handed me the paper without a word. It was from Lady Westmere. "You must not delay another day. A version of events has begun to circulate that joins debt, private correspondence, and Ashford's name in a form ugly enough to grow teeth by evening. Julian is with Fenwick now. He will come within the hour. Do not receive others. Burn this note." I read it twice. Then once more, because the shape of the sentence felt too clean for panic and too grave for exaggeration. Clara rose at once. "What has happened? Nothing finished," I said. That was true. It was also a lie of the most useless sort. My mother took back the note and fed it to the fire with a steadier hand than I could have managed. We watched the paper blacken, curl, and vanish into red edges. Clara looked from one of us to the other. "I am no longer a child." "No," my mother said softly. "Which is why you must do exactly as I ask now. Go upstairs. Receive no one. Speak to no servant beyond your maid. And if any card is brought in, you are not to read the name." Clara's chin lifted. "This is serious." "Yes?" My sister looked at me then, and because she loved me better than she loved dramatics, she did not press further. She crossed the room, kissed my cheek, and then my mother's, and left without another word. And when the door closed behind her, my mother sat down very slowly. I remained standing. Private correspondence, I said at last. So the room has begun to guess. My mother folded her hands too tightly in her lap. Not guess, smell blood. The hour that followed was one of the longest I have ever endured. No fresh note came. No caller was admitted. Twice the bell rang, and twice the butler returned to say that ladies who had been passing had been informed that my mother suffered from a headache severe enough to forbid company. I blessed the invention of female illness then as I never had before. It may be the only defense society truly respects. At length wheels sounded in the square below, stopped, and the front door opened. Lord Ashford came in with Fenwick. One glance at their faces told me Lady Westmore had not dramatized the matter. Fenwick looked professionally grave, which in a solicitor means that disaster has stopped being theoretical. Lord Ashford looked exactly as he always did at first sight, controlled, spare, upright, but the control had narrowed into something harder. Not panic, purpose sharpened by anger, perhaps. Not at us, at circumstance, at the people using it, at the dead, even. I was beginning to learn how many different forms severity could take in him. My mother received them in the drawing-room. I remained by the hearth because if I sat, I feared my hands might reveal more than I wanted shown. Fenwick bowed. Mrs. Vale. Miss Vale. Lord Ashford's gaze found mine only briefly before moving away again. It was enough to tell me one thing: matters were now beyond careful delay. Fenwick took a folded sheet from his case. I regret the haste, but a report has reached us from two separate sources. A gentleman at White's repeated this morning that Miss Vale's late father held letters connected with the late Lord Ashford, and that the present attachment between Miss Vale and Lord Ashford is intended to quiet possible embarrassment. My mother closed her eyes. I said, "Attachment, how poetic." No one answered. Fenwick continued, "At present it is rumor only. But because it links three things the public finds irresistible: money, secrecy, and a woman, it is likely to spread quickly." I looked at Lord Ashford. Who spoke first? He said, "A man named Halston repeated at White's. Whether he invented it or purchased it, I do not yet know." His voice was calm. Too calm. "Purchased it," I repeated. "You think someone is feeding this?" "Yes." "And the packet." His jaw tightened. "No proof yet? But the phrasing is too near the truth to be random." A coldness moved through me that had nothing to do with the rain. My mother said, "Then the house is no longer merely watched. It is targeted." "Wes," Lord Ashford said. There was that word again. Clean, merciless, useful. Fenwick laid the paper aside. "If there is to be an engagement, it must now be made public at once or superseded by something stronger." I knew what he meant before he said it. So did my mother. Marriage. The word did not need speaking to enter the room. My mother looked from Fenwick to Lord Ashford, and then to me. "How soon?" Fenwick glanced once toward Lord Ashford, who answered himself. "As soon as a special license can be obtained." My breath caught. Not because I had not foreseen it, because I had, and still the certainty struck harder than prediction. "That means days," my mother said. He replied, "It means less than a week if all proceeds cleanly." I said, "And if it does not proceed cleanly?" Lord Ashford looked directly at me. "Then we lose ground every hour, Bah." Silence followed. The rain pressed more firmly at the windows. Somewhere in the house, a servant shut a door softly. Ordinary sounds. Ordinary afternoon. Entire future shifting inside them. My mother rose. "I will leave you for a moment." I turned sharply. "Mother." She came to me, touched my cheek with fingers cooler than my own, and said very quietly, "No one can answer for you now but yourself." Then she left the room with Fenwick, not in retreat, but with the terrible dignity of a woman who knows that the next choice belongs to her daughter and that all maternal instinct must now stand back and ache. I was left alone with Lord Ashford. He did not speak at once. He stood near the opposite side of the hearth, hands clasped lightly behind his back, allowing silence to settle not as pressure but as space. That, I think, was one of the first things that made him dangerous to me. He did not crowd a moment merely because it frightened him. At last I said, "This is no longer an engagement. No. A week ago we were strangers. Yes. And now I am asked whether I will marry you before London can sharpen a lie into something useful. He did not say yes at once. He said, "You are asked whether you will do what gives you the strongest shield against what has already begun." I laughed once, though there was no mirth in it. "You improve nothing by making it sound like warfare," he said. "No, only clearer." I went to the window and looked out into the wet gray square. A nursemaid hurried a child under an umbrella too small for Bath. 2 gentlemen passed on foot, collars up, shoulders bent against the rain. The world went on. It always does. That, I have found, is one of its more offensive habits. Behind me, he said, "Miss Vale." I turned. He said, "If you refuse, I will not punish the refusal. I will still act where I can. I will still attempt to contain what is moving through town. But I will do it with weaker authority, and I cannot promise the result will hold." There it was. Caution, not sentiment. Only truth laid bare enough that I could not pretend not to see it. I crossed back toward the hearth, and if I agree, his expression changed by the smallest degree. Not relief. Something more solemn than that. He said, "If you agree, I will obtain the license at once. The settlements will be executed before the ceremony. Your mother's income will be fixed beyond challenge. Your sister's future provided for. The packet will remain in your possession unless and until you choose otherwise. And I will not ask you to perform tenderness you do not feel." I held his gaze. "You have prepared that answer?" "Yes." "Did you always expect it would come to this?" A pause. Then, "No, but once the rumor took this form, I expected delay would become dangerous." I said, "That is not what I asked." For the first time that afternoon, something in his face opened a little and then steadied again. He said, "No," quietly. I did not always expect it. I began to fear it. That answer did more damage than a prettier one might have done. Because it was honest. Because it held no triumph. Because fear, spoken that plainly by a man like Lord Ashford, felt nearer to confession than anything else he had yet offered. I looked down at the fire. "I do not know you," he said. "Not enough." No, a coal shifted. Light moved across the brass fender. I said, "Marriage is not an arrangement one enters because gossip becomes inconvenient." "No." "Or because men at White's require correction." "No." "Or because my father made a wreckage at me to sort it in silk gloves." "No." Each answer came steady, without impatience. I lifted my eyes to his again. "Then why stand here asking it of me?" For a moment he said nothing. Then he came one step nearer, no more than that, and still at a distance wholly proper, and answered with a candor that struck harder for being so controlled. "Because the danger is real. Because your position is worse than anything you have been allowed to say aloud. Because I can protect you more completely as your husband than as a man standing outside your door. Because I would rather bind myself than leave you exposed to what has already begun. And because if I asked less now, knowing what I know, I would think poorly of myself afterward." My throat tightened, not from tenderness, from recognition. I knew pride when I heard it. I knew conscience. I knew a man trying to speak without disguising motive in flattery. It did not make him safe. It made him harder to dismiss. I said, "You speak always of protection, Bob." "Yes." "You never speak of affection." His gaze did not leave mine. "No." "Why?" A longer pause. "Then because affection, if it comes, should not be used as bait." I stood perfectly still. There are sentences that alter the air around them. That was one. Not because it was romantic. It was not. It was too austere for romance. Too exact. But it told me more about him than any softer assurance might have done. He would not lie to win ease. He would not decorate necessity to make it easier to swallow. He would offer what he could stand behind and no more. I distrusted how much I valued that. He said, more quietly, "I know what I ask." "Do you?" "Yes." "What do you think it costs me?" His answer came at once. "Choice. Time. Ease. Illusion. The right to move slowly. The right to be uncertain in private before becoming certain in public. The possibility of marrying for simpler reasons." My breath caught so sharply I almost turned away. He knew. Or enough of it to be dangerous. "I have not given you reason," I said, "to believe I value simplicity." He replied, "No, only truth." Ah, the room went very still. And then, because the moment had already gone beyond any point where false delicacy could rescue it, I asked the only thing left that mattered. If I marry you this week, I said, will you ever use my dependence against me? Something changed in his face then. Not offense. Something deeper and colder, as though the question had cut precisely where it should. No, Ba. That is a small word for a large promise. It is the only honest size for it. I studied him. He held my gaze without demanding that I accept what he said merely because he had said it. Then say more. A beat of silence. Then he said, if you marry me, your dependence will be a condition of the law, not of my desire. I cannot mend the first at once. I can refuse the second. The words seemed to strike somewhere beneath thought, because they were exact, because they were severe, because no man had ever spoken to me as though the injustice lay not in my sensitivity to it, but in the structure itself. I looked away first, not from defeat, from the sheer effort of continuing to stand inside so much honesty without letting it show what it did to me. When I spoke again, my voice was steady enough to pass. And the truth you still withhold. He did not pretend not to understand. He said, it is not withheld to weaken you. It is withheld because I am not yet certain what may be safely said without injuring those already injured. That is not comfort either. Noke. I let out a breath. Rain moved like gray threads across the glass. The fire settled lower. Somewhere beyond the door Fenwick coughed discreetly. The sound of legality waiting in the next room while human beings tried not to ruin one another with it. At last I said, if this is done, it will be done clearly. Wes? No fluttering engagement, no long procession of calls and speculation, no giving London the pleasure of watching me decide whether to rescue my own name by sacrificing my peace. Agreed. You will not expect gratitude. Nope. You will not expect obedience where it's not being given. Consent has me what can be told when it can be told. Wes. No. Wes. And if I find that you have used my ignorance where honesty was possible. He interrupted then, not sharply, but with a force I had not yet heard from him. Then you may judge me as I deserve. The words fell between us with a finality almost frightening in its calm. I believed him. There it was. The most dangerous fact of all, not that I trusted him fully. I did not. Not that I understood him. I did not. But I believed that if he failed me, he would not ask to be excused in the language of kindness. And that belief, in that room, in that weather, in that hour, felt nearer to safety than anything else still available. I said, very well. He did not move. I went on, because once spoken, the thing had to be spoken whole. Very well. If the license is obtained and the settlements are executed exactly as promised, I will marry you. For one long second he stood utterly still. Then he inclined his head once, not triumph, never that. Something heavier, graver. Almost like relief stripped of comfort, he said, thank you. I had not expected the words. Still less that he would make them sound like acknowledgment rather than victory. I answered, do not thank me too warmly. I reserve the right to be difficult. A faint, strange light touched his eyes. I had already accounted for that. I should have been offended. Instead, absurdly, I nearly smiled. My mother and Fenwick returned. I told them myself. My mother's face changed in a way I shall never forget, grief and gratitude passing through her too quickly to separate, then settling into composure. Because she loved me too well to make a spectacle of sacrifice. Fenwick bowed once, sharply, and went at once to practical matters. The special license would be arranged. The settlements completed. The ceremony quiet but proper. Lady Westmere already informed. Claire to be told only, once the hour was certain, lest the entire street learn it through the strength of her feelings. Everything then became intolerably efficient. The next 3 days passed in a blur so swift that memory catches only in pieces. Signatures. Notes. My mother's hand in mine late at night. Clara weeping, and then laughing, and then swearing she would never forgive me if I looked anything less than magnificent. Lady Westmere overseeing arrangements with the authority of a field marshal and the soul of an intelligent widow. Fenwick moving papers like a man building scaffolding over a precipice. and Lord Ashford, present, exact, sparing in speech, never once taking advantage of haste to crowd me. He did not seek private moments. He did not write tender notes. He did not ask whether I repented, yet each time a difficulty arose, it was solved before I could be made to feel small by it. That, too, was a form of attention. We were married on Thursday morning. Not at St. George's, where London might have devoured it. In a small church under a sky too pale to decide whether it wished to rain. The ceremony was quiet, witnessed only by the people who had a right to stand near it. My mother. Clayle and shining with tears, she tried bravely to command. Lady Westmere, formidable even in prayer. Fenwick, a cousin of Ashford's I barely noticed. And the clergyman, who had performed too many marriages to mistake solemnity for romance. I remember the sound of my own footsteps on the stone. I remember the scent of damp wool and candle wax. I remember the feel of my gloves, too tight at the fingers because my hands would not stop being cold. And I remember Lord Ashford beside me, not touching more than the service required, not looking at me as though I were prey, prize, consolation, or burden, simply present with a steadiness so controlled that I could not decide whether to resent it or lean on it. When the vows came, he spoke them clearly. Not beautifully, not tenderly. Clearly. And because he said them that way, as promises meant to be carried, not admired, I found that I could answer in the same voice. I became his wife in that small church with rain threatening the windows and society already circling the event like hounds just beyond the hedges. When it was done, Clara kissed me and cried in earnest. My mother held me longer than propriety required, and then let me go with the face of a woman placing her child into a future she did not trust but had helped choose all the same. Lady Westmere embraced me briefly and said, "Well, now London must live with it." Then I was handed into Lord Ashford's carriage, Lady Ashford. The title arrived before I had any feeling fit to place inside it. We drove first to Ashford House in town, because appearances required luncheon and a brief receiving of those who could not be denied without insult. I sat opposite my husband, while the carriage moved through wet streets, brightening toward noon. Neither of us spoke for several minutes. At last he said, "Are you unwell?" "No, that was true enough. Unwell suggests weakness of body. What I felt was stranger. As if the whole architecture of my life had been dismantled and rebuilt around me while the servants still dusted the mantel. He studied me for a moment. You may say more than that. I looked at him. His face was the same face, grave, controlled, impossible. Yet something had altered now that the vows stood between us like a finished bridge. "I am not unwell," I said. "Only married." And to my surprise, that almost light touched his eyes again. He said, "U.S. You are." The carriage rolled on. I looked at the rain-bright window, at the city sliding past in gray and stone and polished wheels, and then back at the man across from me who had become my husband, not through courtship, nor accident, nor sentiment, but through choice made under pressure and honored in full daylight. He had protected me. He had not lied to me. He had not asked for more than I had agreed to give. And yet, as Ashford House came into view ahead of us, large, composed, self-assured behind its black railings and pale stone, one certainty settled coldly and cleanly beneath every other thought. I had married a man I could begin to respect, and he was still keeping something from me. Chapter 3 Promises in the Rain. I had expected my wedding day to end in exhaustion. I had not expected it to end in observation. Yet observation, I discovered, is what marriage becomes when one weds a man one barely knows, and then spends the first hours of that new condition inside his house, surrounded by servants who are far too well trained to stare openly, and therefore far more skilled at seeing everything. Ashford House received us with a dignity so complete it bordered on accusation. The footmen were perfect. The butler was perfection given human form and black coat. The hall was all pale stone, dark polished wood, and portraits of dead Ashfords arranged in ascending levels of moral disapproval. I stood beneath their painted scrutiny with my gloves still on, and my wedding clothes beginning to feel less like garments than evidence. My husband handed me down from the carriage with the same exact courtesy he had shown before the ceremony. If the word wife altered him at all, it did so in places too internal for immediate display. That should have relieved me. Instead, it made me newly conscious of everything I could not yet read. Inside, introductions occurred. Not because the servants did not know who I was, but because houses like Ashford House insist that every change in hierarchy be properly named aloud, so that the structure itself may hear and adjust. Her ladyship, Lady Ashford. I nearly turned to see whether some other woman had entered behind me. No one smiled. No one faltered. Yet I felt the smallest shift move through the line of servants, not disrespect, not surprise, but recalculation. A new mistress alters the air of a house even before she speaks. Every tray, every fire, every bell-pull begins listening for a different hand. Mrs. Denham, the housekeeper, curtsied with calm completeness. She was perhaps in her early 50s, neatly dressed, composed without being cold, and possessed of the grave competence that suggests linen cupboards, silver inventories, and human weakness have all long since ceased to impress her. She said, "Welcome home, my lady." Home. I nearly laughed, not because she meant offense. She meant the proper thing. But there is something almost comical in being informed one is at home in a place where one has never before set foot, and where every object still seems to belong more naturally to the dead than the living. "Thank you, Mrs. Denham." If she noticed the pause before I said her name, she gave no sign. Luncheon followed. It was a smaller meal than the one society had attempted to force upon us in town, yet it felt more difficult. In London, one performs for others. In Ashford House, with only my husband and a pair of servants moving silently in and out, I found myself confronted by a more private discomfort. The fact of marriage, not its legal shape, that had already settled itself around me like a fitted bodice. One feels the constraint and can do nothing but breathe within it. No, what troubled me now was something stranger than the necessity of being ordinary in its aftermath. Soup, cold chicken, bread, a man across from me pouring wine as though vows and signatures were perfectly compatible with luncheon. For several minutes we spoke only when courtesy demanded it. The Ruthards. A note from Lady Westmere, delivered before we left London, assuring us she had already silenced one idiotic cousin and was prepared to silence others. At last I said, "Your aunt's affection has all the softness of a cannon." He set down his glass. "You say that as though it were criticism?" "It is admiration carefully disguised." "She will be disappointed to hear of disguise." I looked at him. "You are less severe in your aunt's letters, I hope not." "You are." "Then she has written inaccurately." That almost light touched his eyes again. Gone so quickly another person might have doubted it existed. I was beginning to understand that this was how warmth functioned in him, not as ease, but as a brief lifting of pressure. I said, "You do not seem altered." His gaze met mine. "By marriage." A pause. Then, "I am aware of it." That answer, infuriatingly, was both inadequate and sincere. "So am I." I said, "I assumed as much." "How bold of you." He did not apologize. He rarely wasted effort regretting truth when truth would stand without apology. After luncheon the final callers in London were endured, the last necessary notes dispatched, and by 4 of the clock we were once more in the carriage, this time leaving town for Ashford Hall. The journey took us out through wet suburbs, then through the long, soft opening of the country, where hedgerows ran dark beneath a sky too heavy to brighten, and the roads shone in bands of dull silver from the earlier rain. My wedding clothes had been exchanged for traveling dress and cloak, though the ring on my hand remained newly strange, no matter what I wore around it. At first I tried to read. That lasted perhaps 10 minutes. The word swam. My mind refused sermons, essays, poetry, and sense with equal stubbornness. At last I closed the book. "You are not obliged to sit in silence for my comfort," I said. He looked up from a packet of papers Fenwick had somehow still contrived to place in his possession despite the fact that no human being ought to review documents on his wedding afternoon. "I did not know I was creating silence for your comfort." "You create it for something." He considered that. He said, "Space," at last. The answer caught me off guard. Space. Ah, yes. As a wedding gift? If necessary. The carriage moved on. Outside fields stretched bare and damp, dotted with sheep whose chief virtue seemed to be their ability to look permanently unimpressed. A small village passed in stone cottages and smoke. The wheels hit a rut, recovered, and rolled on. "You think I need space," I said. "I think," he answered, "that you have been hurried through more change in 4 days than anyone should be expected to absorb politely." There are moments when a sensible observation feels almost indecent simply because it is so accurate. I looked out the window again. "And you? What of me? Have you absorbed it politely?" His voice, when he answered, was even. "I am less often expected to." That was true enough to sting. I turned back to him. "Then allow me to ask what no one else will. Are you satisfied with the result?" He did not answer at once. The carriage rocked softly through another bend in the road. Somewhere above us the leather strap gave a small creak. At last he said, "I am relieved by the security it gives you." "That is not what I asked." "Nope. Ooh. And the rest?" His gaze held mine. He said, "The rest?" I have not yet had time to name. The honesty of that answer unsettled me more than an easy reassurance would have done. I could not accuse him of false charm. He had not offered any. Rain began again an hour later. At first it tapped lightly against the roof and windows. Then it deepened, steadier, colder, turning the world outside to gray sheets and blurred branches. We stopped once to change horses at an inn where the coffee was terrible and the bread overambitious. By the time we resumed, evening had begun drawing a dim line under the horizon. Perhaps it was the weather, perhaps exhaustion, perhaps the simple fact that one cannot remain braced forever without cracking somewhere at the joints. Whatever the cause, I found my resistance loosening by increments I did not trust. I asked him about the estate. He answered without embroidery. The tenants, the southern fields, repairs to a bridge last winter, a troublesome steward's clerk dismissed in spring, his aunt's roses, the library his grandfather had ruined and his mother had restored, the lake beyond the west lawn that froze hard enough in severe weather for village boys to risk themselves stupidly across it. He did not speak as men sometimes do when displaying their property before a new wife, with pride disguised as explanation. He spoke as though Ashford Hall were responsibility first and inheritance second. Not beloved, perhaps, but held. I listened. At one point he said, "There is a suite prepared for you in the east wing." I looked up sharply. For me, yes. The silence that followed was brief but absolute. In any sentimental tale, the moment would have been charged with pain or relief. In real life, it was charged with something more awkward and far more honest, uncertainty struggling to keep its dignity. I said, "You have arranged separate rooms, Wes, because you thought I would wish it." Wes. The ring on my hand felt suddenly heavier. I looked down at it, then back at him. And if I had not? He answered without hesitation. Then I should have asked. No man should become more difficult to resist by being reasonable at the precise point where one most fears pressure. "It is profoundly unfair," I said. "You are very certain of boundaries." He replied, "No, only unwilling to trespass where certainty is absent." I turned again to the rain-blurred window, because that answer had gone farther under my skin than I wanted him to see. We arrived at Ashford Hall in the dark, or not complete dark. Country houses create their own forms of daylight when they expect the master home. Lamps burned in the entrance. Upper windows glowed soft gold through the rain. The carriage turned through tall gates, passed along a drive bordered by wet yew hedges, then curved out before the house itself. Ashford Hall rose pale and broad against the storm, its windows lit, its stone darkened by rain, its front steps glistening. It was not the largest house I had ever seen, but it had the confidence of one long accustomed to being obeyed by weather, land, and memory alike. For one absurd second I wished the carriage would simply continue past. My husband stepped down first, then turned and offered his hand. I placed mine in it and let him help me out beneath an umbrella already opened by a footman. Rain struck the silk above us in a firm, steady pattern. He said, "You need not look as though I am bringing you to trial," quietly. I glanced at him. "I assure you, if this were a trial, I should ask better questions." That almost light appeared again, he said. "Good. I dislike poor cross-examination." Inside, warmth met us at once, not oppressive heat. The deep-managed warmth of a house well run, where fires have been built before arrival and cloaks removed before discomfort quite settles into the bones. Again there were servants. More this time. The country staff standing ready. The butler older than the London one, broader, less polished perhaps, but no less exact. Footman. A maid already waiting at the edge of the hall. Mrs. Denham somehow here before us despite the geography, which only proved she belonged to that superior race of women who can apparently travel by sheer competence. "My lord, my lady, welcome to Ashford Hall." A welcome repeated through curtsies, bows, movement, order. No open curiosity, which meant naturally that curiosity had merely been trained out of its public forms. I removed my gloves and passed them to the maid. My husband gave instructions in a voice so ordinary one might have thought we had returned from a week's absence rather than a wedding. Supper at 8. Hot water sent up. My lady's maid to attend her. Mrs. Denham to show Lady Ashford the east rooms. No mention of shared space. No correction of the arrangement already made. No assumption. I looked at him then, really looked, and saw that this too had been deliberate. He was leaving the fact of distance entirely in my hands. Not to manipulate, I thought, simply because he knew any other method would feel like claim. Mrs. Denham led me upstairs. The east suite was beautiful in the way serious old houses sometimes are, not frivolous, not newly fashionable, but composed. A sitting room in soft green, bedchamber with a carved four-poster and curtains the color of old cream. Fire already laid high, candles reflected in glass. My trunks unpacked by some benevolent domestic witchcraft that seemed to have occurred before I had even entered the house. A maid named Ellis began helping me with buttons and pins in the quiet, competent manner of one who knows a new mistress should not be chattered at on the first night, unless she gives permission. I gave none. At last I was alone. That was when the strangeness truly arrived. Not when I said vows. Not when the carriage door shut in London. Not when Ashford Hall lit its lamps for us. It came when I stood in my new bedchamber with my wedding clothes half folded across a chair and realized there was no next instruction. No mother to consult, no sister to distract, no visitor to receive, only myself, the fire, the rain at the window, and the plain fact that I was married and had not the faintest idea how to feel like it in solitude. I crossed to the hearth and stood before it. After a long minute, I rang. Ellis returned almost at once. "Would you ask whether Lord Ashford is at leisure?" I said. If she found the request unusual for a bride on her wedding night, she concealed it admirably. "Yes, my lady." The answer came back within moments. His lordship was in the library. Of course he was. Men like Lord Ashford probably take refuge among books the way less disciplined souls take refuge among brandy. I followed Ellis downstairs, then dismissed her at the library door and entered alone. He was standing near the fire with one hand on the mantel and a book open in the other, though I doubted he had read more than a page. He looked up at once when I came in and set the volume aside. He did not look surprised, only attentive. He said, "Lady Ashford." I nearly objected to the title and then remembered, with fresh irritation, that it now belonged to me whether I had yet learned to wear it or not. I hope I do not interrupt some urgent matter of scholarship. No. I looked at the book. You say that without shame. I do many things without shame. Why, I said, I have begun to notice. A pause. Then, 'cause I had not come down for wit and knew it, I said, "I wish to thank you. His expression changed very slightly. "For what?" he said. "For the rooms. Nothing at once." The fire cast a low gold light over the shelves, the leather bindings, the quiet planes of his face. Rain tapped at the window panes behind the heavy curtains. At last he said, "You need not thank me for what should have been assumed." "There are many things in marriage I am told should be assumed. I do not yet trust the category," he said. "No, nor should you." That answer steadied something in me. I moved a little farther into the room. "Still, I prefer to mark it. You considered what would make this less difficult." "Wes." "Why?" He looked at me with that grave, unadorned attention of his. "Because difficulty is not improved by pretending it does not exist." Again, not charm. Again, something I could not quite defend myself against. I folded my hands together. I had expected the first evening to be worse. "That is not an advertisement for the marriage." "Oh, no," I said. "Only an observation." "Then I am glad of it." The words were simple, yet because he did not reach for anything more, they felt larger. I glanced around the library. "This room appears more inhabited than the rest." "It is. By you. Mostly. By am I to understand that if I wish to find my husband, I have only to follow the nearest line of bookshelves?" "Often." There was that almost light again. I began to suspect it existed not despite his severity, but because of it, as if amusement in him had to travel through more stone before it reached the surface. I said, "That is useful. You have developed a taste for the word. I blame poor influence." He inclined his head slightly, accepting the charge. A silence followed, though not an uncomfortable one. At last I said, "Mrs. Denham appears formidable." "Ah." "Yes." "Should I fear her?" "No, bah. Only the lining cupboards." "Then they are unforgiving." That did it. Not enough to make me laugh aloud, but enough to undo the hardest line of my mouth. He saw it. Of course he saw it. And for the first time, since our wedding, I became aware not only of his restraint, but of the care inside it. He was making no claim upon me. Not even on my mood. He was simply standing in the same room and allowing peace to happen if it could. That, I thought suddenly, is a kind of gentleness. Not the soft variety, not the decorative one novels lie about. Something firmer. Harder. The sort that removes pressure rather than creating it. I said, before I could stop myself, "You have been kinder than I expected." The words altered the room at once. Not because they were intimate. They were not. Because they were true. He did not answer immediately. When he did, his voice was lower. "I am glad." And no flourish. No attempt to build upon what I had given. Only acceptance. That made it possible to remain where I was. After a moment I said, "Will the household find it odd? The separate rooms?" "Yes." He considered that with visible honesty. "They will notice it." And conclude, "That new marriages take different forms." You say that as though the staff are philosophers. They are better observers than philosophers. That is not comforting either. He said, "No, but they are discreet." I believe that. Not because households are naturally discreet. They are not. But because he would require it, and because Mrs. Denham, I suspected, could silence gossip by entering a room and glancing once at the wrong mouth. I drew a slow breath. Very well. He waited. I realized then that I had no real reason to remain except one I had not named even to myself. I did not yet wish to go upstairs and stand alone again with the full quiet of my new life. Perhaps he understood that too. If so, he gave no sign. Instead he said, "There is tea, if you want it." It was such an ordinary offer that for one absurd second I could have wept. Tea, not demand. Not awkward explanation. Not masculine delicacy turning itself inside out trying not to look delicate. Tea. "Yes," I said. "I should like tea." He rang. A tray was brought. We sat on opposite sides of the fire in the library while rain moved softly against the house, and the servants, no doubt, updated their internal understanding of their new master and mistress with silent professional speed. We spoke of little things. The road. Lady Westmore's likely campaign against further rumor. The portrait over the mantel, which turned out to be his mother rather than some terrifying ancestor. The West Gardens I had not yet seen. None of it was important. All of it was. Because by the time I rose to go upstairs, one truth had settled quietly into place. I had come to Ashford Hall expecting possession or distance, so absolute it would feel like punishment. Instead, I had been given space without coldness. And that, in a marriage built from necessity, felt far more dangerous than either. The next morning I woke with the disorienting sensation that something immense had happened, and then, through sheer stubbornness, gone on being ordinary anyway. For one long second I lay still beneath unfamiliar curtains, listening, not for danger, not exactly, for shape. A different house has a different silence. Ashford Hall did not sound like our house in town. There was no distant rumble of wheels over London stone, no early cries from the square, no maid hurrying below stairs with urban urgency. Here the quiet held width in it, space. A softened sort of stillness in which one became aware, by degrees, of separate small sounds, wind moving lightly against the panes, a fire settled low in the grate, the far-off closing of a door somewhere down the corridor, and beyond all that the faint morning life of a country house beginning to stir. Then memory returned in full. My wedding, Ashford Hall, my husband. The word still arrived like a legal document rather than an emotion. I sat up slowly. Ellis came when I rang, brought hot water, helped with my gown, and informed me in the respectful tone of a woman conveying weather rather than fate that Lord Ashford had already broken his fast and gone out to inspect a drainage ditch near the South Meadows because of the recent rain. I stared at her. A drainage ditch. Wes, my lady, there are moments in marriage when romance makes one absurd promises. I do not recommend them. Reality is much more reliable. Reality, in my case, had apparently risen early, taken coffee, and gone out to concern itself with water management. Very good, I said. Ellis, perhaps wisely, did not attempt to guess whether this pleased me. Breakfast was laid in the small morning room overlooking the east lawn. The day had begun clear after the night's rain. Pale light touched the wet grass. Beyond it the gardens opened in long restrained lines and softened edges where early spring had not yet fully decided whether it wished to become beauty or remain promise. Mrs. Denham came in while I was finishing coffee and informed me that if I wished, she would show me the household arrangements at 11, the still room at 12, and the principal downstairs rooms after luncheon. If I wish, I repeated. Yes, my lady. There was the smallest shade of emphasis on the word. Not insolence. Respectful recognition. The house might be ordered, but its new mistress would decide how quickly she learned its machinery. I should like that, I said. Very good, my lady. She paused, then added, His lordship asked that you be told he expects to return by noon, unless the ditch worsens. That nearly ended me. Not because the sentence was funny, though it was. Because it was so entirely him. Grave enough to send word. Exact enough to include the possibility of deterioration. Utterly without flourish. I said, Then I hope the ditch behaves with proper moderation. Mrs. Denham's expression did not change at all. But I would have staked a modest sum that some inward portion of her approved the answer. By noon I had been shown linen cupboards, plate closets, the housekeeper's room, 2 sitting rooms, the schoolroom long since disused, and the principal staircase from which generations of Ashfords had apparently descended with greater confidence than I felt ascending it. Mrs. Denham explained everything with calm completeness, and not one syllable more than necessary. She was, I decided, exactly what a large household requires. A woman who could command 6 maids, 4 footmen, and the apocalypse without raising her voice above the level appropriate to tea. We had just reached the long gallery when I heard footsteps from the hall below, and a moment later his voice. Not loud, merely distinct. I do not know why that sound altered the air for me at once. Perhaps because I had not realized until then that part of my mind had been measuring the house against his absence in it. Mrs. Denham said, His lordship has returned, in the same tone one might use to announce that the clock had struck. Yet even she seemed, by the slightest margin, to shift from household demonstration toward completion. I went down with more calm in my posture than in my nerves. He stood in the hall removing his gloves while a footman took his hat and damp greatcoat. A line of rain darkened one shoulder, where the weather had disregarded dignity. His boots were marked with mud. The sight ought to have made him less formidable. Instead, it made him more real. He looked up as I reached the last steps. "I'm lady." I nearly objected, as I had the evening before, and then saw the almost imperceptible change in his face that suggested he knew precisely how strange the title still sounded, and used it only because we stood in the open hall with servants moving within earshot. "Your ditch?" I said. Oz apparently required the strength of the peerage. For one brief second that almost light touched his eyes. It showed regrettable independence. A Mrs. Denham withdrew with such flawless timing that I suspected she could have managed diplomatic negotiations between hostile nations if given sufficient notice and a tray. He came no nearer than propriety permitted. Yet something in the space between us felt easier than it had the day before. Not easy. That would have been too much to trust. Easier, he said. "You have seen some of the house. Enough to know I shall be intimidated by the linen for at least a fortnight." It intimidates everyone at first. Even you. Especially me. That surprised a smile from me before I could stop it. His gaze rested on my face a moment longer than usual. Not a claim, merely to notice. Then he said, "If you are not too tired after luncheon, the weather has improved. The lower garden is worth seeing before the ground dries and remembers how to look respectable." It was the most nearly casual invitation he had yet offered. I said, "You recommend it in a style likely to frighten off the weak." "I have confidence in your courage." "There is very little romance in you, is there?" he said. "No. But there are roses in the west border when the season is kinder." That answer went under my guard so quietly I resented it at once. After luncheon we walked in the gardens. Not alone in the reckless sense novels prefer. Properly. A footman visible far enough behind to preserve both decency and the illusion of privacy. The sky remained pale and washed from the rain. Damp earth breathed up its rich smell around the paths. The lawns still held drops that caught the light like tiny pieces of broken glass. Ashford Hall from the garden side looked less severe than from the drive. The stone warmed here under afternoon brightness. Ivy climbed one wing. The long windows of the library opened toward the terrace. Beyond the clipped hedges, the land fell away toward the lake he had mentioned in the carriage. Though from here I saw only a flat brightness between bare trees. We walked first through the lower rose garden, where trimmed canes and disciplined beds look more like intention than beauty. "It seems unfair," I said, "to command admiration from flowers not yet present." He replied, "They are accounted for in advance." "Then the Ashford method extends to plants as well." He glanced at me. "You say that as though it were accusation, Daw." "Only observation." We turned onto a gravel path bordered rosemary and lavender not yet fully awake from winter. The air carried that clean herb scent beneath the damp. Somewhere farther off a gardener called to another man. Rooks moved noisily above the elms near the kitchen wing. "Do you walk here often?" I asked. "When I am in residence. To admire future roses. To think where walls do not answer back." I looked at him in surprise. That almost light came again, faint and gone. The library answers by implication. But then the garden is the kinder companion. Sometimes. We passed a stone bench darkened by the rain. Moss had gathered along its carved edge. I imagined generations of ladies sitting there in muslin, suffering hope and weather with equal perseverance. "Was your mother fond of this place?" I asked. The question came more naturally than I expected. Perhaps because I had seen her portrait in the library the night before and had carried the face with me since. Intelligent, composed, not conventionally soft. Yet the kind of woman whose kindness might have required no announcement because it was built into the structure of her attention. He did not answer at once. He said, "Wes, finally. She altered most of it. The garden. The house. That surprised me, the house. My grandfather built to impress. My mother preferred rooms in which people could breathe." I looked toward the long windows again. "Then I already owe her gratitude." He was quiet for a moment. "You would have liked her." There are few sentences more intimate than those spoken of the dead. I kept my eyes on the path ahead. That sounds dangerously like praise. It is an observation. I begin to suspect you improve nothing by refusing ordinary language. He said, no. Only preserve it from misuse. The gravel shifted softly beneath our feet. After a moment I asked, how long ago did she die? 6 years. Not recent enough to call fresh. Not old enough to call finished. I am sorry. He inclined his head, accepting it. Though I sensed at once that condolences had long ago become a currency too handled to feel entirely clean in his hands. We walked a little farther before he spoke again. He said, she was ill for some time. Not bedridden, not at first, but diminished by degrees. His voice had changed very slightly. Not softer, more exact, as if the memory required clean edges, or it might become unmanageable. That is the cruelest kind, I said. Wes. One lives both with the person and with the gradual theft of them. His gaze shifted to me then, briefly and with more attention than the answer alone deserved. He said, Wes. Again, we had reached the edge of the lower garden where a narrow path turned toward the lake. He slowed, then stopped near a yew hedge cut high enough to give shelter from the light wind. He said, when my father died. People called my mother fortunate that she did not live to see the estate in his later disorder. I looked at him. Fortunate, he repeated, as if grief might improve by being spared one more humiliation. There was no bitterness in the word. That was what made it heavier. Bitterness burns. This felt colder. Long settled, long examined. I said, people always prefer tragedy at a distance. It allows them to sound wise without having to be useful. He almost smiled. Not quite, he said. My mother knew more than they believed. Not every detail, but enough. She understood my father's habits before the world learned them, which is to say she suffered them first and was expected to do it beautifully. A silence opened between us, but not the sort that asks to be filled at once. I thought then of my own mother at breakfast tables, in drawing rooms, beside accounts she had not made and could not legally master, carrying my father's ruin as though patience might somehow make it less humiliating to hold. I thought of how often women are required to manage the moral weather created by men and then thanked for the grace with which they do not drown. Wes, I said quietly, that sounds familiar, Bob. His eyes came back to me at once. The footman remained far behind, discreet as stone. The world beyond the hedge felt suddenly at a distance. My mother was never foolish, I said. Only married to a man who preferred being admired to being accountable. The words escaped more plainly than I had intended. For a second, I wished them back, not because they were false, because they were mine, but he did not seize them, did not lean in, did not make a softness of what I had offered. Instead he said, that is not foolishness, no decoration, no pity. I let out a breath I had not realized I was holding. No, I said, but it can feel near enough when one is left sorting the wreckage. Something in his expression altered then. Not surprise, precisely. Recognition sharpened by respect, perhaps. As if he had suspected the truth of me and now heard it named aloud, he said, the wreckage is often handed to the wrong people. That sentence might have sounded merely grim in another man's mouth. In his, because I knew how carefully he used words, it sounded like belief. We walked on. The path toward the lake had softened from the rain, and once I nearly slipped on wet gravel where moss crept too close. His hand came out at once, not around me, only offered, steady and open. I hesitated for the length of one heartbeat, then placed my fingers in his. It lasted perhaps 3 seconds. Enough to right my balance. Enough to make me aware, with absurd clarity, of warmth through glove leather, of the controlled strength in his grip, of the fact that he released me the instant I stood secure. No lingering, no tightening, nothing but help. Yet the place in my hand where he had held it seemed suddenly too conscious of itself afterward. You were right, I said, because silence had become impossible. About the gravel. Do not become intolerable with victory. I make no promises. That did it, I laughed, softly and despite myself. The sound startled a rook up from the hedge. He looked at me then in a way I had not yet seen from him, not softened, not openly warm, but arrested, as if the laugh mattered more than the remark that caused it. I looked away first. We returned toward the terrace more slowly than we had left it. Later, when the light had lowered and the house settled into evening, I found him in the library again, not because I had intended to, or not only because of that. There is a habit one acquires very quickly in a strange place. One goes where one has already once been at peace. He stood near the long table sorting correspondence into neat, ominous piles. "Must you work every hour of the day?" I asked. He looked up. "Not every hour, Ba. Only the defenseless ones. Those are often the most productive." I crossed to the fire. "That is a deeply unromantic principle." You continue to sound disappointed. I continue to assess the damage. He set down the final letter and came no farther into the room. The fire cast low amber light over the shelves and touched the frames of the portraits without softening the dead enough to make them pleasant. He said, "Mrs. Denham tells me you survived the household tour. I suspect she considered me a trial inspection doll." "She considers everyone a trial inspection." "Then I am comforted." He took a book from the table and held it out to me. "This belongs to my mother." I looked at it, then at him. He did not insist, merely waited. I took it. The binding was worn at the edges from use, not display. A volume of Cowper, with pencil marks in the margins so slight they looked almost secretive. "She wrote in books," I said. "Only the ones she meant to keep." The intimacy of the object unsettled me more than if he had shown me jewels. I opened the book carefully. On the flyleaf, in a steady hand, was written E. Ashford. He said, "She trusted judgment more than preservation." I turned a page. A line had been lightly marked there, not aggressively, only enough to claim attention. I did not read it aloud. Some things, once spoken, stop belonging to the private dead. "You speak of her very little," I said. He was quiet for so long I thought perhaps he would not answer. "Then there was little room for it after she died." I looked up. He had not moved, yet something in his stillness felt altered, less armored, perhaps, though the armor remained. He said, "My father left confusion behind him. Accounts, dependencies, obligations he had half acknowledged and wholly mishandled. My mother had held the house together while she lived, and after her death there was no longer anyone in the middle making disorder appear manageable. The library seemed smaller then, more enclosed, as if the walls themselves leaned closer to here. And you were left with it?" I said. "Ah, yes." "How old were you?" 27. Young enough to feel it. Old enough that no one would call you young. It is an ugly age for disillusion, I said. That almost light touched his eyes, but only briefly. Was there a more suitable one available? Not to my knowledge. He came at last to sit in the chair opposite mine, not too near. The fire burned between us in low shifting gold, he said, for a long time, looking not at me but into the flames. I told myself I did not resent him. That resentment was childish, and that duty, once accepted, ought to silence every lesser feeling beneath it. I said nothing. A confession often grows best in the absence of eager handling. He continued. That was convenient nonsense. The words were so unexpectedly plain that I almost smiled. Instead I waited. He said, I did resent him. Not only for the obligations. For the work of appearing stable where he had preferred appetite. For the people drawn into his carelessness, who could not speak of it without injuring themselves. For what it required of my mother. For what it required afterward of me. There was no self-pity in it. Only fact. And because it was fact, it cut deeper. I looked down at the book in my lap. My father died before I could hate him properly, I said, before deciding whether I meant to speak. The sentence hung there. I nearly wished I had kept it back. Then I went on, because stopping would only make it sound theatrical, and I had never had patience for private theater. I was angry often before he died, irritated, disappointed, ashamed on my mother's behalf. But death arrived too quickly afterward, and with it came so much practical terror that grief and anger tangled together into something I could neither sort nor show. He lifted his head and looked at me fully. Everyone spoke of him kindly, I said. Not falsely, exactly. He had charm. He had generosity when it pleased him. He could be warm in ways that made people overlook the rest. And all the while there were accounts, promises, obligations, things left vague because vagueness was easier for him than honesty. I closed the book gently. It is difficult to mourn a man and repair him at the same time. The room fell utterly quiet. Then he said, very low, West. Nothing more. He did not tell me I was dutiful. He did not tell me I was brave. He did not place a pretty moral frame around what I had admitted. He simply understood it. And that, I discovered, was the more dangerous kindness. For several minutes we said nothing. The fire settled. Rain began again at the windows, soft this time, like breath against glass. At last he said, in private, if you prefer, you need not call me Lord Ashford. I looked up. The sentence had been spoken so evenly that another woman might have missed the offering inside it. I did not. And what should I call you? His expression changed by the slightest margin. Julian, there it was, a simple thing, only a name, yet the room seemed to alter around it. I repeated in my mind and found it stranger than the title, not because it was less formal, but because it was more human. He did not press. I said, carefully, that may take time. Yes, no injury, no disappointment, only acceptance, as if time were a legitimate part of truth rather than an inconvenience to be hurried through. I let out a slow breath. Then perhaps, I said, you should not expect success before midnight. That almost light touched his eyes again, clearer now. I am prepared to be patient. I looked down at the ring on my hand, then back at him. Go, I said. I did not use the name. Not yet. But as I sat there with his mother's book warming slowly in my lap and the rain moving softly at the windows, I understood that something had shifted all the same. Not the marriage, that had already been made. Something quieter. The distance between necessity and regard had shortened by one careful step. And for the first time since I became his wife, I left the library carrying not only his mother's book, but the dangerous knowledge that if I wished, one day soon, I might call him Julian and mean something by it. The discovery came to me by way of household order, which is to say it arrived hidden inside something apparently dull, and therefore all the more dangerous. 3 days into my residence at Ashford Hall, rain returned with renewed conviction and made walking impossible except for gardeners, spaniels, and men who believed weather an insult best answered by refusing to notice it. My husband belonged, regrettably, to the third category. I saw him only at breakfast and again briefly before luncheon, damp at the shoulders, and carrying the expression of a man who had spent the morning correcting land, people, and perhaps Providence. By afternoon even he surrendered to endure duties, which left the house in that peculiar state large country houses sometimes assume during bad weather, half restful, half watchful, as if everyone indoors has been thrown back upon themselves and must either become kinder or more troublesome by evening. Mrs. Denham, perhaps sensing that my thoughts required occupation before they turned mutinous, sent up a tray with household inventories for my review, not because she expected I could master them at once, I think, more because she wished to see whether I would flinch from their seriousness. I did not. I flinched only inwardly, which is often the more useful kind. The sitting room in my east suit was warm, the fire well built, the rain tracing steady silver lines down the windows. I sat at the writing table with ledgers, lists, and correspondence arranged before me, and discovered within half an hour that households resemble marriages more than one would wish. Both appear elegant from a distance, and become alarmingly dependent, upon closer inspection, on coal, timing, unseen labor. And a great many small decisions no one praises unless they go wrong. I had just begun to understand the wine accounts when I found the letter, not in the ledgers themselves, in the wrong pile. A folded paper had slipped between two household memoranda, as though placed there hastily or gathered in by some servant who saw only paper and order, not the difference between domestic account and private financial correspondence. It bore Fenwick's hand on the outer fold, and below it the simple direction, for Lord Ashford's private review. I should have set it aside at once. Instead I looked at it, There are moments in life when conscience speaks very clearly and is ignored with equal clarity. It was not sealed. That became, naturally, the excuse. I told myself I meant only to confirm whether it concerned the estate, to determine whether it had any bearing on the household books now before me, to avoid accidental mishandling, all excellent lies. I opened it because it bore my own name in the third line. The letter was brief. Fenwick never wasted words where money could suffer by the delay. The remaining obligations attached to the Vale account have been satisfied as instructed and through the channels you required. Nothing now remains in the hands of Morton and Hale that may be used directly against Mrs. Vale or Miss Clara. The transfer has been structured so as not to disclose your personal intervention unless later deemed useful. I have also secured quiet agreement from the smaller creditors to accept settlement without public pursuit. I stopped reading. Then I read the same lines again, and once more because the meaning refused at first to sit still, satisfied as instructed, not reviewed, not delayed, not negotiated toward eventual mercy. Satisfied. The room around me seemed to alter in scale. The rain, the fire, the neat stacks of paper, the ticking clock on the mantel, everything remained as it was. And yet nothing looked ordinary any longer. He had done it. Not merely shielded us from immediate threat, not merely stood between us and rumor. He had gone behind the visible structure of our arrangement and settled my family's debts before I was told. I read on because not reading had become impossible. I have complied with your wish that Mrs. Vale's future provision not be made to feel contingent upon gratitude. Miss Vale need not be informed of the means unless circumstances compel it, though I repeat my belief that concealment on such points seldom improves domestic peace. Still, the notes have been withdrawn, the claims satisfied, and the relevant men reminded that silence is more profitable than curiosity. My hand tightened on the paper. Domestic peace. I almost laughed. A wife likes nothing better, I suppose, than learning by accident that her husband has arranged the fate of her family behind her back, while instructing his solicitor to hide the extent of the favor from her, if possible. There is gratitude in such moments, yes. Only it rarely arrives alone. Mine came tangled at once with humiliation so sharp it made my face hot even in an empty room. My mother and Clara were safe. The immediate threat was gone. The debts that had hung over our breakfast table like a drawn blade had been satisfied, absorbed, removed from men's hands and mouths. That ought to have felt like mercy. Instead it felt, all in one unbearable instant, like relief and anger and shame, and something still more difficult to name, the deep, humiliating knowledge that the man I had married had reached into the ruins of my old life and put them in order without asking whether I could bear I care to watch him do it. A knock sounded. I folded the letter at once, far too quickly, and turned. Come in. Ellis entered with a coal scuttle, took one look at my face, and wisely looked at nothing at all. My lady, his lordship asks whether you would join him for tea in the library. Ah, tea. Again that absurd, civilized invitation, as if human beings were not forever smuggling emotional disaster beneath silver and porcelain. I said, Tell his lordship I will come down presently. When Ellis had gone, I looked at the letter once more. Then I folded it very carefully and slipped it into the pocket of my gown. I did not trust myself to leave it behind. The library was dimmer than the rest of the house. Afternoon rain had thickened toward early dusk, and lamps had already been brought in. The fire burned steadily. My husband stood near the long table with an open volume and a cup untouched beside him. He looked up at once when I entered. One glance at my face, and the whole room changed. Not visibly, not in any way a servant might have named. Yet I felt his attention sharpen with almost physical precision, as if whatever ease had existed between us an hour earlier had suddenly drawn taut. He said, You have found something. So much for polite preliminaries. I closed the door behind me. Yes, he set the book aside. I took the folded letter from my pocket and held it out. His eyes dropped to it. Not long, long enough. The silence that followed was brief and complete. He said, I see. I stared at him. Do you? Wes, that clean answer so calm and spare nearly undid what remained of my temper. You have satisfied my family's debts. Yes. You instructed Fenwick not to tell me, he said. No. I instructed him not to force the matter unless necessary. I gave a short laugh without mirth. What a useful distinction. He did not answer at once. Miss Vale, he began. I cut across him. Do not call me that now. The words came sharper than I intended, but not sharper than I felt. He went very still. I heard, with humiliating clarity, rain striking the window-panes and the soft settling of coals in the grate. You should have told me, I said. Yes. There it was again. Yes, no defense, no redirection, no soothing. That ought to have lowered my anger. Instead, it made it worse, because one cannot even enjoy righteous fury properly when the other person refuses to lie. I crossed farther into the room. You should have told me before it was done, before I had to learn of it by accident in a stack of household papers, like some foolish wife who cannot be trusted with the shape of her own life. His expression changed then, not outwardly by much, but enough. Something harder entered it, though not against me. Against the phrase, perhaps. Against the truth inside it. He said, I do not think you foolish. No? Then only unfit to know what obligations you erase on my behalf, he said, carefully. That if it were done swiftly and quietly, your mother would be spared further distress, and you would be spared being asked to watch men haggle over what should have been removed from them at once. I held the letter tighter. You spared us magnificently. The words were bitter. I knew it. So did he. He said, you are angry. Yes. And relieved. That stopped me. Because it was true. I hated him a little for naming it. Wes, I said after a moment, I am relieved. My mother is safe. Clara is safe. The men who held our difficulties like meat in their hands no longer do. I understand all of that. Do you imagine gratitude disappears simply because pride survives beside it? No. His voice was lower now. More careful. I looked down at the letter and then back at him. Then perhaps you understand why this feels intolerable. He came one step nearer. No more, he said. Wes, I think I do. I wanted very badly for him to say something foolish then. Something masculine and complacent and easily condemned. That I might answer it cleanly and keep my hurt simple. Instead he said, I knew that if I spoke of it first, you would hear the debt before the relief. The words reached somewhere beneath anger and made it shift shape. I said, fate was not your choice to make. No. Yet you made it. Bah. Yes. We stood looking at one another across the firelit room and all the things that now sat between us. My family's danger, his father's history, our marriage, the letter in my hand, the fact that he had acted not only as protector, but as judge of what I could bear in what order. I said more quietly, do you know what is most humiliating? He did not answer. That part of me wants to thank you before it wants to condemn you. Something altered in his face then, not relief. Pain, perhaps, though a controlled one. He knew exactly what that gratitude cost me. I saw it in the stillness with which he received the words. He said, you need not thank me. Oh, that improves everything. He replied, no, only the truth. The room seemed suddenly too small for anger alone. I went to the mantel and set the letter down there, because my hands had begun to shake, and I would not let him see it if I could help it. When did you do it? I asked. The first day after our marriage. I turned sharply. So while I was learning how to sit at your table and answer to your name, you were already settling what remained of my father's disgrace. Wes. The answer struck like a slap, not because of its tone, but because of its quiet completeness. Why? I said. And do not tell me protection again. I know that word too well now. For the first time he looked away from me, if only for a second, toward the fire. He said, when I saw the extent of what remained, I knew delay would be another form of cruelty. His voice had changed. Not softer. Stripped down. The kind of voice people use when they have decided that if they are to be judged, it may as well be for what they truly mean. He said, I could have left the debts standing while we arranged ourselves more delicately around them. I could have let you know every stage, every negotiation, every compromise. I could have made a virtue of transparency, while Morton and Hale and smaller men continued measuring how far fear would bend your household. I saw no honor in that. I looked at him. There are moments when another person's reasoning hurts more than their mistake. Because I understood it. Because part of me, the part that had watched my mother grow paler over unpaid claims and Clara try too hard to stay cheerful over tea, could see exactly why he had done it this way. That did not make it easier to forgive. It made it harder not to. You had no right, I said. Nope. Why do you never defend yourself properly? His expression altered by the slightest degree. Because you are correct about the right. That, absurdly, was what broke the clean edge of my anger. Not into softness, into something messier, more human, more difficult to sustain at full height. I sat down abruptly in the chair nearest the fire because I no longer trusted my knees to behave with dignity. For a moment, he did not move. Then he came. Not close enough to crowd me, but near enough that the distance no longer felt like ceremony. He rested one hand on the back of the chair opposite mine and remained standing. He said, I should have told you sooner, Wes. I did not withhold it because I wished you ignorant on. No, I said, tired now. You withheld it because you thought knowledge would wound in the wrong order. Yes. I almost smiled then, though there was nothing amusing in the room. You and your order. It is often preferable to chaos. It is also often insufferable. That almost light appeared in his eyes, but only faintly. Gone almost before it arrived, he said. Wes. I am beginning to understand that this may be one of my more consistent faults. The quietness of that answer did something dangerously tender to the air between us. I sat with my hands clasped too tightly and stared at the fire. My mother will feel the dead of it. I know. She will hate that. I know, he said. And Clara will try not to understand it, which is her own form of understanding. Nothing. I turned my head and looked up at him. You see. This is the part you cannot settle with a solicitor. You may remove notes, satisfy claims, silence men, and still leave me carrying the shape of it in my own pride. His gaze held mine. Wes? That answer cannot go on serving you forever. No, I should have felt triumphant at having cornered him. Instead, I felt exhausted. Because he was not using silence as escape. He was standing there inside every accusation I laid before him, and not once denying the burden he had put into my hands. After a moment he said, May I tell you something you will dislike? I laughed once, faintly. I begin to suspect that is your preferred form of intimacy. The expression in his eyes changed then. Sharper, stranger. Not because of the wit, but because of the word intimacy hanging between us before I could call it back. When he answered, his voice was lower. Perhaps. The room went very still. I became aware, with ridiculous clarity, of the rain at the windows, the fire, the scent of books and damp wool lingering faintly from his coat. I said, because the silence had become impossible, very well. Tell me the thing I will dislike. He looked at me for one long moment. He said, had I told you before it was done? I think you might have asked me not to do it. I opened my mouth, then closed it. Because again he was right. My pride would have done exactly that. Not because I wanted my family in danger. Because I would have wanted one last illusion that I could stand between them and rescue without accepting how much had already slipped beyond my reach. I might have, I said, last. Yes, and you decided to spare me the chance. His jaw tightened. I decided to spare your family the consequence. I looked away first. The truth in that sentence was unbearable precisely because it did not excuse him and yet could not be dismissed. For several moments, neither of us spoke. Then, very quietly, I said, I do not know whether to despise you or trust you more. Something in his face changed at that. Not victory. Never that. Something rawer, though hidden almost at once. He said, those need not be your only choices. The answer was so unexpectedly human that I looked at him again in surprise. He went on, more quietly still, you may do neither. You may simply be angry until anger has had its proper life. There are times when gentleness arrives in such austere clothing one nearly fails to recognize it. I think I recognized it then. Not enough to forgive him. Not enough to stop hurting, but enough to feel the room tilt towards something more dangerous than argument. I said, and what if the anger does not end properly? No flourish. No martyrdom. Simply that. A sudden, humiliating heat rose behind my eyes. I despised tears, not in other women, in myself. Especially when called up by relief I had not chosen and tenderness I had not invited. I stood too quickly and turned away under the pretense of reaching for the letter again. My fingers would not quite obey me. He moved then. Not abruptly. Not enough to startle. Only close enough that when he spoke, his voice came from just behind my shoulder and no farther. Eleanor. It was the first time he had said my name like that, not in public form. Not as title or correctness. As mine. I went utterly still. The room seemed to narrow around the sound. He did not touch me. That was, I think, what undid me. Had he laid a hand upon my arm, I could have stiffened, could have turned and reminded us both of propriety, anger, unsettled trust, all the ordered barricades between us. Instead, he did nothing except stand there in the quiet and allow me the dignity of deciding whether distance remained necessary. I turned. He was closer than he had ever been, though still with space enough for refusal. I looked up at him and saw something I had not yet fully seen before. Not only restraint, but strain under it. The cost of acting, of being judged for it, of wanting to protect and knowing protection can wound the one being protected. It is very difficult to hate a man cleanly when one sees the shape of his conscience. I am still angry, I said. I know, may remain angry tomorrow. Yes, on the next day, if needed. That almost made me laugh, which would have been absurd and impossible and only a breath away from tears. Instead, I said, you make even emotional injury sound scheduled. He said, I am trying. And now there was something unmistakable in his voice, something rougher under the control. To give it room without asking you to carry it alone. That was the sentence, not the debts, not the explanation, not even my name on his lips. That sentence. Because suddenly I understood the shape of what he had been doing since the beginning. Not mastering me. Not softening me. Not asking gratitude, simply making space and standing inside consequence with me when consequence arrived. I did not think, which is always dangerous. I lifted my hand and caught lightly at the front of his coat, more to steady myself than from intention. But the moment I did, everything between us changed. His breath altered. Only slightly. His eyes dropped once to my hand and returned to my face. He did not move closer. He did not claim anything. He only waited. The waiting was unbearable, and so, because I could not bear it, and because anger, relief, humiliation, gratitude, suspicion, and something not yet gentler, but already more intimate had all become impossible to separate, I leaned the smallest degree toward him. That was all. He understood. His hand rose then, slowly enough that I could have stopped it, and came to rest at my waist with such care it felt less like possession than permission asked in touch before it was taken. I did not pull away. For one suspended second we stood like that, not quite held, not quite embracing, every boundary awake and none crossed. Then I bowed my head and let it rest against him, only for a moment. Only because I was tired of holding myself upright against everything. His other hand came very lightly to my shoulder, not closing, not binding, simply there. A steadiness, a shelter I had not meant to accept and accepted anyway. Neither of us spoke. The fire settled softly behind us. Rain moved at the windows. Somewhere in the far reaches of the house a door shut, distant as another life. He smelled faintly of starch, rain, and smoke from the library fire. I was acutely aware of the beat of his heart beneath cloth and restraint, not dramatic, not racing, simply present. When at last I drew back, it was only enough to look at him. His hand left my waist at once. Again that exactness, that infuriating, dangerous respect. I said, because something had to be said and truth was all that would fit. You should have told me. Yes. I nodded once. And I am grateful. Something moved through his face, then not triumph, not even relief. Something quieter and far more difficult. The knowledge of what it had cost me to say it, he said. I know. I swallowed. And I do not yet forgive you. I know. There was no help for it then. I laughed, soft and unsteady and almost angry at myself for doing so. That answer again. It remains accurate. I looked at him a long moment. Then I said, more quietly than I had meant to, Julian. The name seemed to alter the whole room. He did not move, but I saw unmistakably what it cost him to remain still. He said, Wes. Only that. And because he made no demand of the moment, because he did not turn one fragile step into a claim upon the next. I understood with a clarity both comforting and perilous that our first real intimacy had not come from vows, nor from rescue, nor from the debts he had quietly erased. It had come from anger survived honestly, which may be the most dangerous beginning of all. For several seconds after I said his name, neither of us moved. It is a strange thing how little may happen outwardly while everything inward changes position. The fire burned low. Rain traced its soft, relentless pattern at the windows. My hand had fallen from the front of his coat, yet I could still feel the memory of cloth beneath my fingers as distinctly as if the gesture remained. Julian stood before me with the same controlled stillness he always wore, and yet control in him no longer looked like distance. Not now. Not after anger. Not after truth. Not after he had allowed me every right to accuse him and then stayed to hear it. I drew in a slow breath. We are improving in the most inconvenient manner, I said. That faint, dangerous light touched his eyes. Yes. I do not know whether that is encouraging, he said. No, nor do I. The answer was so entirely him that it steadied me. I stepped back then, not because I wished to flee, but because standing that close had begun to feel like leaning over a height one has not yet decided to trust. He let me go at once. Again that maddening exactness. Again that refusal to take more than had been offered. I turned toward the fire and held my hands out to the warmth, though they no longer felt cold. I suppose, I said after a moment. This is the part where sensible people speak of moving forward. He replied, sensible people. How often overrated? I looked back at him. There was no smile in his face, but there was something near enough to it that I felt my own mouth almost answer. That is nearly comfort. I can withdraw it if you prefer. Do not dare. He inclined his head as if accepting terms in some private treaty. The silence that followed was no longer sharp-edged. It had changed texture. Not ease exactly. We were still ourselves. And nothing about either of us suggested a natural gift for easy feeling. But the room no longer felt arranged around conflict. It felt arranged around awareness. At last I said, tell me one thing plainly. His gaze lifted to mine at once. If I can. Are you lonely here? The question came without warning, even to me. Perhaps because the library was full of his order, his books, his mother's portrait. The quiet discipline of a life built so carefully around duty that I had begun to wonder what had been shut outside it in the process. Perhaps because loneliness had become suddenly visible to me not only as absence, but as structure, the way a house is kept, the way a man answers, the way silence becomes habit before anyone notices it has ceased to be peace. He did not answer at once. And because he did not, I knew the question had struck true. He said, Wes, at last. No denial, no graceful evasion, only yes. I watched him a long moment. Had thought, I said quietly, that a man with land, title, obligations, and an army of servants might find little time for loneliness, He looked toward the fire rather than away from me. It was the expression of a man choosing accuracy, not hiding. He said, obligation fills time. It does not always fill life. The sentence went through me with more force than it had any right to. Perhaps because I understood it too well. I suppose not, I said. His gaze returned to mine. And you? There was the fairness of him again. Uncomfortable. Precise. He would not take confession without offering it back. Yes, I said after a moment, though I had not named it quite so neatly. He waited. I sat down in the chair nearest the hearth, not from weakness but because the truth is easier to speak when one is not standing guard over one's own posture. After a short pause, he took the opposite chair. Not near enough to crowd. Near enough that the space between us no longer belonged entirely to caution. I was lonely long before my father died, I said. Only I did not call it that. One does not in a household where trouble must be managed before it may be felt. One calls it patience, or composure, or duty to one's mother. One calls it being practical. The fire shifted softly. I told myself, I went on, that if I watched the accounts, soothed Clara, spared my mother certain details, and looked steady enough in public, then I was not alone. I was useful, and useful sounds much less humiliating. His face did not alter by much, but I saw the attention in it deepen. He said, useful is often a disguise worn by people who have had no luxury for collapse. I let out a breath that might almost have been a laugh. There are times, Julian, when I dislike you particularly for being correct. I am beginning to accept that as a form of praise. You grow vain. I will try to prevent it. Again that almost smile in his eyes, brief, controlled, more intimate for being so rare. The rain thickened outside, firmer now against the glass. Somewhere farther down the corridor a servant moved past, footsteps softened by carpet and distance. The house held around us like another layer of privacy. I looked toward his mother's portrait above the mantel. Did you become this grave all at once? I asked, or by careful cultivation. He followed my glance to the portrait. I was not always grave. No, bah. What a loss for society. It survived. I waited. He understood that I was not asking for wit, or not only for wit. At length he said, after my mother's death, the estate needed more than I had expected. After my father's death, it needed more than I thought any house should require from one man. There were tenants who deserved steadiness, obligations already in motion, accounts that had been made to look sounder than they were, and enough private shame left behind that discretion became almost another branch of management. He spoke evenly, but not distantly now, not as he had before, when fact itself had been his preferred defense. This was something else. Fact offered with the knowledge that I would hear the cost. He said, and after enough years of that, one acquires habits. Silence, yes. Control, yes. An unfortunate relationship with drainage ditches, that did it. His head lowered for an instant, and a quiet breath escaped him that was not quite laughter and far more affecting than open amusement would have been. You are merciless. No, I said, only attentive. His gaze lifted again, and something about the way he looked at me then made the room feel smaller. Not threateningly. Intimately. That was more dangerous. He asked you, softly, what habits have you acquired? I could have answered lightly. Instead I said, I learned to hear worry in my mother's breathing before she spoke. I learned to know from my father's step whether he came home with charm or with trouble. I learned to take difficult letters before anyone else saw them. I learned how to smile when spoken to by men who believed a woman in uncertain circumstances ought to be grateful for being noticed. He did not speak. I went on, because there was no help for it now. Truth, once begun between two people like us, did not seem willing to return tidily to its corner. And I learned, I said, to make myself feel less whenever I feared needing too much. The silence that followed seemed to deepen the whole room. He said my name then? Quietly. Not as correction, not as appeal. Only my name. I looked up. He had not moved, yet something in his face had changed enough that I could no longer pretend not to see it. Not pity. Something I might one day dare call tenderness, if tenderness in him could ever exist without sternness beside it. He said, you should not have had to learn that. There are certain sentences one hears too late in life for them to undo old damage, and yet they reach places untouched by pretty things. I swallowed and looked away first. No, I said, but women often do. I know. Do you? Yes. His voice had rubben very slightly. Not much. Enough. For a little while we sat in the firelight and listened to the rain. Then he said, when I arranged separate rooms, I did it because I thought forcing nearness would make honesty impossible. I turned back to him. That was wise. It was also selfish. I blinked. Selfish. Yes. The answer came with the same clean steadiness as everything else. How? He looked at the fire, then at me again, because distance was safer for me as well. The room went very still. Safer. Not for propriety only. For him, I felt something low in my chest tighten and then loosen in the same instant. You feared, I said carefully, that proximity might ask more truth than either of us could manage. Yes. Or more feeling. His gaze did not leave mine. Yes. There are moments when a woman knows she stands at the edge of something, and that one more word spoken honestly will change the quality of the air forever. This was one of them. I should have looked away. Instead I said, now. A pause. Then he answered, very quietly, now I think distance may begin to lie. I could not breathe for a second. The rain moved steadily at the windows. The fire made low gold of the room. He remained exactly where he was, not advancing, not reaching, leaving the whole impossible sentence between us like a lit match no one had yet decided whether to protect or extinguish. I stood because remaining seated had become impossible. He rose too, but did not come nearer. That was the mercy of him. Always the mercy and the danger both. I said, You speak as though we have become a philosophical inconvenience. He said, I think we have become less theoretical than I intended. There was nothing flirtatious in it. That was why it reached me. I took one step toward the hearth, then another, and stopped there with the fire at my side and him across from me in the shadowed gold of the room. I did not marry you to feel safe only, I said, surprising myself at the plainness of it even as I spoke. At least I did not mean to. I told myself that was enough, that it must be enough. Safety, steadiness, decency, space. I thought if I had those, I could make a whole life out of gratitude properly governed. His eyes sharpened, though he said nothing. But gratitude, I continued, is a poor architecture for marriage. So is fear. So is pity. I do not want to live politely beside a man I respect while both of us pretend respect is all that is required. The confession hung there. I had not planned it. Yet once said, it felt so true I wondered how I had endured not hearing it aloud before. He took one step then, and only one. Near enough that I could see the change in his face as clearly as if I had touched it. He asked, What do you want? The question was quiet, careful, entirely real. I might have answered with wit, with evasion, with some half-formed refuge of cleverness meant to save me from my own honesty. Instead I heard myself say, more. The word seemed too small the moment it left me. Too dangerous. Yet he understood. Of course he did. More than protection, I said. More than arrangement. More than being handled correctly. I stopped, not because the truth vanished, but because it had become too large for grace. His voice was low when he said, You may stop. I shook my head. No, if I stop now, I shall begin lying to myself again, and I am tired of that. I drew in a breath. I want this to become real in a way that is not built only from crisis. Something changed in his expression, then not relief, not triumph, nothing so easy. Something like astonishment controlled before it could show itself fully. He said, It already is real. Yes, I answered, but not yet in all the ways that matter. The rain pressed harder for a moment, then softened again. He stood very still. He said, I do not know how quickly to move with you, at last. That has become the simplest truth available. I almost smiled, though my pulse had begun a hard, helpless beat in my throat. That may be the first time uncertainty has sounded noble. It is not noble. No, I said. Only honest. His gaze lowered once to my mouth and came back to my eyes, so quickly I might have imagined it, had my entire body not become suddenly, embarrassingly aware of the possibility it implied. There it was then. Not merely nearness, not merely trust. Desire quiet, controlled, and unmistakably present. The knowledge of it altered everything. Not because it shocked me. Perhaps some hidden part of me had felt it growing already in the spaces between words, in the way he stood still when he could have pressed, in the way his voice had changed when he said my name. But feeling it clearly and knowing it to be returned are two different countries. He said, more quietly still, if I kiss you and you do not want it, say so. No poetry, no seduction, only that. And because it was only that, because he would not even take a kiss without leaving me full command of refusal, the fear in me loosened instead of rising. I looked at him a long moment. Then I said, You may. The room seemed to hold its breath. He came to me slowly enough that I could have changed my mind at any point. Slowly enough that every inch of distance became known. Known and chosen. When he stopped before me, he was stopped close enough that I could see the smallest shifts in his expression, the restraint, the attention. The fact that he was no less affected than I was and meant, somehow, to let that remain my safety rather than his excuse. His hand lifted, paused, and touched lightly at my jaw. I did not move away. The touch was so careful it felt almost unbearable. He said, "Aliner." Only my name. Then he kissed me. Not as though I were fragile. Not as though he were claiming some right earned by vows. Not as though gratitude or marriage or crisis had purchased the moment on either side. He kissed me as if I had spoken truth to him, and he meant to answer in the same language. The first touch of his mouth was gentle enough to ask the question again without words. I answered by moving closer, only a little, enough that his hand at my jaw steadied and the other came to rest at my waist with that same exact, careful pressure I remembered from the library. Not pulling, holding where I had already come. I had been kissed before. Not often, never importantly. This was important, not because it was dramatic, it was not. There were no violins hidden in the paneling, no thunder chosen to flatter us, no dizzy collapse into romance. Only warmth, restraint, rain at the windows, and the sudden terrifying certainty that what lay between us had moved beyond arrangement and could no longer honestly return. When he drew back, it was only enough to look at me. His hand left my jaw at once. The one at my waist remained, but lightly, as if he would release that to the instant I wished it. I looked up at him and found that I had no cleverness left at all. "Well," I said, though my voice was not entirely steady. That almost light was in his eyes again, only deeper now, steadier, no longer almost anything. He said, "Wes, you are intolerably composed for a man who has just altered the direction of my life." "I do not feel composed." That startled a breath of laughter out of me. "Good," I said. Something in him eased then, not into carelessness. Julian, I suspected, would have had to suffer a head injury before becoming careless, but into something no longer at war with itself. He lowered his forehead for the briefest moment until it nearly touched mine and stopped there, as if even now the last inch belonged to my choosing. He said, "I have wanted to do that, quietly, for longer than was convenient." The honesty of it sent a flush straight through me. Convenience appears to have surrendered. Yes, I closed my eyes for 1 second only, then opened them again. Julidan. The name came easier now. His hand tightened by the smallest degree at my waist, and then gentled at once. Yes. I looked at him, at the grave impossible man I had married for reasons too practical to survive untouched, and knew with a clarity that felt almost like fear that safety was no longer enough. Not because safety had ceased to matter, because it had begun, at last, to make room for something else, respect, desire, truth, the beginning of wanting not merely protection from him, but life with him. I rested my hand lightly against the front of his coat, not to steady myself this time, but because I wished to. "I do not know what we are becoming," I said, "nor do I, Ba. That is unlike you." "Yes. But I think," I said slowly, "that I should like to find out, Ba." For a moment, he said nothing. Then, in that low, controlled voice of his that had long since become more dangerous to me than any pretty speech, he answered, "So should I." We stood together in the firelit library while rain moved over Ashford Hall, and the house held its silence around us like a promise not yet fully spoken. And though nothing else happened, no rush, no claim, no collapse of propriety into foolishness, I knew before I left the room that the marriage had changed. Not in the eyes of the law, not in the eyes of London. In mine, I had come to him first for safety. I remained now because, for the first time in many years, safety no longer felt like the end of wanting. It felt like the beginning of it. Chapter 4. The Cost of Witnesses. For 4 days after the rain in the library, I made the mistake of believing happiness might arrive quietly and stay if one did not look at it too hard. Not grand happiness. Nothing so fragile. Something steadier. Breakfasts that did not feel like negotiations. Walks in the lower garden where Julian no longer sounded startled when I used his name, and I no longer felt as though the syllables had been borrowed from someone else's life. Evenings in the library with books open and not much raid. A house beginning, by degrees, to feel less like an inheritance I had entered under pressure and more like a place in which my thoughts could move without striking walls at every turn. It was, naturally, the sort of peace society cannot endure for long. The first sign of change came through the servants. A well-run household is a living barometer. It senses pressure before the sky darkens. One sees it in nothing that can be named rude and everything that can be felt. A maid who answers too quickly. A footman whose face arranges itself a shade too blank when a card is brought in. The butler appearing in a doorway with the composure of a man carrying bad weather on a salver. On Thursday morning, just as I was pouring coffee in the breakfast room, Reeves entered with a letter. Not unusual, his expression was. For a second only, less than that, perhaps. Yet long enough for me to see that whatever lay in his hand had already acquired significance before it reached mine. He said, "Aye, my lady?" I took the note. The seal was Lady Westmer's. Julian looked up from the newspaper at once. The room had been full, a moment earlier, of ordinary sounds: china, coffee, a small argument over whether the gardener meant to move the south border wall before May, the fire settling low in the grate. All at once, those sounds seemed arranged around the letter. I broke the seal. Lady Westmere never wasted ink in moments of danger. Do not receive Mrs. Harbury if she appears without first sending word from the drive. She has spent 3 days in town and now means to carry London into your drawing-room under the disguise of relation. Julian will know what I mean. I looked up. Julian's face had changed by a degree so slight another person would have missed it. He asked, "What is it?" I handed him the note. He read it once and set it down beside his plate. "Who is Mrs. Harbury?" I asked. "My cousin's widow." That by itself told me almost nothing. Every family contains widows. Some are kind. Some are harmless. Some are decorative tyrants with excellent lace and too much leisure. "And what," I said, "does Lady Westmere think you mean?" His mouth changed by a fraction. That she mistakes proximity for entitlement and concern for license. How soothing. Clara would have asked whether Mrs. Harbury was pretty and if widows were always so dangerous. My mother would have asked whether she could be turned away. I, having had practice now in my husband's forms of understatement, asked the more relevant question. Hey, she heard something. Julian folded the paper once, very neatly. West. I set down the coffee pot. Something new, he said. No. Something old, repeated with fresh confidence. Which meant yes. I sat opposite him. Then say it plainly. He looked at me, then toward the door through which Reeves had gone. In the pause I understood that he was deciding not whether to tell me, but how much could be spoken at a breakfast table where servants came and went. I said, "If you are concerned for decorum, I assure you I lost my taste for decorative ignorance weeks ago." That brought the faintest almost light to his eyes, though it did not remain. He said, "The version reaching the country is that our marriage was arranged in haste to quiet papers left by your father and to prevent older names from appearing beside them." I felt the words like cold water. Not because I had never imagined them, because imagining a cruelty and hearing it spoken aloud are entirely different injuries. "And Mrs. Harbury means to inquire delicately into our happiness," I said. "Something like it." The door opened then and Reeves returned with toast. Neither of us spoke again until he withdrew. Only once the door shut did I say, "Will she come anyway?" "Almost certainly." "Can you prevent it?" "Not without giving her a triumph she would repeat in 6 counties. That was probably true. Social vultures are never so well fed as when denied entry with visible urgency. Refusal becomes proof. Proof becomes story. Story becomes certainty by dinner. I reached for my coffee again and found, to my annoyance, that my hand was not entirely steady. Julian saw it. Of course he did. He did not remark on it. Instead he said, "Very evenly? You need not receive her alone at any point." That should have soothed me. Instead it sharpened something already beginning to hurt. "I am delighted to hear I may be protected from your cousin's widow by escort." His gaze held mine. "That is not what I meant." "No," I said, "but it is rather near what you always mean." The words came out more sharply than I intended. A small silence followed. He said, "Lenore, up." There was no rebuke in it. Only that quiet caution he used when truth approached a bruise. I looked down at my plate. "I know. I am sorry. It is only—" "Only what?" That peace had begun to feel possible, and rumor now came riding up the drive to examine it. That the old humiliation lay too near the skin. That being cared for still sometimes felt too close to being managed. I did not finish. Julian did not press. That, naturally, made me feel worse. By noon the sky had turned bright in the insincere manner of spring, as though the whole day wished to deny the existence of malice. I spent the morning with Mrs. Denham over linen inventories and table arrangements, because it is very difficult to surrender to panic while discussing damask. She had just explained, with grave disapproval, why a former under-housemaid had once attempted to fold napkins according to French fashion when wheels sounded in the drive. Mrs. Denham paused. "That was all. Yet I knew at once," she said. "I believe that will be Mrs. Harbury, my lady." One might have thought she was announcing a moderate shower. I looked up from the inventory book. "Do you always know a carriage by moral character alone?" A line near her mouth almost changed. "Almost. No, my lady. Only by recurrence." I stood. By the time I reached the drawing-room, Julian was already there. He had changed from riding coat to dark afternoon clothes, which meant he had gone upstairs specifically to receive the visitor in the shape most likely to discourage nonsense. It would not work, of course. Nonsense is rarely discouraged by elegance. It often takes it for applause. Mrs. Harbury arrived like a woman entering a church. She half suspects has been talking about her, and ought therefore to be grateful for the honor of inspection. She was in her early 40s, handsome in the practiced style of women who have learned exactly what black silk, good lace, and a faint suggestion of fatigue can do when properly arranged. Her face was delicate enough to invite underestimation and intelligent enough to punish it. She kissed the air near my cheek, offered Julian her hand as if conferring family absolution, and then seated herself with the ease of a woman who means to remain until something useful falls out of another person's mouth. She said, "My dear Julian, how wicked of you to remove your bride to the country before half the county had time to admire her." He replied, "It seemed kinder to the county." She laughed as though he had pleased her, though the laugh sharpened at the edges. Then she turned those bright assessing eyes on me. "My dear Lady Ashford, I have heard so much." I smiled. This is the smile women learn young, warm enough to pass, empty enough to protect the internal organs. I hope very little of it was true. Mrs. Harbury placed one hand lightly against her bodice. "How delightful." Julian did not exaggerate. "You are quick, and you are kind to admire it so early in our acquaintance." Again that laugh. Again the small gleam behind it. Tea was brought. The servants moved in and out with their usual still efficiency, and because I had already learned more of household currents than I once thought possible, I could feel the attention beneath the discretion. Not gossip exactly. Observation. The house knew a visitor had arrived from town. The house knew she carried weather. Mrs. Harbury accepted tea, complimented the room, inquired after Lady Westmore's health in a tone suggesting that any woman who survives that long ought to send thanks monthly to Providence, and finally sighed with the air of one approaching the true purpose of life. She said, "I must tell you, town was in the most extraordinary state before I left. Nothing interests people so much as romance arriving where they least expect it." Julian set down his cup. I said, "Then I hope town recovers." Mrs. Harbury smiled at me with open approval. "Oh? I begin to see why you manage him so well already." I felt the smallest tightening in the room. Julian's voice, when he answered, was perfectly calm. My wife does not manage me. No, Mrs. Harbury said lightly. Then perhaps she merely improves your judgment. It was a graceful line. Better than most women of her type manage. Dangerous for precisely that reason, I said, before he could reply. I should be cautious of claiming so much influence. It would only encourage disappointment in others. She looked at me. Really looked. Measuring not merely quickness now, but resistance. The conversation drifted for several minutes over neighboring families, the state of the roads, the misery of March in town, a musicale Lady Darnley had apparently ruined by wearing emeralds too bright for the room. All of it harmless in form. None of it harmless in intent. Mrs. Harbury was circling. I could feel it. At last she laid down her cup and said, with practiced softness, I do think it remarkable how fortune rearranges itself. A few weeks ago no one expected change. Then suddenly there is a wedding, a new mistress at Ashford Hall, and the most tiresome whispers silenced in one elegant stroke. There it was, not accusation, worse. Congratulatory poison. The footman by the door might have been carved from wood. The maid at the tea-table lowered her eyes. Mrs. Denham, who had entered half a minute earlier with a note for Julian and was now standing just inside the threshold, remained so perfectly composed that I would have trusted her to survive cannon fire without spilling cream. Everyone in the room heard it. Everyone. I looked at Mrs. Harbury and understood, with sudden clarity, why Lady Westmore had written in that exact tone. This was her sport. Not vulgar scandal, polished speculation offered as worldly sympathy. Julian said, if you refer to whispering, Anne, it is usually wiser not to improve it by quotation. So, Anne, which meant familial patience exhausted before politeness fully failed. Mrs. Harbury lifted her shoulders by a shade. I only meant that marriage, when happy, often discourages uglier forms of invention. I said, one would hope so. Her gaze returned to me, and yet invention is very lively where secrecy has been suspected. The words landed cleanly. I became conscious all at once of the servants, of the note still in Mrs. Denham's hand, of the open doorway to the hall, of the fact that houses do not require people to repeat phrases for them to take root. They need only hear them once in the right room. Julian rose, not abruptly, not enough to make a scene. Enough, he said, I believe. That I should speak with you in the morning room, Anne. There is a tenant matter on which your late husband's steward left a confusion I mean to clarify. The lie was elegant enough that only the entire room would recognize it as invention. Mrs. Harbury looked up at him, then at me. There was the smallest pause. She knew she had gone as far as she could publicly without risking open rebuke. She rose with graceful reluctance. Of course, one forgets how little leisure gentlemen in the country are permitted. Julian turned to me. Forgive us. I said, I shall try. He almost smiled. That might have saved the moment had everything else not already happened. He led Mrs. Harbury out. Mrs. Denham crossed the room to hand me the note she had been carrying as if nothing in the last 60 seconds had contained meaning. For you, my lady, from Mrs. Vale. I took it. Thank you. She inclined her head. Tea will be refreshed. Also not a question. By the time I answered, she had already begun directing the maid with that perfect controlled quiet which somehow made ordinary movements feel like mercy. Yet mercy observed remains observation. I knew very well what had happened. Mrs. Denham knew. The maid knew. The footman knew. Reeves in the hall probably knew enough from silence alone to reconstruct the scene by supper. I read my mother's note and absorbed almost none of it. The words in my mind were different, silenced in one elegant stroke. Secrecy has been suspected. Not because they revealed anything new, because they arranged the ugliest public version of my marriage into one polished little shape, and set it on the tea table before witnesses. When Julian returned 10 minutes later, he came in alone. I folded my mother's note. The steward's confusion has been resolved, I hope, he said. Not entirely. That made me look up. His face was composed. Too composed. What did she say? He crossed to the hearth and stood there, one hand resting lightly on the mantel. that she had heard in town our marriage was spoken of as admirable in appearance and convenient in timing. My laugh was brief and cold. How delicate. Yes, and you? He looked at me. I told her that if she repeated any version of it in this house again, she would leave it before the hour, but something inside me eased, only a little, only for a second. Then tightened again. In this house, yes. I held his gaze. And in every other house, a pause. Then, those are harder to govern. There was nothing wrong in the answer. That was the trouble. Nothing wrong except that it was not enough to soothe what had already begun rising in me. I stood and crossed to the window, because remaining still felt impossible. Outside, the lawns lay pale in the early spring light. A gardener moved along the far border with a wheelbarrow. Ordinary life, again, always again. I had almost forgotten, I said, what it is to be watched by people pretending only to care. Behind me, his voice came quieter. Elinor. I turned. He had not moved from the hearth. That, somehow, hurt more than if he had come toward me. I said no. Let me say it before I become sensible again. I know what she is. I know how these women operate. I know nothing she said changes the truth between us. Yet the room heard it, Julian. The servants heard it. The house heard it. And now every kindness you have shown me stands suddenly under another light. His expression altered at once. Sharper now, not defensive. Alert? What light? That I was brought into safety. The words came out before I could soften them. He went very still. I heard the clock on the mantel begin counting the quarter. 1, 3. He said, "You do not believe that." It was not a challenge. It was something far more difficult, quiet certainty against which my own hurt now pushed. "No," I said. "Not fully. That is what makes it worse." He came one step nearer. Only one. A leaner. I looked away from him, toward the window, toward anything that was not his face. "When I was a girl," I said, "I thought humiliation arrived like disaster loudly, all at once, impossible to mistake. I know better now. It arrives in measured voices, in polite rooms. In the moment one realizes that other people have begun arranging your life into a version you must either laugh at or bleed beneath." The words seemed to fill the drawing room long after I spoke them. He said, after a pause, "You are bleeding beneath it now." That stopped me, because yes, that was exactly it. And because he had named it, I could not pretend otherwise. I turned back toward him slowly. "You see, this is why I hate being understood at the wrong moment." His mouth changed by a fraction, not amusement. Something sadder. "I would prefer to understand at better ones." There are answers one cannot defend oneself against, because they are too precisely human. I looked down at my hands. They were steady. That almost angered me. One ought to have the decency to tremble when wounded. At last I said, "Will she leave today?" "Yes." And then? He did not answer immediately. There was the truth again, waiting. I lifted my eyes. "And then, Julian." He met my gaze fully. "And then we go on being ourselves in a world that will continue inventing reasons for what it cannot bear to witness plainly." I let out a breath that was almost a laugh and not kind. "That sounds very noble and very exhausting." "Wes." He was nearer now than before, though not close enough to touch. He said, "You need not receive anyone else today." Again that instinct, that wish to remove pressure, to make space. Under other circumstances I might have leaned into it. Now, because Mrs. Harbury's words still rang too near the skin, it stung. "Do you think me so fragile? No? Then do not send me into retreat like a patient after fever." His face changed at once. "I did not mean retreat." "No," I said. "You meant kindness." "I know. That is half the trouble between us. You are kind in ways that sometimes feel too near management." A small silence followed. He said, more quietly, "That is fair." I closed my eyes for 1 second. There it was again, the infuriating refusal to defend where another man would have demanded credit for good intentions. It left me nowhere easy to place my anger. When I looked at him again, I saw that he knew it too. He said, "What would help?" The question was so plain it almost undid me. What would help? Not what ought to help. Not what he thought best. What would help? I thought of Mrs. Harbury, of the servants, of Lady Westmore's note. of the long, humiliating echo of old danger returning in new language. And because honesty had become the one difficult habit we had somehow managed to build between us, I answered honestly. Nothing immediate, I said. Only time. And perhaps one day without being reminded that our marriage still belongs partly to other people's mouths. Something in his face softened by a degree I felt more than saw. That can be attempted. Attempted. I repeated. Your favorite category after useful, da. It is honest. Yes. The door opened then and Reeves announced, with perfect discretion, that Mrs. Harbury's carriage had been brought round. Julian turned at once. Thank you. Reeves withdrew. I said, will you go out with her? To the hall bar. To ensure she leaves with proper ceremony. He said, to ensure she leaves. That almost made me smile. Almost. He moved then, as if to go, and paused halfway to the door. When he turned back, the look in his face was not one I had seen often. Not because it was dramatic, because it was bare enough to be dangerous. He said, do not let her version stand higher in your mind than mine. I stared at him. The sentence was quiet, controlled. Yet beneath it I heard something else, not demand, not jealousy in any vulgar sense. Something more difficult. The knowledge that public lies, once admitted too far inward, can begin doing private damage no explanation fully repairs. He said no more. Then he left the room to send his cousin's widow back toward whatever drawing rooms still felt unfinished without her. I remained by the window long after the carriage had rolled away. A footman crossed the hall below. Somewhere upstairs a door opened and shut. The house resumed its ordinary breathing, but not quite as before. Houses remember. So do marriages. By the time the light began to fail, I knew one thing with unwelcome clarity. Nothing essential had been broken between Julian and me that afternoon. And yet something had changed all the same. The world had laid its hand upon us again, and for the first time since our wedding, I felt the cost not only of scandal, but of witnesses. That evening the house behaved beautifully, which is to say it behaved like a witness determined to pretend it had seen nothing. Supper was served at the proper hour. Candles were lit. Soup appeared. Plates changed. A footman moved silently behind my chair. Reeves announced dishes with his usual grave precision, as though the afternoon had contained nothing more consequential than weather and a cousin's harmless call. Julian spoke to me with his usual measured courtesy. I answered in the same tone. Any stranger joining us would have thought the marriage perfectly settled. Any servant with eyes would have known better. I have come to believe that households do not primarily listen to words. They listen to temperature, to rhythm, to the slight delay before a husband answers his wife, to the way a wife takes wine from his hand without letting her fingers brush his, to whether silence feels restful or arranged. That night ours was arranged, not cold, not hostile, worse in some ways, careful. Julian asked after the still-room accounts. I told him Mrs. Denham considered 2 of the preserves morally compromised and 1 footman hopeless with silver. He said that sounded like a merciful estimate. I almost smiled and then did not. He noticed. Of course he did. It was one of the smaller miseries of living with an observant man. One could not even fail to smile in peace. After supper he asked whether I wished to take tea in the library. Under ordinary circumstances, I might have said yes. The library had become our room without either of us meaning it to. The place where caution had first softened into truth. Where anger had survived and become something more intimate. Where he had kissed me as though my consent mattered more than my being his wife. That evening I could not bear the room. No, I said. I think I shall write to my mother. His gaze rested on me for 1 measured second longer than propriety required. Very well. That was all. No insistence. No inquiry. No attempt to improve the mood by force. Again that dangerous decency. I went upstairs and did indeed begin a letter to my mother. It remained half-finished for an hour, because every sentence I tried turned false in my hand. How was I to write of the afternoon? Mrs. Harbury came and polished our humiliation until it shone. Your son-in-law sent her away with precision, but not before the house heard enough to keep breathing carefully for the rest of the day. I know our marriage is real, and yet the world keeps holding it up to the light as if trying to prove the gold is plated. None of those would do. So I wrote instead of the weather, Clara's health, and whether the late Narcissus in the South Border had yet opened near the London Mews. It was a coward's letter, and I knew it. Yet there are times one cannot bear to hand pain over the post like ordinary news. By 10 of the clock the house had gone quiet. I still had not slept when I heard footsteps in the corridor outside my rooms. Not hurried, not stealthy, merely stopping. For one absurd heartbeat I thought he might knock. He did not. The steps stood there for a second, 2, then moved on. I lay awake in the dark with that knowledge beside me like another living thing. He had come as far as my door and chosen not to disturb me. Which meant he knew. Which meant he was leaving the space I had asked for, even without my asking it aloud. That should have comforted me. Instead it made me lonelier than if he had knocked and forced me to refuse him. The next morning broke clear and bright as if heaven wished to apologize for society and had chosen the most useless method available. I came down late enough that Julian had already gone out, not to inspect a ditch, thankfully, to ride over the north boundary with the steward. Mrs. Denham informed me of this while arranging flowers in the morning room with the air of a woman who could relay military campaigns and never discompose a single peony. I took breakfast alone. Halfway through coffee, Reeves announced Lady Westmere. That should have warned me. Lady Westmere never came to the country without purpose. She might arrive looking merely elegant and practical, but one soon discovered she had the instincts of a general and the patience of a woman who had outlived sentimentality by 3 decades. She entered in dove, gray silk, gloves immaculate, expression brisk. She said, "My dear," kissing my cheek. "You look as though sleep and common sense quarreled in the night." "They did," I said. "Sleep lost." Naturally. She accepted coffee, declined everything sweet, and said nothing of Mrs. Harbury for the first 3 minutes, which was how I knew it was all she meant to speak of. At last she set down her cup. She said, "Anne has left for Hampshire. I have already written to one person, warned another, and insulted a third in a way subtle enough to pass for breeding. I am relieved the family has resources." "Ah," she replied, "it has me. The rest is varying degrees of furniture." That almost made me laugh. Almost. As she studied me over the rim of her cup, she said, "You are wounded. No softness, no cooing, merely diagnosis. I am annoyed." That is usually the visible half. I looked at her. There are women who invite confidence by warmth. Lady Westmere invited it by refusing to patronize the intelligence of the person before her. One did not feel safe with her. One felt taken seriously. "I know what Anne meant," I said. "That is not the difficulty." No. The difficulty is that she said it in my drawing room, before my servants, as though my life were one of those little card tables society unfolds after dinner for amusement. Lady Westmere inclined her head once. "Yes, that is exactly Anne's preferred sport." I leaned back in my chair. "Then I hope she chokes on it one day." "Perhaps, though such women often live inconveniently long." A pause settled between us. Then she said, more carefully, "Julian told me there was strain after she left." I looked at the coffee in my cup rather than at her. There was strain before she arrived. She merely gave it a chair and poured it tea. Lady Westmere did not answer at once. Instead, she said, "He has tried to shield you with too much structure?" My eyes lifted to hers. The sentence struck somewhere odd in me. Too near the truth to be casual. Too specific to be guessed. "What do you mean?" She did not seem to notice, at first, that the room had changed. That he has been managing danger by arrangement so long he sometimes forgets that arrangement, however well-intentioned, may feel like exclusion to the person inside it. The coffee suddenly tasted bitter. "That is a remarkable sentence," I said. "It sounds prepared." "It is not prepared, only observed." I set down my cup very carefully. "Observed from what exactly?" She hesitated. There it was, only for an instant, but I saw it. A tiny, elegant pause in which Lady Westmere realized she had stepped close to a line and had not yet decided whether it was safe to cross. I said, "Quietly now, Observed from what, Lady Westmore? Her gaze held mine for a long moment. Then she sighed, faintly and with something like annoyance at the general failure of circumstances to remain simple. She said, "From the fact that he has been trying to contain this business for longer than you know." The whole room seemed to go silent around the words. I said nothing. She continued, perhaps because she thought the first injury better borne if followed quickly by the rest. "When Fenwick first traced the surviving obligations connected to your father's papers, Julian understood sooner than he admitted that they were tied not merely to ordinary debt, but to one of his father's concealed arrangements. He hoped to shield you first and explain afterward, in the order he judged least destructive." I stared at her. Not because I did not understand, because I understood too clearly. He understood sooner than he admitted. I repeated, "Yes." The word came out of her reluctantly now, as if she knew she could not retrieve it. I rose. Not dramatically. I simply found I could no longer remain seated and hear the room continue to exist around me in ordinary proportions. Lady Westmore watched me with those intelligent, unflinching eyes of hers. "I thought," I said slowly, "that when he first called on us he suspected danger and recognized the seal. I knew later that he knew more than he had said. But I believed there had still been uncertainty. Some genuine incompleteness." She said, "There was incompleteness at once. There still is in parts. He did not know every name, every surviving copy, every hand that might have profited by it. Do not comfort the point into uselessness." That came out sharper than I intended. She accepted it without offense. She said, "I am not trying to comfort it. I am trying to tell it accurately." I moved to the window because windows are useful when one must look at something while one's mind rearranges itself around a wound. The lawns shone damp in the clean morning light. A gardener crossed the far path with a rake over his shoulder, as if no essential human betrayal had ever occurred in drawing rooms and likely never would. I said, "How long?" She did not answer at once. "Lady Westmore," she said, "before the wedding, before the proposal took final shape. Not in every detail, but enough for him to understand that your father's debt was entangled with Ashford disgrace more deeply than he could safely put into a first explanation." I closed my eyes for 1 second. When I opened them again, the room looked exactly as before. That was offensive. "So when he came to my mother's house," I said, and spoke of options and terms, and urgency and protection, he had already moved farther in his own mind than he allowed me to see. "Yes." There was no use pretending otherwise now. Lady Westmore rose too, though she did not come toward me immediately. She said, "Listen to me before you sharpen this into something too simple. He did not deceive you because he thought you weak. He withheld because there were female names and old injuries in the papers which he believed he had no right to expose until the danger around you was steadier. He also believed, rightly, I think, that once you understood the full indecency of his father's hand in the matter, you would hear every offer he made as guilt before you heard protection." I turned. And was he wrong? For the first time, she had no quick answer. That told me enough. I gave a short laugh without mirth. "No, let us not flatter ourselves with prettier motives than the situation deserves. He knew I might refuse a marriage that looked too much like recompense for another man's sins. So he let me negotiate under partial light." Lady Westmore's face altered then, not into softness, but into something close to regret. "He let you negotiate under the light he believed least likely to injure others first. And me second." The words hung between us. She came to me then, not close enough to touch, only near enough that I had to meet her gaze. She said, "My dear," and now her voice was quieter than I had yet heard it, "there are forms of care that become arrogant by trying too hard to spare pain. Julian is very capable of that fault." I laughed once. "That should be engraved over the library mantel. It would improve the room." I looked away again. It is unbearable, sometimes, when another person understands the shape of one's hurt too well. "Especially when she is not sentimental enough to cheapen it by soothing," I said after a moment, "did you know, at the time, That he had understood more than he said. Yes. And you approved. She took a breath. I understood. There is a difference. Yes. I turned back to her. Would you have accepted it in my place? Lady Westmore's mouth changed by a fraction. She said, No. But I am not in your place, and if I had been, I might still have married him. The honesty of that answer struck deeper than agreement would have done. I sank slowly into the chair by the window and sat down, because my anger had begun to change shape, and standing through it felt too much like a performance. Lady Westmore remained where she was. She said, You are thinking that he chose the marriage as shield before he chose full trust, Yes. And that is wounding? Yes. Again, that terrible clean accuracy between us. She looked toward the fire, then back at me. He has been making a wall of himself for years, Eleanor. Men praised for steadiness often begin to mistake unilateral decision for duty. It is a vice that resembles virtue at a distance. There was no defending Julian against that, because it was so precisely what I now felt. Not that he had married me without conscience. Worse, that he had acted with conscience and still not trusted me enough with the whole truth when it mattered most. I said, He should have told me, yes. And if I had walked away, Lady Westmore's eyes rested on me. He feared you might, or worse, that you might stay only out of pity and anger. There it was. Another little blade wrapped in understanding. I laughed again, softly and without humor. How thoughtful of him to protect us all from my informed choice. That, at last, made her wince. Only slightly. Enough, she said. I did not come to excuse him. What did you come? Because Annie is a fool, because gossip is a disease, and because if you were to learn this later from some other quarter, it would poison more than it need. I looked at her a long moment. Then I said, You have chosen an admirable morning for poison. She said, Yes. I am sorry for that. It was the first apology she had offered. Because it was not dressed up, I believed it. We spoke little after that. Or rather, she spoke of practical things in the old manner, which cousin should be ignored, which neighboring family would try to call within the week, how best to answer Lady Darnley if she wrote something honeyed and venomous together. I answered where required. We both knew the real conversation had already happened and would go on happening long after her carriage left the drive. When she rose to depart, she said only this at the door. He does love truth, Eleanor. He is simply too accustomed to carrying it alone. I almost said, Then he loves the wrong half of it. Instead, I inclined my head and let her go. The house felt changed after her departure. Not physically. Changed the way a room changes once a line has been spoken in it that cannot ever be unsaid. I went to the library, because of course I did. The cruelest truths in my marriage had begun there. Apparently my instincts now took me toward injury with insulting consistency. The room was empty. Fire low. Desk orderly. One open volume left beside the chair where he had sat the evening before. I stood in the middle of it and looked around at the books. The portrait of his mother, the rainless light at the windows, the quiet exactness of a room made for thought, and now, to my mind, full of too much arrangement. He had known. Not everything, that was not the point. He had known enough. Enough to understand that my father's debts were not merely my father's ruin, but part of the longer rot left by the late Lord Ashford. Enough to begin choosing marriage as remedy before he let me fully see what disease we were standing inside. Enough to decide for me the order in which knowledge should arrive. I thought then of our first conversations, of the packet on the table between us, of his calm face when I demanded truth, of the settlements, the speed, the visible respect with which he had let me negotiate the shape of my own rescue, while already knowing more about the wreckage under the floorboards than I had been allowed to hear. Relief and humiliation moved through me together. That was the worst of it. Had I been only angry, I might have marched to the stable yard and demanded explanation at once. Had I been only grateful, I might have sat down and wept and then hated myself for it. But gratitude and anger in equal measure create a finer suffering. One feels not merely wronged, but managed by someone one cannot entirely condemn. That is its own kind of captivity. A clock struck somewhere in the house. I turned toward the desk and saw, lying beside the blotter, a small folded memorandum in Fenwick's hand. I did not touch it. I did not need to. The sight of the familiar script, the calm legal shape of it, was enough to make my stomach harden. No more accidental papers. No more truths discovered by domestic chance. I had enough now. When I left the library, 2 maids were carrying fresh linen across the upper hall. They curtsied. I answered them kindly, yet I felt absurdly and painfully, as though every servant in Ashford Hall could suddenly see through skin into the place where trust had begun to bruise. By the time Julian returned from the north boundary in the late afternoon, mud at his boots and sunlight lowering behind him in bands across the hall floor, I knew with dreadful clarity that I could not meet him as I had the day before. Not after Lady Westmere. Not after the realization settling coldly and cleanly into place. He had not merely protected me. He had arranged me. And for the first time since I became his wife, respect itself felt wounded. He came in through the front hall carrying mud, cold air, and the look of a man who had spent the afternoon doing battle with land, because land at least does not lie by omission. I stood at the far end of the hall near the base of the staircase. I do not think I meant to wait there. Perhaps I only meant to cross from one room to another and found that my body had chosen stillness before my mind caught up. Or perhaps some harder, truer part of me wanted him to see at once, before servants were dismissed and lamps lit in civility arranged itself between us, that something had changed. He handed his gloves to the footman, gave his hat to Reeves, and looked up. The moment he saw me, the whole hall altered. Not because anyone else noticed. The servants continued moving with perfect training. A maid passed with folded cloths. Mrs. Denham's voice sounded faintly from the back corridor directing supper. The house behaved as houses do, yet Julian's face changed by one small degree. Not alarm, recognition. He knew. He knew before I spoke that Lady Westmere had come. That she had spoken. That whatever remained uninjured by Anne Harbury's visit had now been reached from another direction. Reeves said, "To my lady," softly to me as if inquiring whether I wished tea sent up. "No," I said, without looking away from Julian. "Thank you." Reeves inclined his head and vanished with such admirable discretion that I almost envied him his profession. Julian took one step toward me. "Stop," he asked. "When did she come?" There it was. No, what is wrong? No pretense that he needed a map for ground he already recognized. Late morning. His gaze remained on my face. What did she say? I almost laughed, not because anything was amusing, because there was something unbearable in the order of his questions. Not how do you feel? Not are you hurt? But what information entered the room and by what route? As if emotional damage, like estate damage, must first be surveyed before it can be repaired. Would you prefer the short version? I asked, or the one under fuller management. His expression altered at once. Koh-i-Noor. The use of my name should have softened me. It did not. I said very evenly. She told me that you understood sooner than you admitted how deeply my father's debts were entangled with your father's concealed arrangements. She told me you hoped to shield first and explain afterward. She told me, in effect, that while I believed I was negotiating my future under difficulty, you had already decided more of the shape of it than I was allowed to see. The words hung in the hall. A footman, halfway to the dining-room door, made the intelligent choice to become part of the wallpaper and then disappear entirely. Julian said nothing. That silence answered enough. I went on, because once begun I could not bear to stop halfway and let the worst part remain politely unstated. She also told me, I said, that you feared I would hear every offer from you as guilt before I heard protection. Which means you knew from the beginning that the truth might change my judgment, and still you chose the order in which I would receive it. His jaw tightened. Only slightly. The old infuriating, controlled version of pain in him. He said, I see. I answered. You do not get to see. You have spent weeks arranging what I may see and when. You may answer now. The words were too sharp for the open hall. I knew it. So did he. He glanced once toward the corridor leading to the library, then back at me. Not here. Under other circumstances, I might have agreed at once. Might even have felt relieved by the excuse to move somewhere more private. Instead, the phrase struck me like flint. Of course not here. Not where the house could hear too much. Not where witnesses might exist. Not where another piece of my life might escape the boundaries he preferred. I said, "There is always another room with you, is there not?" His eyes held mine. "Yes." "Because I will not have this discussed before the household." That should have sounded protective. Instead it landed like one more choice already made for me. How fortunate. I said, "That propriety remains so well supplied." He did not answer. Perhaps because there was nothing safe to say while two servants moved within earshot. Perhaps because he knew that if he attempted gentleness now, I would hear only control dressed in softer cloth. He waited. I hated that waiting. I hated more that he was right. I turned and walked toward the library without asking whether he followed. He did. Of course he did. Once inside, I went straight to the hearth and stopped there, not from any love of dramatic position, but because I had begun, over the last weeks, to associate the room with truth hard enough to survive being spoken aloud. The fire had already been laid for evening and now burned low and steady. Lamps had not yet been brought in, and the lowering light from the windows left the room half gold, half shadow. Julian closed the door behind him. The sound of it settling shut went through me like a second kind of knowledge. There would be no interruption now. No servants. No cousins. No Lady Westmore. No room left to speak around the truth instead of through it. He came no farther into the room at first. Only stood with one hand at his side and the other briefly resting against the back of the door, as if steadying nothing more than wood and air. Then he said, "What she told you is true." I stared at him. It was not the content of the answer that struck hardest. It was the fact that he gave it at once. No evasion, no careful trimming of meaning, no preliminary plea for context, just truth. That should have made the room cleaner. Instead, it made the wound sharper. I said, "Yes," before the proposal, "Yes," before the engagement, "Yes." Each answer landed like a measured blow. I took one step away from the hearth because remaining near warmth had begun to feel false. "How much, Julian?" He looked at me directly. "Enough to know your father had profited from a concealed arrangement link to my father's conduct. Enough to know the surviving papers could damage your household and mine if others gained them. Enough to understand that speed might become necessary before every name and document were fully traced. Not enough to tell me. I told you what could be told safely at the time." The phrase did it. I laughed once, quietly, without warmth. "You told me what you selected." His expression shifted, not into defensiveness, into something graver than that. Because he knew the difference mattered and knew I had named it correctly, he said, "Wes." I looked away. There are answers that make anger difficult because they do not deny the injury. They simply stand there and refuse to be easier enemies than they are. "You let me bargain with you," I said, while already holding more knowledge than I was allowed. "I let you bargain for terms that protected your mother and sister. Your possession of the packet, your freedom from forced display, and your right to be told more as it became safe to tell." I turned back on him at once. Do not recite my own conditions to me as though honoring them erased the lie beneath them. It was not a lie. The words came very quietly. That was the first time his voice had altered enough to scrape. It was a mission. I stared at him in disbelief. "And that distinction comforts you?" He said, "No. It condemns me differently." The room fell still. My heart was beating too hard. Not from fear. From the exhausting strain of arguing with a man who refused every selfish refuge while still standing guilty at the center of the thing. I said, "You chose marriage as a shield before you trusted me with the whole reason the shield was needed." "Yes. There is no nobility in that." "No." "Then why are you standing there? I should admire your conscience for wounding me carefully." For the first time, unmistakably, something flashed in him. Not temper turned outward, not cruelty. Something harder and more human than either. The look of a man pushed at the precise place where his own accusation already lives. He said, "I am standing here." And now his voice had lost some of its smooth control. "Because admiration is the last thing I expect from you. I am standing here. Because you deserve the truth of what I did and why I did it, however little it recommends me." I had wanted heat from him. I had not expected how it would strike when it came. "You wanted to secure me first," I said. "I wanted to shield you before men with no scruples used what your father left behind. And you did not trust me to endure the knowledge while deciding." A pause. "Then, no. I did not trust that the knowledge would leave you free to choose without punishing yourself for the wrong things." That landed harder than anger, because it was not contempt. Worse. It was a form of understanding wielded without permission. My throat tightened. "You had no right to decide what form my choice should take." "No, bah." Then stopped speaking as though being correct about my likely pain excuses governing it. His jaw tightened again. "I have not excused it. Every word from you is excuse disguised as principle." He said, "No." And there was force in it now, force I had not heard from him since this began. "Every word from me is explanation, because I will not let you mistake calculation for indifference." The room seemed suddenly smaller. I said, very still, "And what should I mistake it for instead?" He looked at me as if the answer cost him something to hold. He said, "Fear." The word seemed to reach me through the firelight and stop the air itself. I did not speak. He went on, more quietly now, but no less intensely for that. "I saw the danger earlier than I admitted, because once the threads became clear enough, I knew what would happen if the wrong people reached them first. I knew what men like Morton and Hale would do. I knew what other men, respectable, social, curious, would make of the packet, the debts your father's leverage, and my father's filth. I knew they would ruin your household before they fully damaged mine. And yes, I feared that if I laid every ugliness before you at once, you would refuse the one structure strong enough to protect you because you would rather suffer cleanly than feel purchased by another man's disgrace." His voice had deepened with the effort of it, not louder, worse than loud, honest. I felt my eyes sting and despised that at once. "So you spared me my own refusal." "I spared your family the consequence of bought. Aim me second." He did not deny it. Again that infuriating, punishing honesty. I folded my arms tightly across myself, because my whole body had begun to feel too exposed to the room. "Do you hear yourself?" I asked. "Do you understand what you are asking me to accept? That I was safer because you chose for me the order in which truth should arrive. That I ought to be grateful not only for the marriage, not only for the settlements, not only for the debts quietly handled behind my back, but also for being protected from my own informed judgment." Something like pain crossed his face then, though controlled almost at once. "I am not asking gratitude. No, only comprehension. Men always prefer that word when they have already taken the larger liberties." He looked at me a long moment. Then he said, "Very well. Do not comprehend me. Condemn me if that is cleaner. But do not pretend I moved quickly, because I valued your consent lightly." The force of that answer made me go still. I had not expected him to come that near the center of the thing. "You valued it enough," I said, "to secure it under partial light." His voice lowered. "I valued it not to put before you names and histories that were not mine alone to expose before I could protect the women already damaged by them." For one suspended second the room reoriented itself, not because his answer absolved him, because it reminded me that the center of all this was not merely me. There were older female injuries inside the papers, other women, other silences, other reputations already burned and buried beneath men's arrangements. I looked away first. That was the cruelty of this marriage. Every clean line of anger encountered another truth before it could fully harden. "Still," I said, "and so you made me another woman managed for her own good." "No." I turned back sharply. "No?" He had come one step nearer without my noticing. Not close. Near enough that the force in him no longer felt remote. He said, "No." I made you a woman I tried to save quickly and perhaps too forcefully from damage already in motion. I did not think you weak. I thought time vicious. The words shook something low in me, because I believed them, because believing them did not mend anything. I said, more quietly now because anger had begun turning into hurt too raw for volume. Safety without honesty is another form of captivity. The sentence hung between us. He closed his eyes for 1 second only. When he opened them again, something in him had changed. Not broken, yielded, perhaps, to a truth he had already known and heard now in my voice as judgment no longer abstract. He said, Wes. Only that, no defense, no argument. Just yes. And somehow that was worse than if he had fought me, because there was nowhere to set my pain that would not also strike his. I drew a breath that trembled despite me. I have spent years, I said, looking not at him now but at the fire, learning how to survive within structures built by men who assumed they knew what was best, while women managed the consequences beautifully. My father with his charm and vagueness, creditors with their polite threats, society with its appetite. And then you, my voice caught, and I hated it. You with your order and your decency and your exact hands and your terrible goodness. I thought with you I had found at least one place where I would not be arranged to suit someone else's superior judgment. The room went completely still. When I finally looked at him, I saw something I had not yet seen there plainly. Not guilt, a grief. Not for himself only, for me, perhaps, for what he had done to a trust neither of us had fully named until now. He said, Eleanor. It was almost a plea. That should have steadied me. Instead, it opened the wound further. I let myself trust you, I said. Do you understand that? Not only as husband. That word came with law and speed and necessity. I trusted you as the one man in this whole ugly business who would not make use of my blindness. And now I must sit with the knowledge that you did not merely know more. You built the road beneath my feet while allowing me to believe I still saw the ground. His face had gone very still. He said, after a long moment, Yes. There it was again, that cursed word. I nearly cried out with frustration. Must every answer from you be one syllable and bloodless, when my whole life seemed suddenly built from decisions I was invited to bless only after they had already been made? Something flashed through his expression then. Not anger at my pain. Anger at the accusation itself, perhaps because it landed too near what he most feared being. He said, No, and the word cracked sharper now. Not bloodless. For one startling second the full force of him filled the room. Not loud. More dangerous than loud, his control had not vanished. It had thinned enough to show what lived underneath. I married you because time was collapsing, because your family was exposed, because my father's corruption had stained more lives than his own. Because I could not watch that danger close over you and still think myself honorable afterward. I also married you because from the first moment you sat across from me with that packet between us, you were the only person in the room speaking at the level of the truth. Do not tell me I chose lightly. Do not tell me I felt nothing. Do not tell me I saw you as a passive piece to be moved into safety and then thanked for it. His breath was unsteady now. Only slightly. Enough. The force of what he had said hit me in waves. Not because it was flattering, because it was terrible and true and no comfort at all. I said, and now my own voice was shaking, then why could you not trust me with enough truth to let me meet you standing up instead of being guided into position like a child near a cliff? A long silence. Then he answered, not quickly, not as a man certain of his own righteousness. As a man speaking through the one place in himself he no longer wanted hidden. He said, because I had spent too many years watching women suffer the cost of knowledge men used badly. Because I saw your mother already fraying under debt and silence. Because I knew once the full shape of my father's conduct, and your father's use of it was spoken aloud. It would soil everything at once, every offer, every term, every look I gave you. Because yes, I feared you would refuse me, but not because I thought refusal inconvenient. Because I thought your refusal would be noble, proud, and catastrophic, and I did not know how to let you walk into that and still call myself decent. The tears came then. Not dramatic, not sobbing. Just the sudden hot disgrace of them standing in my eyes, which was almost worse. I turned away at once and pressed the heel of my hand briefly against them, furious with myself. Behind me, I heard him move and then stop. He did not touch me. He knew better now. That almost undid me more. I said, without turning back, "You see, this is the part no one tells men. That being protected too much feels horribly like being thought unable to bear one's own life." His answer came quietly behind me. "I know now." I laughed once through the tears, bitter at myself and at him, at the whole merciless honesty of the room. "No." "Yes." I turned then. He was still where he had stopped, near enough that the space between us felt alive, far enough that I did not have to recoil from contact. His face looked different in the late light, not less controlled, more stripped. I saw it then with frightening clarity. Julian was a man who had built goodness into habit so fiercely that when habit failed, he had almost no softer language to fall back on. Only truth, only the blunt interior of conscience, only the willingness to be hated rather than lie. That should have made him easier to forgive. Instead, it made the pain deeper, because he had hurt me not out of vanity or contempt, but out of the same severe protectiveness that had made me trust him in the first place. I wiped the last tears away with angry precision. He watched and did not offer a handkerchief. "Bless him for that," I said, "very tired now." "I cannot do this kindly." He nodded once. "I know. I do not want you near me just now." His face changed, very slightly. Not wounded theatrically. Simply struck. Still he said, "All right." There was another pause. I heard the faint rattle of coal in the grate. Somewhere down the corridor a servant moved past, and then away again. I looked at him, my husband, the man I had begun to want not merely as shield but as companion. The man who had kissed me as if consent mattered more than law. The man who had nonetheless chosen for me when truth should fall, and knew that if I stayed in the room another minute, I would either soften too soon or shatter in some entirely undignified fashion. "I need air," I said. "It is nearly dusk. I know what time it is." His jaw tightened. "Then at least take a maid." I stared at him. The reflex. Protection. Structure. The old pattern rising even now from concern. He saw it the same instant I did. Something like defeat passed through his face. Then he said, more quietly, "Forgive me. Take whatever you wish." But the damage was done, small compared to the rest, yet perfectly illustrative. I gave a short, joyless laugh. "Do you see how impossible this is?" He said, "Yes, of course, always yes." I went to the door, then paused with my hand on the latch and looked back once. He had not moved. He stood in the firelit room with that terrible stillness of his, hands at his sides. No defense left except the truth he had already given and the knowledge that it had not been enough. It is possible, I think, to love someone and be unable to bear them in the same moment. I understood that then, and because I understood it, I also understood the next truth waiting just behind it. This wound would not close in a single room, not even this room. I opened the door and said, without looking at him again, "I need distance from your version of care before I can hear any more of it." Then I left him there with the fire, the failing light, and the first true fracture our marriage had yet known. I did not go far at first. Only as far as the west terrace, where the last of the light lay thin across the wet stone, and the air still held the clean chill left behind by rain. The sky had deepened toward evening, pale gold dying slowly behind the bare trees beyond the lower lawn. Somewhere near the stables a horse stamped. Farther off, rooks argued in the elms with the conviction of creatures certain the world belongs to noise. I stood with one hand on the cold stone balustrade and tried, with no real success, to become a woman whose heart did not feel as if it had been taken apart by someone she could neither wholly condemn nor fully trust in the same breath. That, I think, was the worst shape of pain. Clean betrayal is easier. One knows where to place it. One can stand upright inside righteous anger and keep oneself warm on its clarity. This was not clarity. This was a wound made by the same hand that had shielded me. That makes forgiveness feel like surrender and anger feel like ingratitude. And the soul does not know where to stand between the two. I heard the terrace door open behind me. For one suspended second, every muscle in my body tightened. Then I heard Ellis's voice, "My lady." I turned. She held a shawl over her arm. "The evening is colder than appeared from within." I almost laughed at that. Cold had ceased to be a question of weather some time ago. Still, I let her settle the shawl around my shoulders. The small domestic kindness of it nearly undid me more than anything Julian had said. "Thank you. Will you have supper sent to your rooms, my lady?" There it was. The household, in its wise, discreet way, already adjusting itself around fracture. I thought of the dining room, of the polished silver, of Julian at the far end of the table, or beside me, careful and grave, not pressing, not defending, all that impossible decency still intact while my trust in it bled quietly across the cloth. "No," I said after a moment. "Not yet." Ellis inclined her head. "Very good, my lady." She withdrew without asking whether I wished company. Wine, tea, or false comfort. I would have promoted her for that if I had possessed the authority. Darkness gathered slowly. I remained on the terrace until the air had worked its way properly through the shawl and into my bones. Only then did I go back inside. The library door stood shut as I passed it. I did not stop. In my rooms a tray had been laid after all. Tea, bread, cold chicken, the sort of sensible provision a house produces for distress when it cannot cure it. I touched none of it. Instead, I sat at the writing table and began another letter to my mother. This one I wrote plainly. Not everything, not the whole history, not the full wound, but enough. Mama, I think I must come to town for a few days if it can be managed without too much notice. Nothing public has happened which requires alarm. But I find myself in need of your company in rooms where memory belongs more clearly to me than to other people. If you can receive me quietly, send no reply by ordinary hand. Only have Thomas come tomorrow with the smaller carriage and tell the servants I am and wanted for Clara's health or your own, whichever seems less likely to be embroidered. I stopped there and stared at the paper. It looked cowardly. It also looked necessary. I sealed it and rang for Reeves. He came himself, which meant the house had judged my mood sufficiently grave to put its most discreet nerve endings in motion. "Have this sent at once by trusted hand," I said. "Wes, my lady." He took the letter without a glance at the direction. A better manservant never lived. As he turned to go, I heard myself say, "And if his lordship asks, he may know it is to my mother." A Reeves paused only long enough to incline his head. "Yes, my lady." When he had gone, I sat very still. The fire had burned lower. Candlelight flickered in the glass of the windows. The tray remained untouched at my elbow. For perhaps half an hour I did nothing except listen to the house. One learns a house more truly at night than by day. The settling of boards, the softened opening and shutting of distant doors, the low exchange of voices far below stairs, the way silence differs when everyone is asleep, and when everyone is merely trying not to disturb the unhappiness of those above them. Alas, there came a knock, not loud, not tentative. Julian. I knew it before he spoke. Eleanor, only my name through the wood. I closed my eyes. The sound of it hurt more than if he had used title or courtesy. I said nothing. A pause followed. Then, very quietly, "Your letter to your mother has gone." So Reeves had told him, or he had asked, or both. Still I said nothing. After another moment he said, "If you wish to go to town, you may." My hand tightened on the arm of the chair. There are permissions which feel so like mercy that they become another form of pain. Not because they are wrongly given, because one ought never to have needed them named. I rose and crossed the room, but I did not open the door. "May," I repeated through the wood. "How generous." On the other side of the paling, silence. "Then, you know I do not mean it that way." "Do I?" A longer pause. He said, "No. Perhaps not tonight." I leaned my forehead very briefly against the door and hated the weakness of the gesture even while making it. "I cannot speak with you again now," I said. "I know." There it was, the cursed word. the one that kept making everything worse by being true. He went on, his voice low and steady. But I would rather you hear this now than wonder at it later. If you go, no one in this house will hinder you. No explanation will be demanded from you. If anyone in the county asks, the answer will be that Lady Ashford was required in town by family concern. Nothing more. I swallowed. Because that was kindness. Because kindness from him at that moment felt almost unbearable. You make even absence sound managed, I said. His answer came after a beat. I am trying to make it bearable. I closed my eyes again. There was nothing to say to that which did not risk undoing me. At last I managed, Good night, Julian. The silence afterward was so complete I almost thought he had gone without reply. Then he said, Good night, Eleanor. His steps retreated. I stood with my hand against the door until the corridor went quiet again. The next morning my mother sent Thomas. Of course she did. Not delay. Not questions by messenger. Only Thomas with the smaller carriage and the excellent expression of a man who has served one family long enough to know that when ladies change plans quickly. The intelligent thing is to regard trunks as weather and silence as loyalty. I had expected to feel shame while instructing Ellis what to pack. Instead I felt a hard, cold calm. Not peace. The kind of calm one finds after a storm has torn the leaves off everything and all that remains is to count what still stands. Mrs. Denham came up while the maid folded gowns. She took in the open trunks, the traveling dress laid ready on the bed, and my face. Nothing in her own altered beyond the smallest possible degree. My lady is leaving for town. Wes. For some days. A pause. Then she said, The blue cloak is warmer for the road than the gray. It was one of the kindest things anyone had offered me in 24 hours. Thank you. She inclined her head and moved toward the wardrobe herself, as if housekeepers everywhere had long ago decided that practical intervention is the only dignified form of sympathy. By 11 the trunks were strapped. By 1:30 the carriage stood ready. And still I had not seen Julian. I told myself that was best. I told myself a great many things that morning, most of them false. At last, as I came down the principal staircase, gloved and cloaked and composed as a condemned woman at court, I saw him in the hall. Of course, he stood near the front door in dark coat and boots, one hand resting lightly behind his back. Not to block, not to claim. Simply there because anything less would have been cowardice. For 1 second the whole hall seemed to empty around him. Then I descended the last steps. Neither of us spoke while Reeves brought my reticule and Thomas took instructions regarding the smaller trunk. It was all so ordinary, so excellently run, that the sheer civility of it felt like a cruelty refined over generations. At last Julian said, Your mother sent no note. No, but that sounds like her. Yes. A small silence. He looked at the reticule in Reeves's hand, then at me. And for one absurd instant I remembered the day in Hyde Park when he had reached to take it, and I had stopped him, and how quickly he had understood the boundary and let it remain mine. Memory is merciless in moments like these. It hands one tenderness exactly when tenderness hurts most. He said, I will write to Fenwick. If any further inquiries rise while you are in town, they will be handled without troubling your mother, Ga. I am sure they will. My tone was colder than I intended. He heard the hurt beneath it anyway. Of course he did. Eleanor, I stopped him with the smallest lift of my hand. Not dramatic. Enough. I know you mean to make this easier, I said. Please do not. The words landed softly in the hall. I saw them strike. Still he bowed his head once. As you wish. There is no graceful answer to such obedience when it comes from the man one most wants, in some hidden corner of the soul, to disobey gently and keep. I moved past him toward the door, then stopped, because leaving without looking him again felt impossible, because looking at him again felt worse. I turned. He had not moved. Sunlight from the open door fell across one side of his face and left the other in the dim cool of the hall. He looked, for the first time since I had known him, less like a man in command of his world than a man standing very still, because command had ceased to be useful. I am not leaving to punish you, I said. I know. and I am not leaving because Mrs. Harbury wounded me more than I can bear. I know that too. Thin know this as well. My voice almost failed me there, but I steadied it. I need to stand somewhere your decisions have not already reached before I can hear your reasons without becoming smaller inside them. For one long moment, he did not answer. Then he said quietly, "That is fair. Always fair. Always exactly enough honesty to keep anger from becoming clean." I wanted suddenly, wildly, for him to say something less fair. Something human and selfish and difficult. "Stay, do not go. I cannot bear this distance." Anything that would prove he was not only principle stitched into a man. Instead he said, "I will not come after you unless you ask it." That was when I understood how deep the fracture had gone. Because the promise was kind, and because some aching part of me hated it, I nodded once. Then I got into the carriage. Ashford Hall receded slowly behind the glass as we turned down the drive, pale stone, dark yews, the long front steps, one upstairs window glinting briefly with morning sun. I did not look back after the gates. The road to London seemed longer returning than had when I came as a bride. Or perhaps I had fewer illusions to occupy the miles. By the time we reached town, my mother was waiting in the drawing room. She rose the instant I entered and opened her arms without speaking. That is the great mercy of mothers who have suffered enough. They do not ask questions before the embrace. I went to her and held on for one selfish moment longer than childhood would have allowed and womanhood ordinarily permits. When at last I drew back, she looked into my face and said only, "How bad?" The room blurred briefly. "Bad enough." She nodded once as if confirming some inward measure of disaster, and took my hand. "Then you shall not explain it all at once." Clara came flying in half a minute later and stopped dead at the sight of my face. She said, "Oh," softly. "Not what happened, not are you quarreling, only that one syllable full of recognition and love." I laughed, and then, humiliatingly, cried in earnest. The next days passed in that strange half-light where private pain and public appearance make war across every hour. I stayed in my old room. My mother ordered broth. Clara hovered. Lady Darnley sent a note full of Satan's sympathy and poisonously gentle curiosity, which my mother consigned to the fire with satisfaction. 2 neighboring ladies called, and were told I suffered from a fatigue brought on by country air, and too much recent happiness. It astonishes me still how easily society accepts illness where it would never forgive sorrow. Julian did not come. True to his word, he wrote once. A short note, no defense, no request. No demand that I return before I was ready, only 3 lines in that severe hand of his. "I have said nothing beyond what was necessary. Your absence is explained as family concern. If any practical matter reaches you and should not, send word, and it will be removed. I hope your mother is kind to you. No signature beyond J. Ashford." I read it 6 times and hated every line for being exactly the sort of letter he would write and exactly the sort that proved he was keeping the promise I had not wanted and could not fairly resent. In London, our separation was noticed almost at once. Of course it was. A newly married wife leaves the country and returns to her mother's house within a week, and the town does not call it rest. It calls it material. At first the whispers were small: health, family attachment, Clara overwrought, Mrs. Vale lonely. Nothing fixed enough to do real damage. Then came the sharper version. Lady Ashford seen in town without her husband. Lord Ashford remaining at the country seat. A marriage too swift, perhaps, proving less stable in privacy than in public. The old rumors about timing rising like damp through the walls. By the 3rd day, my mother received a note from Lady Westmere with no opening pleasantry at all. "You may now assume at least 2 men and 4 women have begun to wonder whether your daughter's retreat indicates injury, displeasure, or discovery. Julian can still silence some of it by pride alone. He cannot silence all of it without choosing a more dangerous method." I read that line twice. Then carried the note to my room and sat with it on my lap while evening gathered outside the windows of my childhood. A more dangerous method. I knew what she meant. Not more charm, not more explanation. Truth. Some version of it. Enough truth to protect my name at the risk of reopening his father's shame. Enough truth to stop London from making my departure a verdict, if he was willing to put his own house under a brighter and harsher light than he had spent years preventing. For the first time since I left Ashford Hall, fear for Julian moved cleanly through my anger. He had let me go. He had not followed. He had not forced the marriage into easier shape by presence, persuasion, or wounded pride. And now my absence had made us vulnerable not only to gossip but to a choice he had long avoided. Protect his name, or risk it for the truth. That night I stood at the window of my mother's house and looked out over the square where everything had begun: breakfast trays, debt letters, sealed packets, his first card, the whole terrible machinery of fate disguised as respectable visitation, and understood with sudden terrible clarity that distance had not simplified anything at all. It had only made the next decision impossible to postpone. Chapter 5. Morning after the vow. By the fourth morning in my mother's house, London had begun to enjoy my absence too much. It is astonishing how quickly people tire of uncertainty when certainty can be invented at half the cost. At first the whispers had moved in soft shoes. A bride returned to her mother for rest. A recent marriage proving delicate. Country air not agreeing with nerves already strained by a hasty season. All of it the usual decorative nonsense society produces when it wishes to look compassionate while sharpening its appetite. By Wednesday, compassion had given up the effort. The newer version was cleaner, harder, easier to repeat. Lady Ashford had left the country too soon. Lord Ashford had remained at the Hall. Something discovered after the wedding, something concealed before it. Something about papers, something about debt. Something about why the marriage had happened so quickly at all. My mother heard it first through silence. A woman who has lived long enough in drawing-rooms can detect malice by what is not asked. Mrs. Bell called and inquired after Clara's music, but not my health. Lady Fenton sent flowers with no note, which meant she wished to claim sympathy without attaching her handwriting to curiosity. Even our butcher's wife, who had never shown much interest in aristocratic trouble before, asked the cook whether country houses were damp enough to make brides melancholy. By luncheon my mother said, "Thee are beginning to believe this is separation rather than visit." I looked down at my plate. But perhaps it is both. She did not answer at once. We had not spoken Julian's name much in those first days. Not because my mother disapproved of him. She did not. If anything, that made matters worse. She had seen enough of him to understand that my hurt had not come from triviality, and enough of me to know that pride and love were now engaged in their oldest, ugliest war. At last she said, "Do you wish me to send for him?" I nearly laughed. "No." The answer came too quickly, too sharply. My mother buttered a piece of bread with terrible calm. "Then you must not be surprised if the city takes your silence for permission." That was fair. I hated fair things that morning. Clara, who had been trying for 10 minutes to look uninterested in adult misery and had succeeded only in appearing deeply theatrical, said, "Could you not simply be seen together once and disappoint everyone?" My mother gave her a look. Clara lifted both hands. "I am only saying that if people insist upon a story, one may as well hand them a dull one. Under other circumstances, I might have kissed her for that." Instead I said, "Dullness is difficult where scandal has already paid for a seat." The footman entered before either of them could answer, and placed a card on the tray beside my mother's hand. Not a note, a card. Those are often worse. Notes allow control. Cards announce presence. My mother picked it up, read the name, and said, "Letty Westmere." Clara brightened at once. Then either everything is on fire, or she has come to insult someone important. "Both are possible," I said. Lady Westmere entered 5 minutes later carrying her usual air of intelligence, too disciplined to be called warmth, and too honest to be mistaken for mere fashion. She removed her gloves while crossing the room, kissed my mother, touched Clara's cheek, and came directly to me. She said, "My dear, you look better than I feared and worse than is useful, bah. Your kindness remains singular. Thank you." She sat. Accepted tea. Refused cakes. Looked once at my mother and said, "I would prefer Clara not be sent away. She is young, but she is not made of spun sugar." Ah, Clara, who would have followed that woman through artillery, drew herself up with gratitude. My mother said, "Then something has happened." Lady Westmere folded her gloves with infuriating neatness and laid them beside her untouched cup. She said, "Julian has made a decision." I went still. There are sentences which alter the room by grammar alone. My mother asked, "What sort of decision?" "The sort that may save your daughter's name at the expense of easier silence." I looked at Lady Westmere. "Speak plainly." "Ah, she did. Of course she did. She said, 'He has refused the quieter course.'" Clara said, "Fenwick advised that if the whispers are allowed to continue in this shape, they will soon turn from gossip into assumption, and assumption will begin pulling at old paper. Julian was given a choice. He could let society believe the marriage merely strained, weather it by distance and pride, and hope the appetite moved elsewhere. Or he could move first. Before either my mother or I could stop her, move how? Lady Westmere looked at her. By forcing the matter out of rumor and into formal ugliness before others can make profit of it. My mother set down her cup. I said, "What has he done?" Lady Westmere met my gaze. "He has summoned Morton and Hale Houston, and 2 men connected to his father's former intermediary accounts to Fenwick's chambers this afternoon. He intends to confront the debt trail directly, in writing and before witnesses, and to make it known that any further attempt to suggest your marriage was used to bury ordinary financial pressure will be answered by a less ordinary explanation. Caution." The words reached me one by one, then all at once. "He means to expose it," she said. "Not fully. Not every name. Not every woman's injury. But enough to make it clear that the debt attached to your father was not of not convenient embarrassment your husband paid to secure a bride. It was part of an older corruption for which he assumes the legal burden without placing the moral burden on you." The room went silent. My mother asked quietly, and this is wise. Lady Westmere's mouth altered by a fraction. "No, it is merely necessary." I could not seem to breathe properly. Julian, who had spent weeks controlling disclosure as if truth itself might become a weapon in the wrong hand, had now chosen the opposite risk. Not to protect himself, to stop my absence from becoming its own accusation, to keep London from deciding I had fled some vulgar marital deceit, to keep my mother and Clara from once again being made to live beneath a story assembled by other mouths. I said, "Why now?" Lady Westmere looked at me steadily. "Because you left." No softness, no excuse, only that. Something inside me tightened painfully, not because the words accused me, because they did not. They simply named the fact. My leaving had changed the field. What private wound had existed between Julian and me was no longer private enough to remain protected by silence. My distance had turned rumor from idle pleasure into apparent proof. And he, knowing that, had chosen to stand under a harsher light rather than let that proof settle over me. Clara said, in a smaller voice than usual, "Will it damage him?" Lady Westmere gave her the dignity of a direct answer. "Yes." My mother closed her eyes for a second. "How much?" "That depends," Lady Westmere said, "on how greedy the men prove and how cleanly Fenwick corners them." I rose. My chair moved sharply against the carpet. No one spoke. I crossed to the window because standing still in the middle of the room had become impossible. Outside, the square lay in its midday ordinariness. A governess with 2 children, a gentleman hurrying across before rain, a flower seller adjusting a basket. London continues around the edges of disaster with remarkable selfishness. Behind me my mother said, "Can he stop it?" Lady Westmere answered, "He can stop one version. He cannot stop all versions. But if he places enough truth on the table, The cheaper lie about Eleanor being quietly purchased into safety becomes harder to repeat without risk. The phrase struck like a hand across the face. The cheaper lie. That was exactly what it had been. And I, in my hurt, had let it climb too far into my mind simply because it had brushed against the bruised part of a real injury. I said, still facing the window, "Who will be there?" "Ah, Fenwick, naturally, a junior barrister, one of Julian's trustees, Morton and Hale. Halston, because he repeated the filth too freely, and Fenwick has found the means to make him nervous. Also a man called Pember, who handled certain private settlements for the late lord and has become less discreet in middle age." That last detail made my stomach turn. "So he means to touch it," I said quietly. "Really touch it. Not only the debt. The rot beneath it." "Yes." My mother looked at Lady Westmore. "And if he succeeds." "And then the Vale obligations are formally closed without any further pretense that Mrs. Vale or Miss Clara stand beholden to silence. Fenwick has already prepared the final discharge language. It will be signed today if the men are wise enough to prefer disgrace in private to ruin in public." Clara let out a breath. My mother said nothing. I turned back from the window. Lady Westmore was watching me, not unkindly, but with the same exactness she always used when she thought sentiment was about to become less useful than decision. "You think I should stay here?" I said. "No, that surprised me," she said. "I think that if you do nothing, you will hear of the afternoon in fragments from people far stupider than the ones presently involved." "I think you are his wife." "I think he is about to place a part of his father's shame into formal circulation rather than let your name be made convenient by it. And I think you ought to decide whether you mean to remain merely the injured party, or whether you mean to witness what that costs." The room held absolutely still. My mother said softly, "Charlotte." Lady Westmore did not look away from me. "No, this is not cruelty. It is respect. She was right. I resented her for it immediately." Clara, to her credit, said nothing at all. I asked, "Do you mean to take me there?" "Not into Fenwick's chambers. I am not staging melodrama. But yes, if you wish." Fenwick's offices are in Lincoln's Inn. There is a drawing-room next door used by his wife when clients of quality must wait without being seen to wait. You may sit there and hear enough of voices through walls to understand the stakes, or you may remain in this house and receive the matter later as cleaned-up fact. I looked down at my hands. They were steady, again, always again. "My leaving caused this?" I said. Lady Westmore lifted one shoulder slightly. "Your leaving revealed it." That, too, was true. My mother rose and came to stand beside me. Her hand came lightly to my arm. "Not holding, present," she said. "You need not go because you feel guilty. I nor because you believe he is owed witness like a reward." "I know." She waited. I said, "But I think if I stay here, I shall imagine the whole afternoon wrongly. Either more nobly than it is, or more terribly. And neither would be honest." But Lady Westmore nodded once, as if I had at last reached the only sensible place in a room designed to deny sense. She said, "Then finish your tea. We'll leave in 20 minutes. I do not want tea. That is why I insist." She was impossible. Again, I was grateful for it. The carriage ride felt too short. London in the middle of the day is an offensive motion. Wheels, hooves, mud, shouting, polished doors, ladies under canopies, clerks darting between legal errands and minor sins. We passed through streets where every other building seemed to contain some version of a man improving his fortune by naming another person's weakness more elegantly than they had named it themselves. Lady Westmore spoke little. My mother had chosen not to come wisely. Clara was forbidden absolutely, which only made her tragic in the doorway and probably improved her complexion. As we turned into Lincoln's Inn, the city altered. Less glitter. More stone. More silence with money behind it. Courtyards holding echoes. Windows that looked as if they had listened to generations of law and improved no one's soul by it. Fenwick's offices occupied the upper floor of a dark building with an entry so modest one might have mistaken it for decency. A clerk met us, and, after one startled look at Lady Westmore, became instantly capable of anything. We were shown into the adjoining drawing room exactly as promised. It was not comfortable. Rooms attached to law rarely are. But it had a fire, a narrow window over the court, and enough distance from the main chambers that one could hear the existence of voices without the content of every word. I stood near the mantel. Lady Westmer remained seated, gloves folded, expression entirely unchanged. From beyond the closed communicating door came muted movement. Men's steps. A chair drag. Fenwick's voice once, low and even. Another deeper voice, unmistakably Julian's, though the words themselves did not cross clearly at first. Then another voice, sharp with defensiveness. Morton, perhaps. Or Halston. It rose. Fell. Fenwick spoke again. Someone answered too quickly. Lady Westmer said, as if commenting on whether, Halston is already frightened. How can you tell? He sounds louder than a brave man. I nearly smiled. Then did not. The voices beyond the door sharpened. A phrase carried clearly this time. No right to imply. Julian's voice cut across it. Calm. Firm. Impossible to mistake even through wood. No. You had no right to repeat what you could not prove, and every incentive to profit by the repetition. Silence followed that. Real silence. The kind men fall into when someone has spoken not more loudly than they, but with greater certainty of consequence. I felt my whole body go still. Lady Westmer glanced at me once and then looked away, perhaps in rare mercy. Another voice, older, oily even through the paneling, said something about understandings and delicate histories. Then Julian again, colder now. The delicate histories concern women who have already paid enough for male discretion. We will not use them to purchase silence a second time. The words came through so clearly that they seemed to enter the room entire. I shut my eyes for 1 second. There it was, the cost. Not abstract, not theoretical, not his conscience described to me afterward in some clean, severe sentence. His actual voice in an actual legal room. Choosing not the safer ambiguity, but the line that made all the others understand, he was willing to let part of the old filth stand nearer daylight, rather than my name bear the cheaper story. My throat tightened. I opened my eyes again and looked at the fire, because looking at Lady Westmer would have been impossible. Beyond the door, papers shifted. Fenwick read something aloud in that maddeningly patient legal tone. A man's voice interrupted. Julian again. No. You will sign the discharge as written. Mrs. Vale and Miss Clara are not to be touched, named, approached, or made useful by implication again. Nor is my wife. Not Lady Ashford. My wife. The simplest phrase. The most dangerous. I stared at the coals until the gold blurred. Lady Westmer did not move. Good women. I think no one not to turn another woman's pain into company. After that, the meeting changed shape. Even without hearing every word, I understood it. Resistance. Pressure. Something read aloud. A refusal attempted. Julian's voice once more, lower this time and somehow worse for that. If you'd prefer exposure to signatures, choose it clearly. But do not imagine I will bargain further with people who have already mistaken restraint for fear. Then, alas, the sound of chairs. One shoved back sharply. A curse half swallowed. Fenwick calling for the clerk. Another set of papers, pens uncapped. Signed, I thought, or near enough. My knees had begun to feel curiously unreliable. I sat without asking my own leave. The room smelled of coal smoke and old upholstery. Outside the small window, the courtyard held thin afternoon light. Somewhere a church bell struck the quarter. After a long time, perhaps 20 minutes, perhaps 5, pain and waiting are bad accountants, the communicating door opened and Fenwick himself entered. He looked more tired than I had ever seen him, which made him almost human. He said, "My lady," bowing to me and then to Lady Westmer. "The matter is concluded for today." Concluded, Lady Westmer repeated. How charmingly provisional. A Fenwick ignored that. A wise man. He turned to me. The Vale obligations are fully discharged. Morton Hale have signed acknowledgment of closure and withdrawal. Halston has signed a statement retracting any assertion that Lord and Lady Ashford's marriage was arranged to suppress ordinary debt. Pember has agreed, under advisement, to surrender copies of related memorandum pertaining to your late father's leverage. There will still be gossip. There is always gossip. but there is now enough formal risk attached to the uglier version that only fools will repeat it plainly. I looked at him. On my husband. Fenwick was silent for half a second too long. Then he said, "His lordship has chosen a line from which retreat would now cost him more than advance. Some doors are open that he had previously preferred shut, but the immediate danger to your mother and sister is ended." There it was again. Ended, not delanaged. Ended. Relief moved through me so sharply it was almost pain. Lady Westmore rose. "May we see him?" Fenwick hesitated. He said, "Wes," but only briefly. "He is with one remaining paper." One remaining paper. I knew before we entered that it would be something worse than accounts. Julian stood at the long table in Fenwick's chambers with a document before him and his hand resting flat beside it. The others were gone. Only Fenwick's junior clerk remained at the far desk sorting folded papers into careful legal piles. Julian looked up when I entered. For one moment, absolutely nothing in his face changed. Then he saw that I had heard enough, and everything did, though only I could likely have named it. Not surprise, not relief, something heavier. A awareness forced into stillness because anything less disciplined might become too human before witnesses. He bowed slightly. "Eleanor." I stopped 3 paces inside the door. There were inkstands on the table. Sand, signed papers, a folded copy of something bearing his seal. The room smelled of paper, dust, and male consequence. Lady Westmore, saint among practical women, said, "I shall give you 2 minutes and then pretend not to have done so." She withdrew with Fenwick before either of us could object. The door shut. We stood looking at one another across the legal wreckage of the afternoon. He said, "You came." "Yes." A pause. "You should not have had to." "No," I said. "But I think I did." His gaze lowered briefly to the signed papers, then back to me. He said, "It is done." So I heard. A faint shadow crossed his face at that. He understood at once what I meant. That I had heard his voice through wood. Heard enough truth being placed into danger to know the cost was no longer theoretical. I looked at the document still before him. What remains? His hand shifted by the smallest degree, not covering it but acknowledging it. He said, "A declaration regarding one branch of my father's private settlements. Limited, enough to close the path without naming every person harmed by it. And you will sign." "Yes." The word landed in the room with the weight of finality. I looked at him properly then. He was as grave as ever, more tired. Something harder drawn around the mouth. There was a mark of ink on one finger he had not noticed. It should not have mattered. Yet seeing imperfection on him in that room, after so much control, did more to reveal cost than any speech could have done. I said, very quietly, "You could let them think the simpler lie." He met my gaze. "Yes, but you did not know." Silence again. Then I heard myself ask, "For me?" Not because I doubted it, because I needed to hear whether he would claim a nobler plural. He did not. Hid Wes. He said, "Only that." My eyes burned. I despised the timing. Legal chambers are no place for tears, and I would rather have collapsed into actual fire than before a solicitor's blotter. So I said the only thing left that did not disgrace me. I see now what once looked like control. Something changed in his face then. Not ease. It would have been indecently easy for ease. Something more painful, perhaps, because he understood the sentence had 2 edges. I saw the cost where once I had seen control. That did not absolve the wound. It only made the man within it visible. He said, "And," the smallest word. The most dangerous. I looked down at the papers, at the hand he had set beside them, at the price of clarity written in ink and family shame and formal withdrawal. "And I am not yet ready to return with you," I said. There it was. The truth, clean as law. His hand tightened once against the table and then relaxed. All right, not surprise, not protest. Only the terrible decency of him again. I nearly hated him for it. Instead I said, "Because the room demanded honesty and had already taken enough from both of us to deserve it. But I know now that what I called arrangement was not cowardice." His gaze held mine. He said, "No? Not cowardice. No request for more, no plea. Only that." There was no time for anything else. Lady Westmore's steps sounded beyond the door. Fenwick's clerk looked up. The room became, once more, a place of papers and witnesses and things that would survive us in files long after emotion had lost its shape. I stepped back. "So it is done," I said. For today, always precise, always infuriating, this time I almost smiled. Almost. And then Lady Westmore returned, took in the room with one glance, and said, "Excellent. No one appears dead, and therefore the law has likely succeeded." Fenwick behind her closed his eyes briefly, perhaps in prayer. Julian moved aside so I could pass. Not touching, not claiming, not asking. I went by him with a scent of ink and smoke and cold air still clinging to his coat, and understood with a clarity that hurt more than confusion had ever done that the man I had fled in anger was not only a man who arranged. He was also a man willing, at cost to himself, to stop arranging when the truth required exposure instead. That did not mend us. Not yet. But as Lady Westmore led me back through the corridor and out into the grey London afternoon, I knew the balance inside me had shifted. My family was safe now without further debt of silence. My husband's name was less safe than it had been this morning, and somewhere between those two facts, the first shape of forgiveness had begun, not softly, not fully, but in the only way honest things ever seemed to begin between Julian and me. At a price. That evening I asked for the dispatch box, not because I was calm, not because I had decided anything noble, only because the thought of continuing 1 hour longer under the rule of half-truths had become unbearable. The box had come with me from Ashford Hall among the things Ellis packed on my first furious morning of departure. I had not opened it since. It sat now at the back of the wardrobe in my old room, locked, square, respectable, and somehow more menacing for being so quiet. Inside lay the packet, still sealed, still bearing the dark red wax and the Ashford crest that had altered my life before breakfast all those weeks ago. I set the box on the bed and looked at it for a long while without touching the packet at all. Then I rang for writing things. My note to Julian was brief. "If you still mean for there to be no more partial light between us, come tomorrow at noon to the small morning room at my mother's house." I have the packet. It will be opened. I did not sign it with affection. Only Eleanor, when the note had gone. I sat by the fire with the dispatch box at my feet and thought of the strange mercy and cruelty of objects. A folded packet, a seal, a few sheets of paper, things light enough to be carried in one hand and yet weighty enough to bend whole lives around them. My mother came in while I was still sitting there. She looked at the box first, then at me. She said, "So," softly, "Wes, you sent for him?" "Yes." She crossed the room and sat opposite me with the patient gravity of a woman who understands that some conversations cannot be prevented and must only be survived. "Do you wish me near tomorrow?" I looked at her and loved her for a moment with such H that speech seemed a very poor instrument. "No," I said. "If you are near, I shall begin protecting you again before I have heard everything." That made her mouth tighten in the saddest way. She said, "My darling, you have been doing that too long, Wes." We sat in silence for a while after that. Then she said, "You know he means to come." "I know." "And you know he will tell you the worst if you ask it." "Yes." She folded and unfolded the edge of her handkerchief once, then let it rest in her lap. The worst is not always the thing done. Sometimes it is the reason. That sentence stayed with me long after she had gone. The next morning passed slowly enough to make clocks seem vindictive. At 11:30 I carried the dispatch box myself down to the small morning room, my father's room once, or near enough. Not the breakfast room where the debt notice had first arrived, but the smaller chamber beside it, where he had kept private correspondence and hidden consequences in polished wood. I chose it on purpose. If truth was to come clean at last, let it come where concealment had once been at home. By noon the packet lay on the escritoire before me, the dispatch box open beside it, a paper knife within reach, my pulse behaving in ways entirely unsuitable to a respectable, married woman seated alone in her mother's house. When Julian was announced, I did not rise at once. I heard his step in the hall before he entered, measured, quiet, unmistakable. Then the door opened. He came in alone. No servant remained. No witness hovered. He looked more tired than he had in Fenwick's chambers the day before. Not disordered. Julian did not seem built for visible disarray. But there was strain in the lines around his mouth and a stillness about him too deliberate to be mistaken for ease. He bowed. Lenore. Julian. That was all. The packet sat between us on the desk like a third presence. His eyes dropped to it and then returned to mine. I saw unmistakably the force it cost him not to say anything yet. Not to tell me what to do. Not to reach across the room and govern even this final unveiling into safer order. Sit, I said. He obeyed. No one should look so natural taking instruction and still retain an air of command. It was one of the more aggravating features of his character. I remained standing a moment longer because sitting felt too near surrender. At last I took the chair opposite him. The morning light was pale through the windows. Somewhere outside in the square a carriage rolled slowly over damp stones. The room smelled faintly of wood polish, cold ash, and paper, as if the house itself had not forgotten what sort of truths were usually kept here. I touched the packet. Before I break it, I said, "You will tell me one thing plainly." His gaze held mine. "If I can." I nearly smiled at that and did not. No defenses. No distinctions between omission and concealment. No care for my feelings greater than care for the truth. If I ask whether you knew, you will answer by the standard of your conscience, not the standard of what you think I can bear. He took that in without flinching. Then he said, very quietly, "Wes." There it was again. That one syllable I had hated and hated for being trustworthy. I drew in a breath and asked, "When you first came to my mother's house after the debt notice, had you already guessed that my father possessed papers tied to your father's misconduct?" Wes. The word landed cleanly. "Did you already know then that whatever stood between our families was darker than debt alone?" Yes. Did you know enough to understand that if I had the full shape of it before the engagement, I might refuse you? A pause. Then, yes. My hand tightened on the packet. He did not look away. There was no help for it now. I took up the paper knife and slid it beneath the seal. The wax broke with a dry, brittle sound. For one absurd second I thought, so small a sound for so much damage. Inside were 5 folded sheets and one smaller memorandum in my father's hand. I unfolded the first. It was older than the others. The paper yellowed, the ink brown with time. At the foot stood the signature of the late Lord Ashford. The body of it was not written in his hand but by a clerk or intermediary, formal and discreet. I read in silence at first. Then aloud, because the words seemed too cold to live only inside my own head. Provision to continue quarterly through Pember, with no interruption to Mrs. Lydia Winter and her daughter. No communication to be directed through the hall. Existing letters to remain in private custody. The name of the child is not to appear in any account that may pass through legal review. The room went very still. I lowered the page and looked at Julian. He did not move. "His daughter," I said. "Yes." I looked back at the letter. Lydia Winter, a widow then if the title were true. A woman outside the protection of marriage and inside the reach of a powerful man. I knew the whole shape of the story at once, without needing every detail. Men create endless variations on the same sin. Society changes only the wallpaper. I opened the second sheet. This one was in another hand, Pember's, perhaps, or someone in his office, recording annuity transfers and references to a separate fund for the girl once she came of age. Beneath it, a line added later in my father's hand. Copies retained. Prudence acquires it. I felt a sickness roll through me. The third sheet was a letter from my father to Pember, polite on its face and filthy underneath, couched in the language of difficulty and mutual understanding. He spoke of temporary financial pressure, of old discretions deserving continued respect, of the unfortunate possibility that certain papers might leave private keeping if old favors were forgotten. Not blackmail named plainly, something more English, which is to say blackmail made to wear gloves. I read enough to understand and then set it down. Julian said nothing. I took up the fourth letter. This one was from Pember to my father, warning him not to overreach. Noting that the late lord was dead, and that the present one might not indulge implied obligations with equal patience. There was mention of a note advanced through Morton and Hale under separate cover, and of your family understanding what discretion has already spared it. There it was. The debt line. Not merely tolerated then, but fed. Protected in part because my father held letters he should never have kept. The fifth sheet was the worst. A letter in my father's own hand, unsent, perhaps drafted and retained as leverage for later use. He referred to the girl's legitimacy never having borne scrutiny, and to the present lord being likely more vulnerable on his mother's account than his father's. The thing was ugly in a particularly cowardly way, not only grasping, but aware of where pain would bite deepest in another household and willing to press there. I could not finish it. My hands had gone cold. I set the paper down and stared at the desk. For several seconds all I heard was the sound of my own breathing and the faint far-off life of the square below the windows. At last I said, he knew about the child. Yes. Julian's voice was low, controlled, but not bloodless now. I could hear the effort in it. Ain used it. Yes. I closed my eyes briefly. There are humiliations one feels on behalf of the dead, though they do not deserve the labor. This was one of them. Not because I wished to defend my father. There was no defense in the room. Only because seeing his selfishness set down so neatly, in ink and implication, made me feel again the old daughter's reflex to tidy what should never have been mine to tidy. I opened my eyes and looked at Julian. Tell me the rest. He sat very still, hands loosely clasped before him. For one moment I thought he might ask whether I wished to continue, or offer some careful delay, or propose that we stop before another blow could land. He did none of those things. He said, the woman named in the letters was Lydia Winter. Her husband had been a curate connected to one of my father's cousins. After he died, she was brought under quiet protection through a relative of my mother's. At first the arrangement may have appeared charitable. Later it was not. The flatness of the last sentence made my stomach tighten. My mother knew something was wrong before she knew what. He went on. She understood there were payments outside ordinary accounts, and that my father became dangerously proprietary whenever any part of the subject approached daylight. She did not know of the child for some years. By the time she did, the child had already been placed elsewhere, and Mrs. Winter was so dependent on the annuity that open scandal would have destroyed her completely. I looked down at the papers. The room felt colder, though the fire was lit. So your mother endured it? Yes. Beautifully, no doubt. His mouth changed by a fraction. Pain, I thought, or old anger, so long carried it had become part of the structure of his face. He said, Wes, quietly. A's society requires. I thought of his mother then, the portrait over the library mantel, the room she had made breathable, the roses she had planted. The discipline with which she had apparently held shape around humiliation she was never permitted to name fully aloud. A woman can feel kinship with the dead in terrible ways. What became of Lydia Winter? I asked. She died 12 years ago. The daughter was married quietly under another protection. Not advantageously, but respectably enough that the past would do real harm if publicly tied to her now. So that is the woman you kept refusing to expose. He said, One of them. I looked up sharply. He met my gaze. He said, there was another arrangement. Less intimate perhaps, but still indecent. A young governess dismissed after refusing my father with sufficient skill that he could not openly punish her without risking notice. He had a settlement forced through an intermediary rather than allow accusation. Your father learned of that branch as well, though not with the same documentary proof. The shame of it spread outward in all directions. Not one woman then. More than one. More than one life bent around privilege and silence, while men discussed duty and protection in rooms full of polished wood. I said, and all this time I thought the packet might hold something merely compromising. He said, it held compromise and cowardice, and the habit powerful men have of converting damage into arrangement. There was nothing to answer to that. I looked at the memorandum in my father's hand, the smallest paper, the one I had not yet opened. It contained only 3 lines. Ashford matters remain useful. Pember frightened of daylight. Present Lord too correct to enjoy scandal, therefore manageable. Press only when necessary. The words blurred for a second and then sharpened again. Manageable. That was what my father had thought of Julian. Manageable. I almost laughed at the sheer stupidity of it. Instead, I placed the note carefully on the desk and said, "You read this before I did?" "Wes?" "1. The morning after my first call. Fenwick had traced one of the note renewals through Morton Hale. When I saw the seal in your possession, I knew copies must exist. By the time Fenwick obtained the memorandum from Pember's man, I understood what your father had been doing. Before you proposed." "Yes." The room seemed to contract around that word again. "Before." "So when you sat across from me and spoke of terms and protection and visible coherence, you were already carrying this?" "Yes." "And you still asked me to marry you?" A longer silence this time. Then he said, "Yes." I looked at him for a long moment. "Why?" The simplest question, the one that had lived under all the others from the start. "Why?" He drew a breath. "Not for drama, for steadiness," he said. "Because the danger was real and already moving. Because once I understood what your father had tied to the debts, I knew creditors, intermediaries. And social scavengers would not stop at money if they smelled paper behind it. Because your mother and sister would be hurt first. Because every legal path open to me without formal connection was weaker, slower, and more vulnerable to interpretation. Because if I delayed, men with less conscience would choose the order in which truth reached your family. And because—" He stopped. For the first time since entering the room, he looked away from me, only toward the window, only for a second, but enough to show that the final reason cost him more than the others. I waited. When he went on, his voice was lower. Because by then I had begun to care what became of you beyond the shape of the problem. There it was. Not polished, not romantic in any circulating library sense. Worse, perhaps, better. More dangerous. He looked back at me. He said, "And I knew if I laid everything before you at once, you might do one of 3 things. Refuse me out of pride, accept me out of pity, or accept me out of duty to your mother and sister while hating every kindness that came attached to my name." I thought all 3 cruel. I sat very still. You thought to spare me cruelty by withholding the part that might alter my choice. Yes. The answer came almost like pain. I know. The room held us there a moment. Then I said, "No, that is not enough. Say it more plainly." His face changed. Not because he wished not to answer, because he knew exactly what I was asking now. I did not want legal logic. I wanted guilt and fear named in their human proportions. At length he said, "Very well. I was afraid." The words entered the room like a third heartbeat. "Of what?" I asked. "Of failing you in the same motion by which I tried to protect you. That is only half the truth." "Ah, yes." A brief pause. Then, with no shelter left in him at all, "I was also afraid that if you saw every stain of my father's conduct before you saw me clearly, I would lose you before I had any honest claim to ask otherwise." I looked at him and felt something in my chest give way, not into ease but into clarity. There it was, not indifference, not cold calculation alone, fear, guilt, desire for control, yes, but braided with something rawer and more human than I had allowed myself to name while angry. "And guilt," I said. His mouth changed slightly. "For his father, yes. For mine, yes. And for using marriage, however justly, as remedy, yes." Again that terrible honest syllable. I nearly smiled through the H of it. "Julian," I said quietly, "there are moments when I think if you answered me with poetry even once, I might survive you more easily." That almost light touched his eyes, faint and pain both. "I have no poetry that would not sound dishonest here." "Ah." No, I thought. He did not. I looked at the papers again. The truth gap was closing around us now, not with relief, but with painful precision. Every missing fact had a place, every silence a reason, not always a good one, but a real one. "You were wrong," I said. "Wes, your mistake was not that you did not care." "No," nor that you wished to protect my family. No bow. It was that you loved truth enough to use it carefully for others, and not enough to trust me with the cost of it when it altered my own life. The words hung in the room. He received them without moving. Then, very quietly, Wes. There it was again, and now, at last, it did not inflame me, it hurt, but cleanly, because the answer fit. I leaned back in my chair for the first time since he entered. The strain in me had changed shape. No less severe. Less blind, I said. I do not know what to do with the fact that I understand you better and am still hurt. I do not ask you to stop being hurt. No, I said. You never do. That is one of the reasons I cannot hate you cleanly. The faintest shadow of feeling moved across his face, not relief. Something sadder and stranger. He said, I am grateful not to be hated cleanly. I looked at him then and nearly laughed, because it was such an absurdly Julian sentence, severe even in humility, honest even in misery. Instead I asked, did you ever intend to tell me all this? Wes. One. He let out a breath. After the depths were closed. After the immediate threat lessened. After I could speak of the women involved with enough protection around their names that the telling would not become another injury. And after you hoped I might love you enough that the truth would not drive me from the room. The words were not kind. He did not deserve kindness just yet. He answered anyway. No flinch. No lie. Only that. I sat with it for a while. The square outside had gone quieter. Noon was leaning toward afternoon. Somewhere in the house a servant moved on the upper floor. The room that had once belonged to concealment now held no concealment left large enough to live. At last I gathered the papers together, straightened them once, and folded them back into the wrapping. I did not reseal the packet. There seemed no point pretending anything here remained intact. What will happen to these? I asked. If you wish, Fenwick will place them under restricted trust. Copies only where absolutely required. The original packet remains yours to direct. Mine. Yes. The word sounded different now. Not ownership as strategy. Ownership as restoration. I touched the folded papers once with my fingertips. They will not go back into secrecy for convenience, I said. But neither will they be used again to make women pay for men's arrangements. His voice was low when he answered. Agreed. I looked up at him. Something in the room had settled. Not peace. Not yet. But the end of guessing. And there is mercy in that, however harsh. Then the truth gap is closed, I said. Wes. This time the word felt almost like benediction. Almost. I rose. He rose too at once, as though some inner discipline in him still governed even sorrow. For a moment we stood on opposite sides of the escritoire, where the packet now lay broken open between us. The seal split. The papers known. The old machinery of concealment finally stripped to its bones. I said, I understand now that your worst sin was not marrying me without heart. His face altered slightly. It was marrying me with heart and still choosing secrecy. Yes. There was no more to add, because it was the whole of it. I moved toward the door, not to dismiss him only, to breathe. My hand was already on the latch when I heard him say my name. Eleanor. I turned. He had not moved from the desk. The packet lay before him. His hands rested lightly against the edge of the wood, as if he did not quite trust himself to reach for anything. There was no plea in his face, only exhausted honesty. He said, I would choose you again, quietly. I would not choose the same silence. The sentence went through me like something both wound and remedy. I did not answer at once. Then I said, because it was the only truth I possessed that was not either too cruel or too forgiving. That matters. His eyes held mine. But it is not enough by itself, he said. No. Again yes. Again no. Again the infuriating simplicity of a man who had no gift for easy comfort and therefore rarely insulted grief by attempting it. I opened the door. The corridor beyond was empty. When I looked back once more, he was still standing where I had left him, not defended now by half, light or legal urgency or the noble shape of public sacrifice. Only a man beside the opened evidence of old sins, waiting to learn whether truth told too late could still become the foundation of anything good. I understood him now. That was the hardest mercy, and as I stepped out into the hall, I knew that ignorance was finished between us forever. What remained would have to be chosen with clear eyes. For the rest of that afternoon I understood why surgeons are said to value clean wounds. They know, at least, where the damage begins. Truth does not always grant that mercy. It cuts and heals in the same motion. And one is left sitting among the bandages trying to decide whether the pain means improvement or only deeper injury properly revealed. After Julian left the small morning room, I remained there alone with the open packet. I did not cry, not because I was brave, because I was too tired for tears and too changed by what I now knew to return at once to simpler feeling. The papers lay before me in their yellowed ugliness. Lydia Winter, the daughter, the coursed settlements, my father's grasping notes, Pember's oily caution. All of it the stale perfume of male power badly handled, and then hidden under words like provision and discretion and family concern. At last I gathered the letters back into their wrapping and locked them once more in the dispatch box. Not hidden now, only contained. That, I thought, was a different moral act. When I went upstairs, my mother was waiting in my room. She did not ask at once. She only looked at my face and said, H. There are some women who can produce an entire theology of sorrow in one syllable. Sat down on the edge of the bed. It was worse than debt, I said. I thought so. Worse than scandal, too, in the ordinary sense. My mother came and sat beside me, though not too close. She had always understood that some griefs must be approached like frightened animals, not from coldness, but because sudden comfort can make them bolt. What did he tell you? I looked at my hands. The late Lord Ashford kept a widow and her daughter under private provision. My father learned of it and used the papers as leverage when his own finances began to fail. There were other women injured around the edges of it, too. Settlements. Silence. The whole disgusting machinery of men arranging their sins so that women bear the consequence without the naming. My mother closed her eyes for a brief second. Then she said, and Julian knew. Wes, she let out a breath. And yet he stood where he stood. I turned to her at once. Mama, she said. No, quietly. I do not mean he was right, only that he still stood there. That stopped me. Because yes, that was precisely the trouble. Had he been vain, I might have despised him. Had he been weak, I might have dismissed him. Had he lied sweetly, I might have hardened myself and been done. Instead he had stood there, grave and stripped of every excuse except the truth and the wrongness of what he had done inside that truth, and allowed me to see both at once. My mother touched the back of my hand lightly. Do you love him? The question should have startled me. It did not. Not because the answer was easy. Because I had already known that love, once it enters a room, is much less dramatic than people claim and much more inconvenient. It does not arrive with trumpets. It arrives in the places one keeps returning to in thought even while angry. In the sentences one hears again later, because they were honest enough to wound. In the memory of how a man stands still when he most wishes to reach. Wes, I said at last. She nodded once, not pleased, not sorrowful, only acknowledging what had at last become speakable. And are you ready to go back to him? That was a different question. I looked out at the window where afternoon had begun slowly to lower itself toward evening over the square. No, I said, not as if nothing happened. Not because I understand him. Not because he has suffered for me in public. I will not return as gratitude, and I will not return as surrender. My mother's mouth softened by a degree. Good. I looked back at her. Is that not very unromantic? My darling, romance is often only selfishness well lit. Marriage requires better furniture. Despite everything, I laughed. Only a little. Enough. My mother stood then and crossed toward the wardrobe where the dispatch box had already been returned, as if she could not bear to see it sitting out in the room any longer. She asked, What do you require? Over her shoulder. If you are ever to go back. The question settled through me in a curious way. Not as pressure. As structure. What do you require? Not what ought you to forgive? Not what is due him. Not what would society admire. What do you require? I had not yet asked it plainly of myself. I said, slowly now. I require not to be protected by being kept ignorant. Yes. I require that he stop thinking love gives him the right to arrange pain into a form he finds bearable. Yes. I stopped because the third thing was harder. Not practical enough for easy speech. My mother turned back. I require that if this marriage is to continue, I said quietly, it must become something chosen in daylight, not merely something survived from crisis. For the first time since I came back to her house, I saw her eyes brighten with tears she did not permit to fall. She said, then say exactly that to him. That evening I wrote another note. Not long, not tender, only this. Come tomorrow at 5 to the garden behind the house. Alone. If we are to have a marriage still, I must tell you what it requires. Again I signed only Eleanor. He came. Of course he came. The next day had been mild by March standards, which is to say the sky was undecided and the air held the promise of rain without the immediate discordsy of it. By 5 of the clock the small garden behind my mother's house wore the peculiar city gentility of clipped shrubs, narrow paths, damp benches, and flowers trying heroically to bloom where soot has opinions. I was there before him. The bare branches of the espalier pear trees traced dark lines against the back wall. A small iron table stood near the path, still wet in places from morning mist. Somewhere beyond the wall, on the street, wheels passed and voices rose and fell in muffled fragments. When Julian came through the side gate, he paused just inside it. No hat in hand, no bouquet, no note, nothing theatrical, only himself in a dark coat, gloves removed, face grave with the effort of not presuming anything from being summoned. For one long moment neither of us spoke. And then he said, Eleanor. No title, not even here, when a servant might have overheard through an open window. That, oddly, was the first gift of the evening, Julian. But he came no closer until I inclined my head toward the path. We walked first. It was easier than sitting. Easier than beginning while one still had the illusion of movement available as a defense. The garden was too small for much walking. We reached the far wall in under a minute, turned, came back. Yet even that short circuit gave us something to do besides look directly at the thing between us. At last I stopped near the bench beneath the pear trees and turned to him. I asked you here because I do not want another room full of legal air and half-finished wounds. His gaze held mine. All right. I know now what I did not know before. Ah, yes. I know why you were afraid. I know what your father did. I know what mine did with it. I know why speed looked to you like mercy and delay like cowardice. He was very still. I also know, I said, that understanding those things does not make the hurt disappear. No, there was a pause. Then, because he had earned at least this much directness by never asking me to lie for his comfort, I said, I did not call you here to be persuaded back into feeling better. I know. I called you because I need to tell you what I require if we are to be husband and wife in any true sense. Something changed in his face then. Not fear. Attention sharpened into humility, perhaps. The look of a man who understands that the next words may save him or condemn him and knows he has no right to interrupt either result. He said, Tell me. The two words undid me more than speeches would have. Not I will explain. Not you must understand. Tell me, I drew in a slow breath. If we continue, I said, there must be no more superior silences. None. I will not be arranged around pain like porcelain moved farther from the edge of a table. If the truth concerns my life, my family, my marriage, my name, or any decision you are tempted to make on my behalf, I am to hear it before the world is shaped around your judgment of what I can bear. Yes. I held up a hand. No, not yet. Do not agree too quickly. Hear the whole of it. But he fell silent at once. I went on. I do not ask for brutal honesty offered for the satisfaction of saying one is honest. I know the world is not clean enough for that. There are still other women's names in that packet. There are injuries not mine to expose. I understand now that discretion may be moral where exposure is not. But discretion is not the same as governing my ignorance. His expression changed by the slightest degree, not wounded. Struck, perhaps, by the fairness of the distinction because he had needed it named exactly that way. He said, I understand. Do you? Yes. Again that word. Yet now it felt different. Less like the answer of a man standing trial. More like the answer of a man trying to learn a language he should perhaps have known sooner. I nodded once. The second thing, I said, is this. I will not remain in a marriage where your instinct to protect always outruns your instinct to trust. A wind moved lightly through the small garden then, steering the early leaves of a laurel near the wall. Somewhere inside the house a door shut. Julian said nothing. I kept going because stopping would only make it harder. I know what you are, I said quietly. A man who has had to hold too much together for too long. A man praised for steadiness until steadiness became almost another name for loneliness. A man who has built such habits of control around duty that he mistakes unilateral decision for care whenever the stakes rise high enough. Something in his face altered. Not surprise. Recognition so complete it almost hurt to look at. I said, I do not despise you for that. But I will not be governed by it. A long pause followed. Then he said, you should not be. No defense, no self-pity, only that. I had expected anger then to rise again, or grief, or some sharper edge of old injury. Instead I felt something strange and sobering. Relief. Not full. Not easy. But real. Because he was hearing me not as accusation only, but as condition. As something to be built with, or refused honestly. I sat down on the bench at last because my legs had begun to lose interest in dignity. After a second's hesitation, he remained standing. Sit, I said. He obeyed. Again that maddening grace in him when taking direction. It would have been easier if he had been proud in obvious ways. The bench was narrow enough that our shoulders nearly aligned, though not touching. The damp chill of evening had begun to rise from the stone path. Beyond the wall a dog barked once and was hushed. The third thing, I said, looking straight ahead rather than at him, was the most difficult. He waited. I could feel the weight of his attention beside me, steady and careful and entirely without pressure. That made the speaking harder, not easier. I will not come back to Ashford Hall, because I have been moved by sacrifice, I said. Not because you stood up in Fenwick's chambers. Not because you allowed your father's shame to come nearer daylight. Not because my mother is now safe without debt. Those things matter. They matter profoundly. But if I return on gratitude alone, we shall both one day hate me for it. Beside me, he drew one careful breath. He said, I know, you know that too? Yes. I almost smiled despite myself. You are very vexing in your consistency. I know. That did make me smile, briefly and without meaning to. When it faded, the air between us felt a shade easier to breathe. I turned then and looked at him properly. His face in the soft, uncertain evening light looked less severe than in rooms. Or perhaps severity simply wears differently under the sky. It becomes less about control and more about endurance. If I return, I said, it must be because I choose you. The words hung between us. He did not move. I saw, in that stillness, exactly what the sentence cost him not to answer too quickly. At last he said, very quietly, that is the only reason I would have you return. There are answers so right they strike like grief. I looked away first, because I believed him, because belief had become more dangerous than doubt in some ways. He went on, after a pause. Alina, I do not want obedience from you. I do not want gratitude put in the place of affection, because it is easier to manage. I do not want a wife who stands beside me out of debt, however emotional, to what I have done for her family. If you return to me, I want it to be because after everything ugly is known, you still choose the life we might make. I let out a slow breath. It was almost unbearable. How seldom he lied in the places where lying would have made him easier to resist. I said, and what if I need more than one conversation to know whether I can do that? Then you shall have more than one conversation. No hesitation. No bruised pride. No hidden demand for haste simply because reconciliation would be convenient. I turned back to him sharply. Do not say that as though patience costs you nothing. The faintest shadow of feeling moved through his face. It cost me a great deal. The answer came so plainly that for a moment I had nothing. He looked at his hands, lightly clasped, then at me again. He said, But cost is not an argument against what is right. There it was again, the severe inner architecture of the man, infuriating. Noble, dangerous. I said, because I wanted no noble evasions left between us. Then tell me something selfish. That startled him, not visibly by much. Enough. Selfish. Yes. You are full of duty and truth in all the correct forms of suffering. I know those now. Tell me something selfish, Julian. Tell me what you want that is not merely what is right. He was silent so long I thought perhaps he would refuse. Or, worse, answer in some polished half, honest way that would allow us both to go on admiring our own caution. Instead he looked straight at me and said, I want you home? There was nothing grand in it. No flourish, no kneeling sentiment, nothing but naked fact. The simple possessive of it hit me low in the chest. He went on, quieter now. I want to wake in the same house with you, and not wonder whether you are walking away from me while I am trying to become a man you can trust. I want your voice in the library, your gloves on the chair I keep meaning to use and never do. I want the way you look at the roses when they are still only intention. I want you to say my name as though it belonged somewhere kind in the world. I want. He stopped, then went on without softening it. I want the life we almost began before I damaged it by trying to secure it too hard. The whole small garden seemed to fall silent around the words. Not because they were beautiful, because they were his. Because they were selfish in the one way he rarely allowed himself plain desire, not disguised as care. I had asked for that truth and now sat pierced by it. I said, after a moment, that is a very unfair answer. He said, yes. I was invited to selfishness. I have little practice with proportion. That nearly made me laugh again. Nearly. Instead, I looked down at my hands in my lap. The matter, I said quietly. His voice was lower. What does? The things you want. I raised my eyes to his. That is perhaps the worst of all this. They matter to me. Something in his face gentled then. Not into relief, into a quieter kind of hope, perhaps. One too disciplined to call itself by name yet. After a pause you said, May I ask you something? I heard the may in it. Not could, not will. May? The small courtesy of that nearly undid me. Wes. He did not ask at once. Instead he seemed to weigh the question, not for cleverness but for respect. He said, If you choose to return, what would make it possible for you to feel that the choice was yours and not merely the conclusion of pressure? There it was. He was asking, not assuming, not constructing the route by himself and presenting it as done. Asking. I felt the exact moment the old bruised place in me recognized the difference and softened by a hair's breadth. I said slowly, Not tonight. He nodded once. All right. Do not look so calm. I am not done. I know. Again, that cursed word, but now I was so near smiling that it lost some of its sting. I want to return to Ashford Hall in daylight, I said. Not escorted back like contraband after some private emotional settlement. I want my mother to know I go because I have chosen it, not because I have been persuaded. I want one room in that house, perhaps the library, since we seem doomed to honesty there, where no decision concerning us is made without both of us present, if it can possibly be managed. Yes. And if it cannot, then the reason it cannot must be told afterward without delay. Good. I took another breath. I also want time still, even after I return. His expression sharpened with attention. In what sense? In every sense. I do not mean distance as punishment. I mean that trust does not leap back into place, because truth has finally been spoken. We must be allowed to go forward with the injury known, not denied. Yes, no protest, no hurt male vanity demanding faster absolution. Again that impossible willingness to let pain have its proper life. I turned fully toward him now. And there is one more thing. He waited. This one was the hardest, because it had nothing to do with law, scandal, mothers, debts, or the ghosts of other women. Only us. If I am to come back to you, I said, and now my voice lowered because there are truths that prefer quiet even when they are brave, I need you to ask, Julian. Not because you are my husband and may therefore be refused where another man would only presume, because asking reminds me that my will remains inside this marriage. For the first time that evening, unmistakably, something vulnerable crossed his face. Not shame exactly, something more intimate than that. The understanding of what I had really said. That even tenderness can wound if it arrives by assumption. That even love must remember the damage done by being handled. He said very quietly, I can do that. I know you can. Nopa. He looked at me steadily. I mean I want to. That sentence passed through me like warmth after long cold. I looked away because my eyes had become treacherous again. When I trusted myself to speak, I said, almost lightly, you see, that was nearly graceful, I shall strive not to repeat the accident too often. That did it. I laughed. Not because the matter was solved. Because the air had at last become human again. He watched me with something in his face I had no safer name for now than love made careful. Not romantic in the cheap way. Worse. Better. Dearer. When the laughter faded, quiet settled between us once more. But it was different now. Less like silence. More like space shared on purpose. After a while he said, May I ask one more thing? I looked at him sideways. You are becoming bold. I am learning the advantages of permission. That almost smile touched my mouth again. Very well. His voice lowered. Do you think you might come back? Not will you, not when. Might. The word itself felt like repair. I considered him a long moment. The grave man beside me on a damp London bench, who had once thought marriage the strongest form of protection, and was now learning, sentence by sentence, that chosen love requires a different strength. Wes, I said at last. I think I might. He closed his eyes for one brief second. Just once. It was the nearest thing to visible relief I had ever seen from him. When he opened them again, all he said was, Thank you. Under other circumstances I might have mocked the formality. That evening I could not, because gratitude in him did not ask payment. It only marked value. We sat there a while longer as dusk gathered around the little garden, and the first true chill of evening came down over the stones. A maid lit lamps inside the house, and their glow began to soften the lower windows. Somewhere beyond the wall a bell sounded for the hour. At last I stood. So, I said, we are not reconciled neatly. No, we are not romantic enough for that. No. But perhaps, I said slowly, here is something more durable than neatness. He rose too. I hope so. I looked at him then, really looked, and saw no shield left between us now except the ordinary human ones everyone carries: fear, hope, desire, the old instinct to protect, the newer, harder instinct to trust. I said, Come tomorrow? He stilled. Tomorrow? Yes. At 11. You may tell my mother and Clara that I intend to return with you to Ashford Hall in the afternoon. The words changed the whole evening. Not into triumph, into quiet gravity. Because we both knew what they meant. Not surrender, not forgetfulness. Choice made with the wound included. He inclined his head once. I will be here. I almost said, I know. Instead I said, good. We stood facing one another in the narrowing light, while the city moved beyond the walls and the damp scent of earth rose around us. He did not reach for me. He asked, May I kiss you? There it was. The thing I had asked of him made real at once, not as lesson learned by rote, but as care chosen in practice. For one moment my throat tightened so sharply I could not answer. Then I said, yes. He came to me slowly, not because he doubted my answer, because he honored it. His hand lifted, paused a breath from my face, and only when I did not move away did he touch me, lightly, at my cheek first, then at my jaw. The kiss itself was no less careful than the one in the library had been, yet it felt different. Not born of crisis, and truth barely survived. Born of truth known and still chosen. When he drew back, his forehead rested lightly against mine for one suspended second. No more. Just enough for me to feel the steadiness in him, and the lack of certainty too, the fact that hope in a man like Julian is not a shining thing, but a quiet one. Harder one, and therefore perhaps more durable. He said, Alina, only my name. I opened my eyes and looked at him. Yes, I will ask. The promise was so simple it hurt. Good, I whispered. And because nothing more needed saying than that, words would not only cheapen. I stepped away first and let the evening close gently around the place where we had begun. Not forgiveness entire, not piece complete, but the first conscious shape of a marriage chosen in daylight rather than merely forged in fire. The next morning arrived with the sort of pale, honest light I had once thought too modest for revelation. I know better now. It is not dramatic weather that changes lives. It is often clear sky after rain, a breakfast table, a decision made while toast cools and no one speaks above the level of ordinary love. My mother had ordered coffee early. Clara, by some miracle, dressed without being called twice. I came downstairs at 10:30 and found them both already in the breakfast room, waiting with expressions so different they might have belonged to women in separate novels. My mother looked grave and composed, as though she had spent the night sorting her heart into drawers and labeling each one before breakfast. The Clara looked as if she had been trying very hard not to ask questions for the last 12 hours and had nearly perished of virtue. Neither spoke when I entered. That was kindness. I sat down, took the coffee my mother poured for me, held the cup a moment longer than necessary because warmth in the hands can sometimes lend the face better courage. At last Clara said, with what I suspect she believed to be excellent restraint, "Well." I looked at her. She added, "That was not a question, only an observation that the morning exists." My mother closed her eyes briefly. "Then I shall make an observation in return," I said. 8:11 Lord Ashford is coming. Clara's lips parted. My mother set down the coffee pot very carefully. I went on before either could speak. "He is coming because I asked him to, and because this afternoon I mean to return with him to Ashford Hall." The silence that followed was absolute. Not shocked, exactly, something more solemn. My mother reached first for my hand, not to stop me, to steady the moment itself. She said, "Chosen." Quietly, "Yes, yes." Her fingers tightened once. "Good." Lara looked from me to my mother and back again, bright-eyed and pale with the effort of not immediately throwing herself into sentiment. "So you are not miserable." I did not say that. "You are impossible," she breathed, and then, because she was Clara and not a saint, "Does this mean you have forgiven him?" "No." She blinked. My mother, wiser, said nothing. I lifted my coffee and drank it, though it had already cooled. "It means," I said, "that I understand him, that I am still hurt, that he understands the hurt better than he did, and that if I return, it will be because I choose the marriage with my eyes open, not because scandal or duty pushes me back through the door." Clara stared at me for a moment, then said in a small voice, "That sounds terribly adult." "It is appalling," I agreed. That made her laugh, and because the room had needed a sound not made of sorrow, I was grateful to her for it. At 11 exactly Julian arrived. Of course he did. Not a minute early. Because presuming upon emotional urgency would have been a kind of arrogance he never practiced. Not a minute late, because lateness in a moment like this would have meant either cowardice or performance, and he was guilty of neither. Thomas showed him in. He entered the drawing-room with hat in hand and that grave, impossible composure of his, though I saw at once what no one else might have noticed unless they loved him or were learning to. He was not composed. He was contained. There is a difference. He bowed first to my mother, then to Clara, then to me. Mrs. Vale inclined her head and said, "Lord Ashford." Clara said, "Mrs. Vale," with all the dignity of a girl trying not to vibrate visibly, "My lord." Miss Vale. And then his gaze came to me. No smile, no question, no claim, only attention. He said, "I hope that I am not too early." "No," I answered. "You are exact." That almost light touched his eyes, very briefly. My mother, who had clearly decided the family was not going to descend into helpless sentiment while furniture still stood upright, said, "Then sit down, all of you, and let us behave as if civilization still exists." But it was an excellent speech. We obeyed. Coffee was poured again. Clara was sent to ring for more cups and returned so quickly that I knew she had run at least part of the distance and then composed herself at the door. The whole room held the peculiar quality families acquire when emotion is trying to remain dressed. Alas, my mother turned to Julian and said, "My daughter tells me she means to return with you to Ashford Hall today." He said, "Yes," quietly. If she still wishes it. I could have kissed him for that one clause alone. If she still wishes it. Not since it has been arranged. Not as we discussed. Not because she has decided sensibly. If she still wishes it. My mother heard it too. I saw the knowledge pass through her face like light moving over water, not enough to soften everything, but enough to show shape where before there had been only strain. She does, my mother said. Clara, unable to contain herself a moment longer, burst out, "You look dreadful, both of you." My mother closed her eyes again. Julian, to his eternal credit, answered, "Thank you." That nearly undid the whole room. Clara made a wounded sound of laughter. I looked at him and saw, for the first time since he entered, the faintest release in his expression. Not ease. Something more cautious. Hope, perhaps, stepping carefully because it had been burned once already and had not forgotten. My mother rose then. She said, "I think that Clara and I should leave you the room for half an hour. No longer. Because if either of you begins speaking as though you are alone in the world, I shall resent it." She moved toward the door. Clara, delighted by being treated as old enough to be excluded meaningfully rather than banished uselessly, followed her with only one backward glance that contained whole chapters of curiosity. When the door shut, Julian and I were left facing one another in the morning room where so much of our history had already unfolded. It was strange how different the room looked now. The same pale walls, the same window onto the square, the same small table by the fire. Yet no packet lay between us, no legal danger on the desk, no first card waiting to alter breakfast forever. Only us. And perhaps that was the most difficult arrangement of all. For a moment neither of us spoke. Then he said, "You sent for me." "Yes. I am glad." The simplicity of it struck deeper than flourish would have done. I crossed to the window and looked out into the square, because beginning while in full view of Hill him still felt like stepping too near an edge I trusted only by degrees. "The carriage is to come at 2, I said. "Yes. I told my mother I would return in daylight and by choice. West. I turned then. And I told myself, before you came, that if you began speaking as though any of this had now been settled, I would send you away at once." That almost light again. Brief and pained and dear. I had gathered optimism might be premature. It would have been fatal, Then I am relieved to have avoided it. I stared at him a moment longer than politeness required, and because he let the silence stand without scrambling to mend it, I crossed the room and sat down in the chair by the fire. After a second's hesitation, he sat opposite me, not beside, not yet. Good. I meant what I said yesterday, I told him. I am coming back, but I am not coming back into the old shape of things. I know. There will be no old shape. Noke? I leaned back and studied him. He looked tired still, not weak. The Julian would probably still have looked dignified on the battlefield if one handed him a proper coat. But something in him had loosened at last from pure defense. He was no longer standing before me as a man waiting only to be judged. He was standing, or sitting, as a man trying to build after judgment and hoping not to be denied the tools. That made him harder to resist than ever. "I have been thinking," I said. His expression suggested this did not surprise him. "A dangerous pastime," he said. "Yes. I have occasionally noticed. I should not have enjoyed that, I did. I thought," I said, "that when I left Ashford Hall, the injury between us was the fact of your secrecy." His gaze sharpened at once. "But that is not quite true." "No. It is the form of your love." The room went very still. He said nothing. I went on because there was no retreat now into safer abstractions. "You love by taking weight onto yourself. By carrying. By arranging. By trying to leave the people under your care less burdened even, if the method leaves you alone with the heaviest part of it." He did move. "That is not a contemptible form of love," I said. "It is, in many ways, the most serious one I have ever encountered. But it is dangerous, because if left unchecked, it turns the people you love into people you decide for." His voice, when it came, was low and even. "Yes." I almost smiled. "Fear is that word again." "It remains correct, Wes," I said softly. "It does." For one long moment we simply looked at one another. Then he said, "And your form of love, That startled me. My form. Yes, I laughed once, very lightly. This promises humiliation, duh. Not intentionally. That is rarely the kind one remembers. Something changed in his face. Not quite amusement, not quite sorrow, both perhaps. Or affection learning not to hide entirely behind gravity, he said. You love, slowly. By standing where things are worst and refusing to let other people bear them alone. By making yourself responsible before anyone asks. By taking practical burdens into the body until usefulness begins to look like identity. The words hit me with uncomfortable precision. I opened my mouth to object and found that nothing honest arrived. He went on, gentler now, though nothing in him was ever soft at the expense of truth. Which means that when someone removes a burden without your consent, it may feel less like relief than erasure. I looked down at my hands. My ring caught the morning light. West, I said at last. He drew one careful breath. He said, I am trying. To understand how not to love you in a way that harms you. No sentence in the English language ought to be allowed such power. I looked up sharply. He met my gaze and did not look away. It was not romance in the cheap sense, not flattery, something more exact and therefore far more intimate. The willing study of another person's wounds so as not to reopen them blindly. I said, because my throat had tightened in a most humiliating fashion. That may be the first properly useful thing anyone has ever said about love. That almost light deepened. I am relieved to have improved the category. You have improved nothing. Only rendered it harder. Wes, again. That cursed word. Yet now it sat between us almost like private language, built of all the times it had answered too much and too little and exactly enough. I stood then, because sitting still inside that much feeling had become dangerous. I crossed to the mantel, turned, and said, Here's another matter. At once, he was attentive again. Name it. I mean to keep the packet under restricted trust, as we discussed. But there is one thing I have not yet told you. He rose too. Not approaching, only standing in answer to the seriousness of my tone. What is it? My father's memorandum called you manageable. Something flickered across his face. Not offense. A bleak sort of astonishment, perhaps, at being measured so badly by so mean a hand. I went on. I thought at first the insult belonged to him alone. But as I sat with the papers last night, I realized that if we are not careful, there is a way in which the world will always attempt to make you manageable. His eyes held mine. By praising your steadiness until you mistake suppression for strength. By admiring your restraint until you are punished for any need that sounds selfish or human. By rewarding you whenever you carry everything without complaint. A silence followed. He said, more quietly than before, And you think that dangerous? I think it mortal. The words seemed to ring in the room. He did not speak at once. Then, no one has ever said that to me. That does not make it less true. He said, No. I crossed back toward him then. Not all the way. Enough. So when we returned to Ashford Hall, I said, We do not return merely to repair what happened. We return to alter the terms on which both of us have been taught to love. Something in him shifted, not softened. Straightened, perhaps, into a new kind of honesty. Not the honesty of confession now, but the honesty of being called toward change and deciding whether to step. He said, Wes. I let out a breath. Good. A knock sounded then, light and discreet. My mother's voice followed from the other side of the door. Has the world ended? Or may we come in? Julian looked at me. It was the smallest question. Only a glance. I nodded. My mother and Clara entered with the air of women determined not to look as though they had been timing emotional weather by the clock, though Clara's expression suggested she had done very little else. One glance at me, one at Julian, and Clara said, Ah, you are still impossible. But differently? Thank you, I said. She replied, It is a gift. And my mother came nearer and looked from one of us to the other with such grave love that for a second I thought she might cry. She did not. She only said, Then I shall have trunks closed and luncheon taken promptly, since reconciliation appears to be proceeding in the only respectable manner available. Luncheon, Clara repeated. Mamma, they are rebuilding a marriage. Yes, my mother said. which they cannot possibly do on an empty stomach. That was the end of discussion. One of the many underappreciated strengths of older women is their refusal to let emotional drama excuse poor household management. Luncheon was laid. Thomas went for the smaller trunk. Ellis and my mother's maid contrived the extraordinary miracle of turning departure into domestic order rather than tragedy. Clara hugged me twice, cried only once, and made me promise to write not the sort of married letters women send, when they mean nothing, but everything is proper, but real letters containing the names of people and rooms and feelings. I shall do my imperfect best, I told her, she said. That is ominous. My mother held me last, longer than before. Shorter than when I first came home. The difference mattered. When she drew back, she touched my cheek and said, Go as a wife if you choose, but remain always a self. There are sentences one carries like heirlooms. That was one. The carriage ride back to Ashford Hall felt quieter than the first one had. Not because less was at stake. Because more had been named. Julian sat opposite me at first. We spoke little for the first mile or two. London gave way slowly. Stone to space. Noise to hedgerows. Mud to fields washed pale under the uncertain afternoon sky. At last he said, Would you prefer Ashford Hall directly, or the East Lodge first? The lodge is smaller, less formal, and would give us an hour without the household. The question startled me by its care. Not because the option itself mattered greatly, because he had thought to offer it rather than assume the terms of return. I considered it. How directly, I said. If I mean to come back, I mean to do it as mistress of the house and not as a fugitive from it. His expression changed, almost imperceptibly, into something like respect already mixed with the affection that had long since ceased to hide well in him. Very well. The carriage rolled on. A little later, when the road narrowed and the trees deepened around us, he said, May I ask another question? I looked at him over the fold of my gloves. You are becoming reckless with privilege. I have discovered the advantages of it. Yes. He waited. That in itself nearly made me smile. Ask, he said, when we arrive. Would you prefer the house to be told only that you are returned, or that you are returned by your own wish after family business concluded? I stared at him for a second. Again the question. Again the same principle made real. Not only what should be said, but how do you wish your own story to stand in the mouths of others? My own wish, I said. Yes. And no mention of fatigue, nerves, or any of the other illnesses society assigns women when it wishes to tidy their choices. That almost light again, warmer now. No. Good. A while later he asked, May I sit beside you for the last part of the drive? There it was, simple, gentle. Ask. I looked at him and felt something in me settle into place with a clarity almost like relief. Yes, I said. He moved then, crossing the carriage with care for the sway of the wheels, and sat beside me. Not too close. Near enough that the warmth of him existed without presumption. That difference mattered. Perhaps it always would. We did not speak for several minutes. Outside, the gates of Ashford Hall came into view and opened before us. The drive curved in its long pale sweep between the yews. The house rose beyond, stone and window and memory. I ought to have been afraid then. I was. But not of the same thing as before. When the carriage stopped, Reeves and 2 footmen came down the steps. Mrs. Denham stood just inside the hall, having somehow positioned herself at the perfect line between welcome and order, as if the entire house had decided to receive me, not as a question but as fact. Julian stepped down first and turned back toward me. He held out his hand. I looked at it for one brief second. At the hand that had steadied, withheld, signed, erred, told truth, asked. Then I placed mine in it and let him hand me down. Inside, Reeves said, with perfect gravity, Here ladyship has returned home by her own wish. The sentence moved through the hall like something sullen enough to be almost ceremonial. Mrs. Denham bowed. Welcome home, my lady. This time the words did not strike me as comedy, not entirely. Thank you, Mrs. Denham. If the household wondered, it wondered privately. If it understood more than it said, then it showed me the extraordinary courtesy of letting chosen appearance become a form of truth in itself. There are times when dignity depends not on perfect knowledge, but on collective restraint. Ashford Hall, I realized then, was capable of that. My trunks were taken up, tea was offered. I declined it. What I wanted, suddenly and very much, was the library. Julian must have guessed. Of course he did, he said. Would you care to see whether the room has survived your absence? I looked at him. Poorly, I hope. It has been under less competent scrutiny. That made me laugh. A soft one. Real. He did not claim it. Only led me, after asking with his eyes and receiving the smallest assent, toward the room that had become ours through nothing so simple as intention. The library was exactly as I had left it and entirely changed by that fact. The same shelves, the same fire, his mother's portrait, the chair by the hearth, the long table. Yet now I entered not in ignorance, not in crisis, not in flight, but in return. Julian closed the door behind us. Neither of us spoke at once. At last I crossed to the mantel and looked up at his mother's portrait. She would think us ridiculous, I said. Probably. And perhaps hopeful. A pause. Perhaps. I turned. He stood a little way behind me, not too near. Hands relaxed at his sides for once rather than clasped as if holding the whole world in order by finger bones alone. I said, I am yes. I may still be angry tomorrow. Yes. I may be hurt for some time. Yes. I looked at him a moment longer and then said, and yet I am here. This time something unmistakable moved through his face. Not merely the almost light I had come to know. Something deeper. Relief no longer disguised as patience. He took one careful step toward me. May I kiss you? There it was. Again. Not because he needed practice now. Because he meant what he had promised in the garden. I felt the answer rise in me before I considered it. Yes. He came closer. Slowly. Always that unbearable, dear slowness that made room for refusal and, in doing so, made assent feel like choice rather than drift. His hand touched my cheek. The kiss was not desperate, not triumphant, not the kiss of a man restored to rights. It was gentler than that and stronger. The kiss of a husband who had learned, at cost, the difference between being chosen and merely kept, and of a wife who knew the cost too, and came anyway. When he drew back, he did not go far. Will you let me ask one more thing? I looked at him, still close enough to feel the warmth of his breath. You are incorrigible. Call yes. Despite myself, I smiled. Ask. His hand lowered from my cheek, not lingering, and came lightly to rest around mine instead. Not possession. Simply contact given with the same precision he gave everything that mattered. Will you dine with me tonight? The simplicity of it nearly undid me. After scandal, debt, separation, truth, shame, return, the thing he asked was dinner. Not forgiveness whole, not absolution. Dinner, and because he understood, as I did now, that whole lives are rebuilt not only in declarations, but in the ordinary acts that follow them. It was perhaps the most intimate thing he could have said. Wes, I answered. That evening we dined alone. The servants moved quietly. The house settled around us without strain. At one point, Reeves presented a note from Fenwick regarding the restricted trust for the packet. Julian took it, looked at me, and said, May I? A simple question before opening a legal note concerning our shared wound. I nearly laughed from the sudden rush of tenderness it called up. Wes, I said. He read it, handed it to me, and waited while I read it in turn. No hidden summary, no management. Only paper passing openly across a table between two people learning. Finally, how to stand in truth together. Later we went to the library again, because of course we did. There are rooms one accidentally marries along with husbands and histories. The library was now one of mine. The fire had burned low. Outside, rain began softly against the windows as if the weather itself had decided consistency was preferable to charm. I stood by the shelves while Julian poured tea. Do you know, I said, that from the first I distrusted you for being too calm. He handed me a cup. That seems prudent. And now. I took the cup from him and let my fingers brush his for the briefest moment on purpose. No, I distrust you for becoming human at strategic intervals. That almost smile in his eyes, clearer than ever now. I will try to stagger the offense. No, I said softly. Do not. He looked at me then in a way that stopped whatever lighter remark might have come next. The room held still around us. At last he said, Leno, only my name, yet no longer only that. Question, gratitude, homecoming, warning, promise. All of it in 2 syllables. I set down the tea. I said and felt my heart beat harder for how ordinary the words were and how unordinary what lay beneath them. There remains the matter of rooms. His expression changed by the smallest degree. Not surprise, he was too careful for that. Something like hope, held very still so it would not frighten either of us by showing itself too suddenly. He said, Wes. I walked past him to the fire and stood there a moment with my back to him because some decisions are better spoken while looking at flame rather than directly into the eyes of the man they concern. I do not intend, I said, to become brave all at once. That would be unlike me and probably very foolish. I agree. I glanced back over my shoulder. Do not look so pleased to find me sensible. I am never pleased to find you sensible. Only relieved when you survive it, bah. That made me laugh. Quietly. Then I turned fully toward him. But neither do I mean, I said, to live in an east wing forever as though caution itself were the marriage. The fire shifted softly between us. I went on more quietly now. If you still wish it, I would come to your rooms tonight. The whole room changed. Not because he moved. He did not. Because he did not. He stood perfectly still with the full force of what I had said visible only in the fact that he made a no claim on it before answering. When he spoke, his voice was low. I wish it. But then, after the smallest pause, may I ask whether you are certain? There it was again. The asking. The thing I had told him I needed made real not by theory, but by instinct now slowly retrained by love. I crossed the room to him, close enough to see the marks of the day on his face. The fatigue. The restraint. The hope. Yes, I said. I am certain enough for tonight. That answer he understood. Certain enough, not forever promised in the language of a single hour. Not more than I meant, not less. His hand came up very carefully and touched just beneath my jaw the way it had in the garden and before that in the library when everything between us had first become more than arrangement. A leaner. Yes. I will ask again tomorrow and the next day after, until asking ceases to feel like repair and becomes only the natural language between us. That was the moment. Not the wedding. Not the first kiss. Not even the return. That promise. Because it made plain what I had begun slowly, painfully, almost unwillingly to believe. He had learned, and not learned only the lesson of guilt. Learned me. I kissed him first then. Only because I wanted to. Only because desire, once finally made safe enough to speak aloud, has no patience left for needless speeches. His arms came around me after, not before, and held me with that same maddening care that had first undone me, no presumption, only steadiness offered and accepted. When at last I drew back, I said, Very well, let us see whether this marriage can bear honesty after all. His eyes held mine. He said, I think, that it may bear almost anything but the lack of it. Later, much later, when the fire had burned low and the house had gone quiet and I stood in his room, beside the bed turned back by hands more discreet than angels, I looked once at the windows where rain moved softly over the dark and understood with the calm so deep it almost felt like wonder that the letter had finally lost its power. Not because it did not matter. It had mattered too much. Not because the past was cured. It never would be. But because what had once been a weapon, then a secret, then a wound between us, was now only history, contained, known, and no longer strong enough to dictate the shape of our future. I turned toward Julian. He waited as he had promised he would, leaving even this final inch to my choosing. And because I had chosen him now not in ignorance, not in fear, not in debt, but in daylight and with the truth beside us, I crossed it willingly. The next morning I woke in Ashford Hall with rain light against the windows and Julian beside me still asleep, one hand open on the coverlet between us as if even in sleep he had left room for consent. I lay there a moment and listened to the house. Not strange now, not entirely mine either. Something better? Ours. When he woke and saw me watching him, he said nothing at first, only looked at me with the kind of grave astonishment one might reserve for surviving shipwreck and finding shore gentler than expected. Then, very quietly, "Good morning," I answered in the same voice. Good morning, Julian. The name belonged there now. And in that simple morning light, with the old storms behind us and the work of real love only just beginning, I knew the truth at last. Our marriage had not been saved by secrecy, nor by sacrifice alone, nor by the law, nor even by love in its first frightened form. It had been saved by choosing each other again after the truth. And that, I think, is the only kind of happiness sturdy enough to keep.